Okay, let's try that again. Apologies. But anyway, I'm gonna recap. We thought there was a possibility there was gonna be kinetic war. Now we're hearing that it likely isn't kinetic war. In addition to that, and what I mean by that is there was explosions over the skies of Iran. We're now confirmed that it likely isn't bombing, and it is because of other testing, air defense testing by Iran. Okay. In terms of the news, like I said, this was the big news. First of all, Iran said they finally charged a toll for Iran. I believe they've been charging before this, but this was now the first set of toll based on the new legislation that has been implemented by Iran's parliament. This is extremely important. It says, Iran's parliament drafts new Strait of Hormuz legislation. Iran's parliament has prepared a new draft law imposing sweeping new conditions for passage. This is what they said. Condition 1. All contracts must say or have the words Persian Gulf in there, demonstrating that it is the Persian Gulf and not the Arabian Gulf. The second one is all tolls need to be paid in rial before entry, so in Iranian currency, not the dollar, not the yuan, not in crypto, specifically in Iranian currency. The third thing is, which Iran's just a gift that keeps on giving. Iran is just a gift that keeps on giving. It's like it's Christmas Day, but it's every day. It's like Eid Mubarak, but every single day. So the UAE and Bahrain affiliated ships pay additional compensation on top of the original tolls. So the whole world gets tolls, but East Israel and Bahrain, you gotta pay more. You gotta pay more for the simple fact that you are East Israel, that you consort with the enemy. Love it. Love it. The third thing is there's a permanent ban on Israeli vesseled ships and any Israeli affiliated ships. Ships from sanctioned nations. Now, I believe that is nations that have been sanctioned by either Iran or its allies. And then finally, US military ships. So if you fall into that category, you'll be paying more. Love it. Love it. So that is just a new legislation that has been passed. So this isn't statements. It isn't posturing. This is now being entrenched within Iranian law. We also saw a huge amount of movement of US forces into the Middle East. 9 more KC-46A Pegasus aerial refueling tankers crossed Gibraltar from Lajes Field in Portugal. Don't know if Joe has got anything to do with that. There was the escorting of a Marine Corps FA-18 Super Hornets from VM FA-312 checkerboards out of South Carolina. Dozens of US refueling activity already stationed at Israel's Ben Gurion airport. See, again, they use the airports. People ask, why did they bomb airports? It's because what happens is they always use civilian airports for military use. And this is an example of it. Deployment using Adobe call signs associated with long distance Coronet fighter transit mission. So we've got that. As you know, previously we had a huge amount of movement from Europe into the Middle East. So major escalation. Trump tweeted out just demonstrating that we're seeing like, and this is what people need to understand. If people think there's like a freeze, there isn't really a freeze. We're seeing escalation after escalation when it comes to the strait. And as you know, when there's escalation on top of escalation on top of escalation, what does that mean? It means there's an escalation ladder. It means it's getting to a point where there is going to be kinetic war. It's not like we're seeing things be removed. We're not seeing things subside. Instead, we're seeing things escalate. But this is what Donald Trump had to say. He said, I have ordered the US State Navy to shoot and kill any boats, small boats they may be. Their naval ships are all 159 of them at the bottom of the sea. That is putting mines in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. There is to be no hesitation. Additionally, our minesweepers are clearing the strait right now. I am hereby ordering that activity to continue, but at a tripled level. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So what does he mean by triple level? Is he going to get triple the level of warships there? Obviously, he can't do that. Does it mean that they're going to board triple the level of vessels? Let's wait and see. At the moment, they're boarding, what, 2 vessels in the last, week, 8 days since the blockade. So what does that mean? He's going to double that now. It's going to be, what, 5, 6? Like, what does he mean by that? It makes no sense whatsoever. He also said this. Oh, no, I mentioned that already. He also said this one. He said, Iran is having a very hard time figuring out who their leader is. They just don't know. I thought he was negotiating with the new leadership. Now he's saying Iran doesn't know who the leader is. So America doesn't know, Iran doesn't know, no one knows who the leadership is. The infighting is between the hardliners who have been losing badly on the battlefield and the moderates who are not very moderate at all, but gaining respect. It's crazy. We have total control of the Strait of Hormuz. No ship can enter or leave without the approval of the US Navy. It is sealed up tight until such time as Iran is able to make a deal. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And ironically, Iran did respond to that. We saw a statement by Ghalibaf. We saw a statement by Pezeshkian. Pezeshkian maybe representing the reformers. The Ghalibaf possibly representing the IRGC. And they both made a unified statement. So I'm not sure if that was a good idea, but I can see the logic behind it. My concern is that kind of makes people think, wait, why do they need to make that statement? But then on the other hand, if you remain quiet, maybe people start thinking there's a disagreement when there's not. So anyway, they made a joint statement. They made the exact same statement and they both posted at the same time. I'm going to read it when I get to it. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, said the following on the Strait of Hormuz. He said the Hormuz will remain blocked until 11 trillion in frozen Iranian assets are released. Well, it can't be trillion, it must be billion. It is billion, I think that was a mistypo. Trump locked out a situation room during military operation in Iran. We had this reported by the Wall Street Journal, but France 24 is now also reporting. They said he was in a volatile state, screaming at aides. Generals then restricted his access. That's crazy. We also have information that 9 more Iranian oil tankers passed through the strait and have docked at Chabahar. Question is, where's the blockade? Where is the blockade? If all of these vessels are coming out very easily, where's the blockade? They've just done, it's like fireworks where they've tried to board 2 of the vessels, but really nothing has been happening. The vast majority are coming through and going through. We mentioned there was 34 up until yesterday. Now you're looking at huge numbers that are going through. So what's actually being started by United States of America? 3 vessels now at the moment. Ghalibaf made this statement, as did Pezeshkian. He said, in Iran, there are no radicals or moderates. We are all Iranian and revolutionary. And with the iron unity of the nation and government, with complete obedience to the supreme leader of the revolution, we will make the aggressor criminal regret his actions. One God, one leader, one nation, and one path. And that path being the path to victory for Iran, dearer than life. Iran also demanded the reparations by 5 Gulf states by filing complaints at the United Nations. The 5 states are UAE, commonly known as East Israel, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar. Those were the 5 nations. What the Iranians said in this complaint was that these nations publicly said, we will not consort with the United States of America and Israel. We will not allow our airspace to be used. We will not allow our land to be used in order to attack Iran. But in reality, these countries were consorting with the United States of America and Israel to help with the attack on Iran. They allowed them to use their airspace. They allowed them to use their military bases. And in some of their situations, such as the UAE, they even allowed them to fire out missiles from their land. These countries were consorting with the United States of America and Israel, helping and facilitating the attack on Iran. And therefore, Iran has gone to the United Nations and said, these countries need to pay for the reparations. That's them being nice. I think they let them off too lightly, personally. As I mentioned, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio arrive at the White House at the same time. Seems like something big is happening. And then I mentioned about the air defense being activated. Let me just check if there's any more news on that since we've been talking. And Yeah, I don't see any more subsequent news other than a chemical plant in Gujarat in India being set ablaze as well. So that is the latest news. Appreciate everybody joining. We're going to get back onto the space. We've got so many great panelists on here. We're going to be speaking on it. Remember, today we've got two great interviews. We have Captain Josephine Guilbeau. If you remember, she served the United States of America, but she was shaken. She was not happy, and she vehemently disagreed with the United States of America and Israel's complicity in what happened in Gaza. And in addition to that, we have Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, great analyst, great person, smart guy. Again, someone who served the United States of America for decades, a lieutenant colonel. He went to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in order to facilitate food for the Gazans. But what happened? He saw the Israelis assassinating children, and he found this to be deplorable. And he left in disgust. And then he revealed this to the public, to the world, to Tucker Carlson, exactly what had happened. And the world found out that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, as per what we said, was a way of gathering people up to assassinate them. He is an honorable man. He's spoken against these horrors. And so he'll be coming on the show at 9 p.m. Eastern for an interview on the latest news. So two great interviews coming up. Will be awesome. We've got a great panel at the moment. So appreciate all of you. Let me get the space up for you guys and we'll take it from there. Well, look, I wasn't recording that because I wasn't even recording. Because I wasn't even recording. Flop. Can I get it up? Because I wasn't even recording. Okay, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. We're live on X, we're live on YouTube, we're live on, I think, Twitch and Kick, but obviously no one really watches it on there, but I do put it on there in case something happens. Also, guys, make sure you're following the second channel. The second channel is doing really better than the first channel, which is crazy because we've only got 1,000 followers on there, but the interviews are doing much better. So check out the second channel, follow that as well, but we'll give you more information on that in a second. Okay. Oops. And yeah, let's get into it. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna be quote tweeting everyone's retweets now, so watch out for that, and it is pinned in the nest above as well. Okay, let's get into this. Appreciate all of you guys coming and joining. I want to go straight to Robert if I can. Robert, hope you're doing well. Appreciate you coming on last night and giving us an update. If you can give us an update, hopefully it's working, guys. Let me know on this. But yeah, Robert, if you can give me an update on the financial situation in the market. There is statements being said that this is a financial crisis, an energy crisis. What's your thoughts?
Well, it's definitely an energy crisis, and we know it's the worst energy crisis in history. That much is true. Whether or not this continues and gets worse determines whether or not it'll be a global recession, which could be mild, or a global depression. Dark can attest to this. I'm not generally one of those kind of people that's always claiming, stock market crash and depression right around the corner, recession, calling for a recession the past 4 or 5 years. That's not me. If anything, I've actually been saying the opposite. So the fact that I'm making that statement is, for those that know me, is notable. But it's the only word to accurately describe what must happen when you remove this much energy from the global economy. As to what happened today, yeah, we were talking last night. There was a wild move. I think it was about 4 or 5 p.m. LA time, California time, in oil, in stocks, and it ended up being fake news. Very similar, actually, to kind of what happened today, where there were reports of anti-aircraft activity. So I'd really be interested to kind of for people to maybe draw the link between what really was going on yesterday and why today did the stock market crash 1.2% in a matter of what 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, something like that, on the very same thing that was done yesterday, right? Like we got yesterday, for those that missed it, we had, I think, like a 4.5% move in oil, about a 0.75% move in the stock market futures. And it was over false reports, or what were claimed to be false reports of anti-aircraft activity. I think that we ended up finding out there was actually anti-aircraft activity, just no attack. But I find it really interesting that today you get the exact same thing, right? Like, I don't know, I'd be curious, for people to expound on what they think about that. It just seems really odd that you had like almost like a trial run yesterday afternoon for this. And then today we got also, like you mentioned, the Ghalibaf, and there's dispute from what I'm seeing. Some Iranian news sources are claiming that's not true, and that he hasn't actually resigned. But if we really did get intervention from the IRGC and the hard line, whatever you want to call it, if we really did have, because Trump has been claiming for a while now, we're talking to moderates, regime change. We did a regime change, and we're talking to the right people, and they're much more moderate. I think he's referring to Ghalibaf, who, at least from my standpoint, appears pretty moderate from what I've seen. So I think that's who he was referring to. If that guy was just removed or arrested or whatever by the IRGC, Trump is about to address the nation. My guess is we're probably going back to war. And the move that we saw this morning was just the start of it. Now we're getting a
Wait,
huge V
Robert, did you say
reversal.
Trump's going to address the nation?
Yeah, I saw in, I think, like 45 minutes or 30 minutes or maybe now.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Uh,
Okay, we'll stream that live. We'll find that. Thank you for letting us know. Do continue though.
yeah, so we got a huge move. It's a little bit hard to be rational because I just even before yesterday happened, yesterday at close, so before all the activity yesterday, I just had a feeling that I can't describe, and got like a lot of spy puts, and was really pissed. Right, last night we got that V reversal, and I was like, "Damn!" So the move happened. I was right. I just felt it in my bones, but I couldn't capture it. Today I captured it, and I had the best day I've ever had. My head's a little spinny right now, but yeah, we're getting a V reversal right now. My guess is if Ghalibaf was really removed, and then probably, if that is true, then probably we are going back to war. And if that is the case, the stock market's probably got significant downside from here. Oil's probably got significant upside from here. I think oil is probably, if you look at what real actual oil is trading at, it's trading at 120. That is what real physical dated Brent is trading at, not the paper market stuff that's trading at 98, 99.
So, Robert,
That's
we
not
just
oil.
got a statement from Trump, and then I'll give it straight back to you. He says, for those people fewer in number now than ever before that are reading the failing New York Times or watching fake news CNN that think that I am anxious to end the war, if you could even call it that, with Iran, please be advised that I am possibly the least pressured person ever to be in this position. I have all the time in the world. Well, not really, but Iran doesn't. Uh, the clock is ticking. The reason some of the media is doing so poorly with subscribers and viewers is because they no longer have any credibility. Iran's navy is lying at the bottom of the sea. The air force is demolished. The anti-aircraft and radar weaponry is gone. Their leaders are no longer with us. Their blockade is airtight and strong, and from there, it only gets worse. Time is not on their side. A deal will only be made when it's appropriate and good for the United States of America, our allies, and in fact, the rest of the world. President Donald J. Trump. That's hilarious. But that was the Trump statement. Sorry, back to Robert.
Yeah, we probably have more. If you look at what bonds did, U.S. Treasury yields spiked, bonds sold off. You got a huge pop in oil again today. You got a huge spike in the volatility index called the VIX. Probably implied correlations also move that refers to kind of the distribution of volatility. So yeah, you got crazy moves, across everything today. To get a 1%, or I guess it would be a 2% move in the course of 2 hours, basically. I mean, we went 1.2% down and we're back up about 1%. These are crazy moves. The move we saw yesterday was crazy, and that was just 0.75% in the S&P 500. We are getting like the amount of volatility that is becoming normal is pretty extreme. Dark can probably attest to to that. It's wild. I mean, it felt really good to be long volatility this morning, right? but yeah, I would imagine that kind of thing continues. I've been saying for 2 years now that I think that generally, whether it be political volatility, financial market volatility, geopolitical volatility, trade related volatility, racial volatility, wealth, class volatility. I think volatility is just structurally going to be higher, and I think that's not just markets. I think that's kind of a broader story. But we saw some pretty wild moves just now, and I'll remind people, we have not only half of all trading volume being done by algorithms, right, but we also have the plunge protection team, which is accountable only to the president of the US. It's actually, the technical name is the Working Group on Financial Markets, I think, and it's a team of people to intervene in the markets, and they have basically no accountability. They're accountable only to the president. So if you're in markets right now, I guess long story short, be prepared. I would say for structurally higher volatility, more of these kind of big moves. I think a VIX at 18 is mispriced. I mean, we saw the VIX just today move to 21. I think even that's mispriced. If we're going back to war, the VIX could very well go to 40 or 50 or 60. And then what? What does the stock market look like in a VIX at 50 or 60? It's going to be quite ugly, as Dark can attest to. So yeah, I would be prepared for higher volatility kind of structurally, especially if the reports that are coming out of Iran are true. And again, like, I would just draw that link to yesterday afternoon, where we saw really odd behavior, not only in markets, but like on Twitter. That all got started from like a random OSIN account with like 30,000 followers, and then it got shared. And there was like, I don't know, the whole thing yesterday was just kind of weird. It struck me at the time as being weird, not just because I was positioned for it and couldn't capitalize. Not just that, like the whole thing about it was just kind of weird. And then today, to get a move basically on the same general kind of thing, right? Anti-aircraft activity, and it just feels weird that it happened within 12 hours of each other. Basically, the identical kind of. I don't know. The whole thing just kind of feels weird. The Gollyboff news, I guess, being separate and kind of its own conversation. But I'd be prepared for higher volatility. I mean, if we're going back to war, the S&P 500, this rally that we have had is very unstable, in my opinion. We have basically gone up in a vertical line. People were traumatized from Liberation Day, the people that run money for a living. If you missed the taco in Liberation Day of 2025, or after Liberation Day, if you missed that taco, that one day, the S&P 500 moved 9%, 10% in a single day. That is the normal annual return of the S&P 500. You missed an entire year's worth of return in one day if you had sold your stocks. So the people that run money for a living have been traumatized by that taco. And therefore, we've gone up in a straight line. You had CTAs that got a bit offside. Those are systematic commodity trend advisors. You had them that were kind of systematic buyers. The volume, if you look at the S&P 500, the volume has been going down as we've been moving higher. Dark can attest to that being not a great sign and a signal of an unstable rally. You've had severe options unwind that helped kind of gamma squeeze to a degree up. That is not generally a stable setup. So we could go down in a hurry, and I would just be prepared. The time, if you are long the market, I'm not, but if you are, the time to buy volatility, the time to protect yourself and hedge is when volatility is cheap, when it feels like there's no need to. That is, I'm buying SPY puts because generally you get a pop in volatility, and you can capture that on the long side. But if you're long the market, you want to make sure that you're hedged. And so I would just recommend to people, if you're long the market, the time to get insurance, the time to get hedges is not in the middle of a crisis, where the VIX is going vertical, because those hedges are going to be way more expensive, right? The time to do it is when it feels like there's no reason to. When it feels like, well, why would I hedge? The stock market's going gapping up every single day. It's going straight up. Why would I hedge? Right. So that would be my recommendation if I had to give one. But yeah, I think it could get really bad if we go back to war and this drags on another couple months. I mean, I would argue a mild recession is all but baked in already. And you talk about another couple months. Now you're talking maybe a moderate recession globally, but you go another 6 months, 9 months. Again, no one really knows where that X date is. But you go, if this drags on another half of a year or year and a half, you're talking a global depression. And the stock market's got a long way to fall. I think that bonds, personally, as 20% of my position is in bonds. I think that those, hopefully, fingers crossed, will do what they always do. Although there is the chance, and I've been the first person to admit it, there is the chance that bonds actually sell off and bond yields actually go up in the face of a global recession, global depression. Obviously, I'm not positioned for that, but I do ascribe, probably a 20 to 30% probability that really the only thing you really want to own is cash. Maybe gold does okay. Maybe Bitcoin. There is a world where gold and Bitcoin are kind of the only two things that go up. How it all plays out, I would argue it's too early to tell. But all the signals, from both the market side and the news flow, and again, going back to what happened yesterday, I can't shake the feeling that there's something there. The link. It's not necessarily looking good if you are giga long on risk assets.
Yeah, that's the biggest. That's the yeah, and on the other aspect of it, I mean, you wouldn't have a scenario where they're doing all this testing without something credible about to come as well. So I think everyone's prepping for kinetic, but let's see how long it takes to get there. This is going to be the question. But yeah, I guess that's the $1 million question. Dark Side, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Anything you want to add on to what Rob was saying?
I think Robert did a great job. It says in the Bible, you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. I think we're in the rumors of wars phase right now. It's been wild to watch the markets ping pong back and forth as they test military equipment or whatever's going on over there. A lot of things don't add up. I think adding to the volatility here, as Robert described, is you've got on one hand Trump saying they're not a ships getting through, and on the other hand, you have your evidence that dozens upon dozens of ships are getting through, and you have to ask yourself who's really in charge. Um, And then you have the reports, like you mentioned earlier, about him getting kicked out of the Situation Room. I don't know if that's true or not. Who knows? That's crazy if true. Um, but it's really wild. We just don't know really what's going on. None of us really know what's going on. And inside of you have a vacuum of information. So it's just crazy times. And a lot of times when you don't know what to do, the best thing to do is to do nothing.
Yeah, this is what we need to see for sure. Want to go to Andrew. Andrew, hope you're doing well. How are you? How's things? Give us your thoughts.
Yes, good morning, Suleiman. Glad Robert and Dark, thank you for weighing in, putting your thoughts out there, and getting that analysis there. From what else can you say? We are looking at an ongoing, unimaginable, it's almost like we are all on a runaway train here. And what we're seeing is the unthinkable has now become the daily practice. I posted a comment on your one of your posts there, Suleiman. I honestly believe that we now are witnessing Trump going into activity, and with his ranting, his disturbing rants on this thing about sinking all their navy's all at the bottom of the sea. Well, that's a lie. We know that's an absolute lie. And now, militarily speaking, we will not, I believe, see him activate, and this would be primarily with the submarine force. The minute the commander in chief tells our submarine commanders, rules of engagement are as follows: take out following vessels. They are at the bottom of the sea. Now, of course, we're looking at those large container ships. We can drop one, we can drop two, three, and just one submarine in just a couple boxes. They're done, they're gone. That would alone send a terror across the entire merchant shipping world. That would shut down. Everyone would be terrified moving. You say, well, there's too many. The ocean's too big. No, they don't understand how our submarines operate. And again, for the idiot that said that, oh, Andrew Sheets never talks, he talks about those NDAs. Yeah, okay, come up and talk in the space to me about NDAs. But we were not going to see it because that would literally cause and break out. Literally, that would be the final shot to cause World War III. But if Trump really wanted to say we are doing a real blockade, then we'd use our surface combatants to stop oil tankers. We wouldn't blow a hole in them and sink them because of the ecological and disaster, but we could easily stop them by surface combatants. We could easily enforce a blockade. That's a given. But we're not going to see it. So again, we're playing that paper tiger role. So this military intervention, and I'm really looking forward to hear what Anthony has to say about that. And Lieutenant Galbraith, now she's no longer active duty, but those are two great warriors. I'm really looking forward to what Anthony has to say, but I think we will see a quote insertion, or not a full invasion, but some kind of military strike. This will be from the air, and I'm glad Ryan was talking about that. It'll be just a bunch of blowing up stuff, dropping ordnance, which basically is proving is going to be nothing. All the military movement, again, I know people are thinking, oh, there's thousands of troops moving. That's nothing enough to even begin a land incursion. And I think, well, all the military experts agree on that. Excuse me. They all agree on that. So we'll see this. We will see kinetic movement, I think, and it will be limited in what it would compared to a real invasion. So just a bunch of movement, a bunch of rhetoric, a bunch of saber rattling, but a big, giant paper tiger, nothing. It's going to be a nothing burger. In the end, I know a deal, I believe with all my heart, a deal will be worked out eventually, or if not, and you heard the military experts, folks, we're looking at a massive, unimaginable global depression, reset, complete meltdown, and Dark could be right. This could be the actual 2030 agenda, and I know Beatrice was talking about that. That's very possible. This could all be the plan to bring in the 2030 dystopian agenda. I pray not. It could happen, but I also believe we are coming to the end of time. And as Robert mentioned, wars and rumors of war, it's all very prophetic that way. But yes, we're in very interesting times. Please, folks, reshare the space. Share also Suleiman's video archive. I'm sharing those like crazy. Folks are coming. I had someone just day before yesterday come out and say, we're not hearing any of this news. Yeah, you're not going to hear this news. And finally, I want to close by this comment. The numbers of casualties of Americans to date, that's being scrapped, it's being scraped, it's being scrubbed by the Pentagon. People, Americans, are not getting the real numbers of these of the casualty reports and dead. And I wish people would talk more about this. And if someone posted about that. And I'll land it here, Suleiman. Thank you. Keep fighting the good fight. I love y'all.
Appreciate you as always, Andrew. Appreciate your thoughts and do definitely value. And listen to Andrew, guys. Follow the YouTube channel and I should have put it on here, but yeah. Oh no, I have the link for the current YouTube streams in the net. So follow that, and in there, and I need to put a post out for it, is the second channel as well. Every interview we do on the space, they're going to be put onto the second channel. And already the second channel is crazy. It's already doing better than the first channel, which shows that the first channel definitely is completely shadow banned. But let's go to Hassan. Oh, sorry, Gary's here first. Let me go to Gary first, then I'll go to Hassan. Gary, hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts. Ceasefire still holding?
Yeah, I'm just listening right now. Let me come back to you, okay? I'm just
Yeah,
trying to handle
course.
something also.
Let's
Thank
go
you.
to Hassan. Hassan, hope you're doing well. What's your thoughts about what's going on? There's kind of a lull, but how long is this lull going to be?
Yeah, hi, Salman. Hi, Beatrix. Hi, everyone on the space panel and listeners. So I think what we've got happening and is really what's been defined quite well by this Pape guy, which is the escalation trap, where every time America thinks that it can achieve something by escalating, and it only results in another round of requiring additional escalation, and it's this continuous cycle of trying to find a way to achieve some victory, and then being able to afterwards de-escalate to gain a more powerful negotiating hand. The issue is you've got now both sides are so far apart. There's no possibility of any deal. This idea of a deal is an illusion, is a delusion actually as well, because there's never been an example where a country has achieved significant power that suddenly will be willing to negotiate that power away. And the power of the control of the Strait of Hormuz gives Iran significant hand right now, and it won't give it away. And so, and at the same time, I've said this before, the enriched uranium is a deterrent because that 60% gives them the ability to theoretically go away and produce a nuclear weapon should they get hit by a nuclear weapon. And I believe that that's the fundamental reason why there hasn't been a nuclear weapon used so far, not because the blue entity or the great Satan of America is willing to withhold the use of nuclear weapons, because it would use it to try to achieve a capitulation. And so with that, and the other side demanding those to be eliminated, so that then they could go after the missile program, and then after that to continue to destroy and weaken the country and turn to a vassal state. There's just no possibility of a negotiation, or no possibility of a deal, should I say. Negotiation is possible. So that's the situation we're in now. I did have a question for Dark Side actually, and I think the other guy dropped off now. But another thing that's been mentioned is the idea of cliff edges. So you have a cliff edge of like where suddenly prices will shoot up, and then another cliff edge where demand where supply starts to weaken, and then another cliff edge where all the supply lines to everything else, economically and everything else starts to weaken. So they get damaged globally. But we've been talking about this situation now for 4 or 5 weeks. At any minute now, in a week, in 2 weeks, this is gonna bring about a catastrophe. But so far it hasn't. So is that because we've underestimated how long it's going to take? Because obviously there's going to be reserves, there's going to be contingencies, There's going to be prioritization of resources. Certain states, for example, will be thrown on the bus first. So maybe our estimation of how much damage it is going to do and how quickly the damage is going to happen maybe is been underestimated. So maybe we thought 2 months, but the reality is maybe we need more like 4 or 5 months before we start to see that severe damage. So that's a question for Darktide, because I wanted to understand why it is so far that we've been talking about all this stuff that's going to happen. There's going to be damage, there's going to be this, there's that. Oil prices going up and down. Oil prices are still, reasonably okay. I'm not hearing people in different countries, family around the world suffering with fuel shortages, for example. I haven't heard anything catastrophic happen yet. And what's the reason that that's not happened yet? That's the question I would hope that somebody, maybe Darkside, can help with.
So yeah, I think 2 points I would make is the first is that remember that the oil that was in transit before the war started really stopped arriving mid-April. So that's one point of it. There was a ton of oil that was on the water. There was the unsanctioned Iranian oil, hundreds of millions of barrels. There was the unsanctioned Russian oil that was put onto the market. So in a way, the market was flooded at the beginning of the war simply because the regular oil that had been shipped out was on the seas, and you had the flooding of sanctioned oil. And then add to that, you have the dumping of reserves. But again, all of that does come to an end. It looks like the end of April. We're here now. So I expect we're going to start to see some of those cliffs edges that you talked about developing over the next few weeks. So I don't think it's many months. I think it's weeks. And I think they start to take effect. And we're already seeing major airlines cancel substantial amounts of flights. It's already starting, but it hasn't hit full speed. I agree with you that it's going to take probably 3 to 4 months to see the full effects, the full cliff edges that you're talking about.
Robert has come back up if you want to maybe answer that, and then we'll take it from there. Robert, did you want to add to what Darkside said? Is there anything you want to add?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's a delay when you get. Yeah, no, I would mention that the last ships are kind of arriving as we speak, and the way that the oil industry works is there needs to be a constant flow, of production, production into the export terminals, from the export terminals into the ships, from the ships to the refinery overseas, from that refinery into an inventory, from that inventory into right. It is a system that needs to be that needs to have a flow at all times. And what we did was, if you imagine a garden hose, we kinked the garden hose, and so there is it takes about a month for the ships to get from Kuwait, or Iraq or wherever to Japan, to Europe, to especially if Baba Mandeb is impacted, to the west coast of America, which by the way is reliant to a large degree on imports because of our suicidal energy policy out here. So there is call it a 30-day lag that even if the Strait of Hormuz were to reopen today, there's still another 30 days. And if you look at the global inventory draw, it is straight down. I can try to find the chart and put it in the comment section. We are drawing down inventories. The inventory data just came out. I think it was yesterday. And we are drawing down on that storage, whether it be the strategic reserves of the IEA or whether it be just kind of producers will have inventories, refineries will have all those storage tanks. Those inventories are getting drawn down, and once they're gone, then you kind of get real true price discovery. And like Dark mentioned, look, we already have landed oil in Sri Lanka going for $270 per barrel. We already have oil in, I think it was Malaysia, going for $240 per barrel. Like, this is already here. The only difference is that most people are watching a paper market, which, I think it was kind of funny that Golubov even gave out the Bloomberg symbol for dated Brent, which is what I was referring to earlier. That is the real, actual, physical oil cost for actual real physical oil for real delivery, not a paper derivative, but real oil. And that's trading right now, or last traded at 118. That would go back to 150 in a hurry if this continues. I think that the oil market, if you look at the forward curve, was the futures curve of the oil market was pricing in that this was going to be, kind of one and done. It'd be over. Yeah, we had our volatility and everything's kind of in the past. It's done now, and it's only going to get better. But if this starts to get worse again, I think that is really when things could get ugly. And I would argue they already are. You cannot print oil. You cannot print jet fuel. You cannot print aluminum. You cannot print helium. All of these various physical commodities you cannot print. And if there is a severe disruption to not only the production of those commodities, I mean, Russia has nothing to do with the Middle East and Iran, but they alone have had 500,000 barrels per day of capacity taken offline from Ukrainian drone strikes, right? Then you have like various different petrochemical plants all over the world that mysteriously are having issues. This is not just Iran. This is not just the Middle East. Russia, obviously, a large player in this industry. So, this could get out of hand in a hurry, because that 20 million barrel per day a shock that we got from the Strait of Hormuz, if that is not reopened, that 20 million barrel per day shock can only be buffered by finite inventories, finite strategic petroleum reserves, which again, when they run out, then what? Then what is Japan going to do? What is Europe going to do? Now, here in America, we have enough energy for our own needs. Our impact will be felt through, the various different kind of second and third order effects I've described before with balance of payments. That is, the bond market, equity market. That's how we will be severely impacted. But when a bank starts to fail in Europe or in Japan, to believe that we are somehow insulated in the global interconnected just-in-time economy. We rely on China for 80-90% of active pharmaceutical ingredients, depending on antibiotics, I think is 85%. And generally, I think it's like 55-60%. I mean, we rely on, if countries start to shut in, wall off, okay, we got to take care of China. Okay, here in America, we got to take care of them. That to impose that shock on a global economy that has become so dependent on free global trade would be like 2020 all over again. And there's really no other way to put it. We cannot get the stuff that we need. I mean, our people are going to die if they can't get the active pharmaceutical ingredients that go in the medication. Here in America, over half of our people have a chronic health disease. Are we just going to forget about them? Well, we don't have energy shortages. China might be walling off rare earth mineral exports and, active pharmaceutical ingredients. And, millions of Americans might die because they can't get their medication they need. But, we're not going to have oil shortages. People really haven't thought through just how bad I think this can be.
So which markets do you think, or you seem to know better than think are going to get affected the most? It sounds like the ones who don't have the resources. So you're talking about Europe and Asia, East Asia. Those are two ones which are going to be starting to suffer the most initially. But then it sounds like you're saying the global supply chains also of lots of products around the world will start to get hit, and there'll be shortages. So everyone in the world will start to see shortages. Was that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I think the first and most severe impact will be emerging markets in Asia, so Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, right? I think that'll be first and most severe. Then I think Europe and developed Asia are kind of in the next bucket. That'll be next, probably a week or two after. I mean, like Dark mentioned, it's already happening. Lufthansa is already canceling thousands of flights because there's just no jet fuel. And they have to have their ministers go out and try to reassure everyone, oh, don't worry, our refineries are running. And it's like a classic sign of panic. So yeah, developed Europe, developed Asia will be next. I would also point out that the GCC themselves have become a huge player in the global economic and financial system, where they run very large. So Europe and Asia, developed Asia, both run very large current account surpluses in general. So they are creditors by definition. They finance our overconsumption here in America. They finance our $1 trillion current account deficit. They finance our $1.7 trillion fiscal deficit. But who else finances it is the GCC. They become a huge player in the kind of global economic order. And, that was entirely dependent on them being able to sell oil, and natural gas and aluminum and the various different commodities that they now can't sell because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And, some of these countries, half of their GDP, if not more, comes from like one or two energy industries, right? So when they start to get hurt, they stop becoming creditors. They stop being able to finance our data centers, our fiscal deficit, buying our US debt, treasury debt, financing our current account deficit, right? So there is really a severe balance of payments a shock that is going to start to come if this drags on, that will affect the US in a different way, right? Emerging market Asia, they're going to have shortages. They're going to have potential food issues and, that kind of stuff. I don't even like talking about it, but that's how it might look in emerging market Asia. In Europe and developed market Asia, it'll be different. It'll probably happen, it's starting to happen now. It'll probably look different from emerging market Asia, where there will be high inflation and shortages, maybe rationing and that kind of thing, government price controls and inflation and higher debt loads, that kind of thing. But their current account surplus in general as a region is going to shrink. Well, by definition, what that means is they stop being a creditor to the debtor nations. Well, who are the debtor nations? It's really just the US. We overconsume to a historic degree, and we require credit to do it. Credit from developed Asia, credit from Europe, credit from the GCC. They finance our overconsumption. Well, when their current account surpluses that they generally run, when those start to turn into deficits, they turn from a creditor to us to a debtor. They might actually have to start selling US treasuries, US equities. We saw this with the UAE asking for a swap line. There's already the liquidity issues that I warned about at the start of the war with Simon. We are seeing it in the UAE now because all those countries' currencies in the GCC are pegged to the dollar, which is fine so long as there is a steady stream of dollar inflows. But when those dollar inflows stop because the Strait of Hormuz is closed and trade is disrupted, then the peg comes into question and you have a liquidity crisis. Well, Dubai is a financial center, no different than Singapore, London, Hong Kong, New York, no different, right? They are a major player. Their airport, was one of the busiest in the world. They become a global financial hub. What happens when they have a liquidity crisis? Do we think that that's not going to trickle through to the global financial system? Of course. And I would just end by saying, look, we focus on trade because we can visualize a barrel of oil, that's supposed to go from Iraq or Kuwait or Bahrain to Japan. We can kind of visualize that and make sense of that. But on the other side of that is global capital flows. That is the other side of global trade, is global capital flow. And in an interconnected economy like we have nowadays, hyper-globalized economy, the capital flows are just as important, but no one really generally ever talks about it. The balance of payments shock that could come from Europe and Asia getting squeezed from higher energy and GCC unable to make any money and run very large current account surplus. That balance of payment shock is not, they'll get pushed into a current account deficit. They might have to print some money or issue some debt. They will be burdened for sure. But who will be really burdened is America because we rely on them to fund our overconsumption. We rely on the rest of the world being creditors to us. But what happens when they're dealing with a doubling of their energy bill and they got to take care of their own country? and they're getting pushed into deficit. They're going
Final,
to
final
start
question.
selling.
Final question, Robert. Just on that. I don't want to take too more time, but very quick. Hopefully, very quick answer for this. So, is it energy or materials for Europe? Like, let's say, for example, with Europe, because we've got the summer coming up now. So I would imagine that the demand, for example, for gas is going to drop massively. So is the impact of energy, is that something that can be escaped until the winter? But the let's say the materials, the fertilizer, the other products the supply lines depend on, are they going to be impacted like more immediately? Is that what's happening here, or are we going to see energy impacted straight away as well?
Yeah, I think so. We got some PMIs, or Purchasing Manager Index. It's a survey of economic activity that's done by different groups, S&P and different groups. We got German and Eurozone composite PMIs earlier this morning, and they came in way lower than expected. Not only Germany, which came in at 48.3, the forecast was 51. So in contraction, the German economy, according to that PMI survey, is already in contraction. Not only that, but the Eurozone in total, that flash PMI was 48.6, below 50, indicating contraction, and far below the forecast of 50.1, indicating again, like this is already starting to have a negative economic shock on Europe. Did that answer your question? Hopefully.
Well, actually, no. I was asking if the energy shock is going to be, because like what happened with the war in Ukraine, was that over the summer we didn't feel the impact. It was when the winter came, when the prices hit that the economic pain for the energy got hit, and it impacted us. If you see what I'm saying, but we didn't feel
Yeah,
it.
gotcha.
Is that the same thing that's going to happen now, or are we going to find that there's going to be energy shortage, for example, in Europe as well?
Well, so I think that the more developed, I don't like using that term, but the wealthier nations, I think that they will have more breathing room. Now, Europe is not in great shape fiscally, so they they don't have a ton of breathing room, but they're going to have more breathing room to do things like price controls, and the government could theoretically issue debt or print money to buy oil at higher prices and then sell it to its people at a lower price, right? Like Europe can probably secure energy longer than Sri Lanka or Thailand. The only thing I would draw in terms of 2022 and how that played out, this is, even by conservative measures, 7 or 8 times worse on a barrel per day disruption. During 2022, all of that was about a 1 to 1.5 million barrel per day disruption. This is a 13 million barrel per day disruption at the bare minimum. If this war escalates and Iran hits the Yanbu pipeline, you're talking about a 20 million barrel per day disruption with a single drone strike, and that's Q2 of 2020. That is it's really bad, really, really, really bad. So 2022 was, on a fundamental basis, at least on a if we look at how much actual energy was disrupted then versus now, this is far, far, far worse. The only kind of saving grace is that Europe generally is a wealthier region, where they have a little bit more headroom, to deal with an energy shock than an emerging market in Africa or South America or Southeast Asia. They are going to be much more pressured, and acute shortages and real severe issues are going to hit there first, before Europe and before developed Asia, just because they have a little bit more breathing room fiscally, but they don't have a lot. That's ultimately the question. If their current account, which again generally in totality they run a surplus in Europe, that if that is already being pressured, we're already seeing economic activity and contraction, according to these PMIs, then that current account surplus that afforded them the headroom is going to rapidly turn into a deficit, which means that they will have to be funding that deficit either by inflows, they issue debt and we buy it here in America, or they start selling some of the assets that they've accumulated, gold, US treasuries, US equities. That's the only way to cover the a current account deficit. So they have two options. Now, they have accumulated a reasonable amount of quote unquote wealth,
Hey, Robert.
right, in the form of those.
Robert, they have one other option. I think it's an option you've left out that is worth addressing, especially Europe. If you don't mind me interrupting you, one that they'll constrain what people can use on energy. Like I would be shocked if in the next 60 days, all of Europe, in particular the UK, Germany, won't put a curtailment. What do you call it? You can't a curfew. Say 10 p.m. Be in your house. Turn off your lights. That's a big load. Okay, like, and they will do it. Just mark my words. The other thing, I think actually you might be underestimating the damage to Europe on, I don't really care what their balance sheet is. They are going to have, they're basically the guy at the very end of the longest pipe. So they're going to pay the most expensive logistic fees to get all their energy there. They are so screwed, dude. I just do not see how Europe, to the gentleman's question, I think Europe is bankrupt, completely bankrupt. And by that, I mean, you can't print, this comment, you can't print a kilowatt or a barrel. That's what I really mean. You're so bankrupt, you're the most expensive energy in the free world at this point. Germany and the UK most certainly is. You can't survive that way. You go to become a third world country.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And look, we know that politically they've been itching for this whole green agenda, fossil fuels bad, right? That whole kind of thing, which we don't have to get into. We know, I think everyone admits that is kind of the general approach from Brussels. I agree. I totally agree that they will probably try to use it. All I was trying to say is that they have more headroom than, for example, an emerging market in Asia, Southeast Asia might. Do they have a lot of headroom? No. That's the problem. And if they start selling, some of their foreign exchange reserves to come up with enough capital to fund their energy imports, that then has a second and third and fourth order effect on the U.S. economy. So it's really like once Europe starts to get hurt and that overall aggregate composite current account surplus starts to dip into deficit, that is, that will have a profound effect on America. It'll just be through a different channel than it would be in Europe. Same thing goes with developed Asia.
Yeah, one thing on the headroom, Sri Lanka may have less headroom, but I suspect they have less way to fall also, right? So they're going to be much more able to adapt than a country the size of the UK. So I don't think it's about how much
Yeah,
oxygen you have. It's really about, hey, how far can you swim? And
yeah, they are not in good shape. Don't get me wrong; they are not in great shape. They are not in great shape at all.
I still maintain this war we will not have peace. And what is it, Thursday? We'll be in war, back at war before the weekend's over. Any wagers?
Yeah, no, sir. But Gary, what is that war? It's not going to be a full blown go after it where release the hounds. Okay, is Trump going to tell our submarines start dropping ships, putting them at the bottom of the sea? We could do it. You know that, brother. I hope you
Yeah,
know
but
that.
it doesn't
Is
matter,
that going to
Robert.
happen? No,
It
sir.
doesn't
That's not going
matter.
to happen.
It doesn't matter.
What's
It doesn't
war?
matter what they do,
Define
Robert.
what war. Define
Well,
war, brother.
uh, uh, where you do
Well,
not
the
have a
U.S. is
clear
going to do bombing,
where
and
you don't
Iran's
have
going to fire the missiles and
where
drop them.
you don't have a clear agreement between the people that are pissing on each other and followed up with peace. All players
Yes.
are
Yeah.
performing in accordance with an agreement, and we don't have bad gangsters on the edges, inciting conflicts and/or, just violating the rules completely. That's what I call it.
Exactly. Meaning, just like another Vietnam, just like another Iraq, just like another Afghanistan, we're at war, but we're really not. If you really want to go to war, you send the United States Navy, say, we are at war. We'll start dropping stuff left and right, sir. Trust me on that. I hope everyone understands that. But no, we'll
Yeah,
tie
if
our
that
hands
happened,
tight.
but Andrew, if
But
that
that
happened, they hit the Gulf states. That's what Trump's been threatening. But he knows that if he does what you're saying, then his entire financial capital that he's planning to use in the Middle East will be completely decimated.
exactly, brother. That's the bottom line.
But it is a war. But the only difference is it's like basically
Yeah.
it's like arguing Russia and Ukraine is not a war because Russia's not used nukes. But obviously, if Russia was to use nukes, then it's possible the US could. And so there's certain things in war that both sides know that okay, we can't go to that line because if it does, that will cause X, Y, and Z. But that doesn't mean it's not a real war. It's still a war.
Right, exactly. No, I'm not contesting Gary. Gary's right. I believe we will see kinetic. We're going to see action war, Suleiman. But here's the same ongoing problem. It's this little messy, blow some stuff up here, lose. But in the meantime, as all the experts are saying, the house is burning down and all hell's going to break loose. Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean the house is breaking down?
Meaning we're looking at major serious economic recession. Europe, Gary's mentioned about Europe, and then what Asia is going to be. Right now, Asia, their airline travel, my contacts in Vietnam, airline travel is like they're really restricting that right now. In what we've been talking about, Suleiman, when we really start, as Robert and Dark have been saying, and Hassan expounded upon, we're going to see, I think here, well, we all realize here very soon, we're going to start seeing the repercussions of all this weeks from now. I think days from now, we're going to really start seeing this.
Yeah, I agree with that. I thought you meant it wasn't a proper war, so that's why I just
Oh
wanted to
yeah,
say.
right. No, it's the same. We're going to see the same old same. I think limited ground insertions, like we saw that failed. You grab and snatch and grab enriched uranium. Yeah, right. Down pilot. We're going to see kind of stuff like that, but on a larger basis. But I think we all
Wait,
agree we're
Andrew,
not
you think
seeing.
they made up the down pilot?
It was part. They did have a down
Wait,
F-15,
let
but.
Andrew. Wait, can you just let Andrew finish his point? Because I wanna go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, we saw that ground incursion. And Suleiman, you guys, well, you nailed that. That was what we saw. We knew they were going to do something. There would be kinetic a contact. The U.S. was going to strike, and they did. And it was all about this. They really went into snatch and grab enriched uranium. It was a failed attempt. They covered it up. I won't go through all that again. So we'll see incursions, maybe plural on a larger scale, but a massive World War II Normandy, no, heck no. Will we see even an Iraq 2.0? Absolutely not. Even MEU Marine amphibious, nope. It'll all be blowing stuff up and bombing stuff needlessly. I mean, for
Yeah, but we
nothing.
agree
And
with that. But that's
yeah,
because they can't do it. So they
can't do
can't
it.
do a ground invasion
Nope.
because too many people will die. They can't do
Yep.
for example, even these incursions that you're talking about in and out, it's possible they may try and do that, but that's going to be very risky as well. The reason they didn't do Cargo Island, they now admit is because there would have been too much loss of life. So everyone was saying. So it's not that the point I'm trying to make is it's not that it's not a real war. It's a real war. But when you keep saying, oh, but it's not going to be like Iraq, yeah, it can't be like Iraq because it's a totally different country. It's a totally different situation and it's a totally different circumstance. And so it's its own unique circumstance, but based on its own unique situation. We've had probably the maximum level of escalation you could do based on the current circumstances, other than going for a ground invasion, other than trying to ground invade into the islands or doing these smaller incursions to try and get the enriched uranium or a full scale invasion of the land. Other than those things, there's I mean, what else could you? You could send the whole U.S. Navy in, but then you're gonna have kinetic warfare in there. They'll be hit by ballistic missiles and drones. This is why the USS Abraham Lincoln had to retreat. So it's like, yeah, you can do things, but then there's a response, and because of that response, you got to rethink if you're going to do that thing. So that doesn't mean that things are not happening. I would say whatever's happened up to now is probably the maximum they could have done up to now, based on the circumstances anyway.
Exactly, agree, Suleiman. But that if we could literally way far away from the Iran game, I call it the Persian Gulf. The United States Navy can drop targets left and right. but I don't
They
think we'll
can't do
see it
nothing,
happen.
man.
No, they can't. Our submarines can drop several targets. Just one submarine alone, sir.
Well, they can. Well, look, they can hit targets, right? But then that brings it back to kinetic
Yeah,
warfare, and
exactly.
then kinetic warfare ends up being that first of all, what you call it, Iran can hit their
Yep.
non-submarines, but can hit their navy ships above ground, and also they can hit the Gulf states as well.
Yes,
And so
sir.
you're back to the same equation, which is that you're like trying to calculate the right move to make without escalating it to a point where Iran takes out basically someone who are very close Trump allies.
Exactly. So wouldn't we say we're back at square one?
Well,
Iran's won. It game
yeah,
match,
I
set
agree
match.
Iran's won. I
Yeah,
agree
yeah, I
with you
know,
on
but
that. And I agree that Trump's kind of stuck on what he can do and he's going to have to
yep,
choose either making a deal or escalation or more of the same. All three options are possible for him.
yeah,
But when I'm just trying to say that if anyone's trying to say like this isn't real or they're only doing little bits here and there or only small amounts being done, I'm saying no, like this is a real war. We've seen 39 days of maximum kinetic action, and because we live in a virtual world, we're probably not appreciating the level of bombing that's occurred, the amount of people who've been injured and killed. And yeah, there's been a significant amount of hits into Iran. There's been a significant amount of hits into the Gulf states, into Israel. Israel has been hit hard. So all these things have been happening. Everything we saw was the maximum that probably could have happened in those 39 days that could have happened irrespective of the situation. And now you're seeing people remobilize and re-gear. So I'm trying to say when you say like, oh, there's gonna be like, oh, it's not like real or more like they could be doing this, they could be doing that. Yeah, they could be doing that, but then there's consequences of that. That's like saying, oh, guess what, Martin, I can go and punch this person. You'd be like, yeah, you can punch this person for sure, but then it may be that person's got like a gun and he might shoot you. So maybe you might think twice about punching that person. Be like, but okay, he hasn't punched him. So the point is, there's always consequences for actions, and based on taking those consequences, I do think the US has done the maximum it could do based on its circumstances.
agree, sir. Because any further than this, the U.S. Well, it is Iran's already won it, and so we talked about that. Even Scott Ritter said, "Hey, Iran, take your win." But now all they have to do is sit and wait, and watch Trump get crazier, stupider, right? And I pray to God people don't let their kids go in there if they do something really stupid.
Yeah.
Andrew, hold on. I just want to challenge this proposition that this is all they're going, the maximum they can
Can
do.
I can I
What
just read this
about?
and I'll give it straight back to you, Hassan, just a breaking news. So Israel is ready for the restart of the war. Israeli Defense Minister Katz said Israel is ready to resume the war against Iran. The IDF are prepared for defense and offense, and the targets have already been identified. We're waiting for the green light from the US, primarily to complete the elimination of the Khamenei dynasty, the initiator of the plan to destroy Israel, as well as the successor to the leadership of the Iranian terrorist regime. Moreover, to push Iran back to the era of the Dark Ages by bombing key energy and electric facilities and destroying its national economic infrastructure. It is on its knees. Its leaders are hiding in tunnels and trying to communicate and make decisions. Its sky is completely open and all its national infrastructure and strategic facilities are subject to attacks. But it claims to be winning. This time the attack will be different and more deadly, striking at the most painful points based on the massive blows that the Iranian terrorist regime has already suffered, shaking and destroying in its foundations. I think this is the script they've been telling the US to try and get them back into the war. Also, we are hearing that the local Iranian media are claiming that there were two hostile drones that triggered the air defense systems, and both were interceptors. We're kind of hearing different information on that, varying information on that. Obviously, we'll see what the facts are. Let me just see if there's any more information on it before I give it. There's also a shooter, an active shooter in the Mall of Louisiana, with reports that 6 people have been injured and possibly multiple victims. This is in Louisiana. So that's the latest on that. Sorry, back to you, Hassan. You had a question for Andrew. You want to?
Yeah, I just.
Does it say? Hey, does it say what town in Louisiana?
It doesn't, Gary. It
That's
just says Louisiana.
that's
I'll
the
look it up
second
for you,
one.
bro.
That's they had one this weekend too.
Um,
Shreveport. This was a Shreveport one. It was a bunch of youngsters.
okay. 2 people critical, anyway. 2 people critical in the shooting. It says the Baton Rouge Police Department.
Oh wow.
Uh,
Yeah, that's the second biggest city. That's right near New Orleans. Wow, that's really a shame.
yeah. I love New Orleans. One of my favorite places.
One of the best places in America to go to for foreigners. I'm surprised so few foreigners ever make it there. And in
Bro,
fact, many Americans have never gone
yeah,
either.
it's one of the first places I went to when I went to US. I
Yeah,
love it.
very
It's
cool place.
such a chill place.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt the other
No,
gentleman.
all good, all good. That's an important point to know where it was. Go ahead, Hassan.
Yeah, so I just want to push back on this idea that this is like as much as they can do. Well, let me explain. So Trump, as you know, he requested for 1.5 trillion, an increase of $500 million for the budget for the military, right? And then the other thing is, I'm not sure how true this is, but there's been much news about this draft coming out, which will automatically, what's the word? Forgot what you call it when you become part of the army at a certain age. I forgot what it was, but someone can remind me of. It slipped my mind. But yeah, so basically,
Inscripted?
sorry.
Is the word inscripted?
Yes, that's the one. Inscripted. I knew there's something to do with script, but I couldn't. I forgot the word. Slipped my mind. Yeah. So description is going to be coming at the end of the year, apparently. And Trump is
conscription.
Okay, fine. The Trump, it seems that Trump is planning for a long war, and because of this escalation trap, which we've seen so far, 55 days in, there's no sign of them packing up and packing their bags and leaving the region. We saw this with Vietnam, so this is like something that's happened before, where you get drawn in and you can't exit without, want to save face. What signal does it send to Russia and China and other countries that if a kind of a medium power like Iran can basically outwit you and defeat you and win a war against you, then what about the other ones? What does that mean for your empire? And so they're stuck in this trap that it's possible. I'm not saying it's definitely the case, but I'm saying it's possible that they are planning for a very long war here, and they are going to increase their budgets. They're going to start bringing, huge amounts of soldiers and preparing for a prolonged war, because the alternative is, and by the way, this is when I say zero sum game, where you have to throw the kitchen sink at it, because if you don't, then the loss you'll incur is too catastrophic. So I'm not so sure that it's so easy as saying, well, we've lost the war, we've thrown everything at it, and we're gonna give up. And we see the blue entity is upping the ante again with this rhetoric. It's threatening to strike at power plants. It's never going to accept lying down that the new boss in town.
Hassan, I don't know which bit you're disagreeing with. Are you disagreeing with what I said was the max they can do, or you're disagreeing with something Andrew said?
I'm disagreeing with Andrew. Sorry, Andrew and others who are saying that the war's been lost and it's over, and they can't do much more. Where it seems like the plan is to invest more into it, not to quit the war.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Or just okay. So, thank you. So, yes, sir. Very briefly, Hassan. Here's why Suleiman and I specifically said this is game over. Iran won. There's nothing more the US could do.
Andrew, I'm on the same opinion as you. I'm saying, just because
Yeah.
don't put me here with that. My opinion is that I was saying that up until this point, America and Israel has done the max that they can do.
Yes.
I believe that there is still points of acceleration or points of continuing it. I think it's you and Sam and everybody else would think it's over. I don't think it's over. So just to be clear on that, I still think there's going to be war. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that real fine line. You're right. Okay, so the reason, Hassan, clearly the United States can do no more than we've already done from this point, Hassan. Please listen to this. Anything further from here, it's got to be a significant escalation to the point of stupidity. That would be a, quote, massive ground incursion. And it could start rather limited to 20, 30,000. Now, of course, and the bombing, and clearly, my uncle's made that clear: is bombing and bombing and bombing and bombing the hell. Which I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to bomb and bomb and bomb, but we're going to find out that's not going to really accomplish anything. Well, okay, over time, yeah, it'll blow a lot of stuff up. It could cause something, but to really win this, anyone knows it's got to be ground force that completely takes Iran and controls it, grabbing the uranium, whatever, totally controlling. Has to be ground forces, not air, not navy. It has to be ground forces. But we cannot do that. That's not going to happen, Hassan. That's all I'm saying.
Well, my point to you, Andrew, is that what that seems to be what they're like. Why are they going for 1.5 trillion? Maybe next year will be 2 trillion. And why? What
Because
about
the
them trying to increase the military?
because of the MIC military-industrial complex, we feed on it. The West, America feeds on that. The MIC is being gets fat every time. Military-industrial complex.
And I'm aware of the military industrial complex, but I'm saying to you, it's not just that they're increasing the budget. They actually want.
Yeah.
They're actually in it's something called mission creep, right? Where they started off thinking they could achieve what they wanted with decapitation. They followed the Lebanon model, for example, where they said we're going to do this, and then they failed, and they thought, okay, now we're going to have to do this. The Straits closed, crap. We're going to have to do this now, and you've seen now they've now done a blockade, and the point is that this is what's called the escalation trap. They can't leave because leaving means the end of the empire. It means you have to basically leave the region, and that's that's just so catastrophic, and it wouldn't, and Trump wouldn't allow it. As I said before, the only way that this can be ended is if you have regime change in the United States itself.
I'd like to push back a little bit on
change.
Andrew's and a bit on Hassan's point, if I may. So as the analyst very aptly put earlier about the energy markets and the dependency on the normal flow of the Persian Gulf, we can get into numbers further. I mean, Iran really has the global economy by the throat, and Trump extending the ceasefire demonstrates that, that was that's him blinking twice. Trump now has blinked twice. This is a game of brinkmanship, and for a superpower the size of the United States and our gravity, the weight we carry with us, for us to blink twice is a big, big deal. It's very indicative that equally we don't want to further escalate. We've ratcheted this up as far as we can before it gets to the point where we're hitting civilian infrastructure, where you are committing war crimes potentially, and just on the basis of ethics. I mean, you are putting 93 million people at in a very dire and austere situation. So
what does closing the Strait of Hormuz do, though?
I'm sorry.
I mean, doesn't closing the Strait of Hormuz, everyone's been talking all morning about how that wreaks economic devastation throughout the entire world.
Yeah, so great point. I was just about to get there. So the Strait of Hormuz normally channels about 20 million barrels of oil, rather 15 million barrels of oil and 5 million of refined products and other things. So and when Iran quote unquote closed the strait, they said we never closed.
What's going on here? Like, there was a conversation between Andrew and Hassan, and I wanted to find out what's the bottom, and you guys have brought it back to the financial part.
No, I was just pushing back that I don't think we're going to go back to hostilities. They're talking about, to what level, and then there's going to be bombings. I think we're about to enter into a frozen conflict where Iran will control the strait. There's going to be a lot of complication that comes with that because there's sanctions on the IRGC, and so the companies will have a hard time paying the sanctions.
So 1 second. So you're saying, and you just changed the debate to something else, and I want to have this conversation with you, but it's a bit tight that these two are conversing. You jumped in. So, okay, I don't know whether to just respond to your point and have this. Let Andrew and Hassan finish, and then bring this point back up, and then me and you'll speak about it. So Andrew and Hassan, did you guys finish your point?
I think I was just discussing. I kind of lost a bit the track of my thought there. But
Cyrus,
I think
Cyrus, you need to stop doing that.
I think it's cool. It's all right. It's fine. Don't worry about it. The crux of it is that basically I don't understand how we are seeing this as, even if like what Sarah's saying, it becomes like it's kind of related. It'll be a frozen conflict.
See, Hassan, the thing is with your position, which I know you're just basically stating what Pierre said, there is some flaws in his position, but I do think that it will escalate. But when he was asked, well, why can't America just leave? Just leave. And he was like, oh, they can't leave because then Iran will invade UAE and Iran will invade Saudi Arabia. There's no evidence that if America was to leave, they would just randomly invade UAE and Saudi Arabia. That makes zero sense. I'm not saying that will happen. I think that is less likely, but his reasoning makes no sense whatsoever. And that's why when I was going to get him
It's
on
not
the show,
just
I was
Pape,
going
by
to
the
ask
way.
him.
This is not Pape. This is not Pape. I'm saying Pape has got that opinion, but it's not him. I mean, Zhang also mentioned this opinion, and again, it's not just him. I just don't see how the blue entity will allow this war to end because its existence depends on the war continuing, and because
Well, what about this hypothetical? By the way, I don't think it's going to end, but I'm just bringing the conversation going. That let's say America was to just walk away, they keep the sanctions on Iran, so Iran can't trade in the global community. Iran obviously still has the toll that it has in the Strait of Hormuz, so they will make more money for sure. And then America restocks to come back again in about 6 months or 3 months or whatever. And so because of that, people are concerned about, escalation, trade deals, Strait of Hormuz, alternative routes. Israel continues to attack Lebanon, and they try and just focus on Lebanon, and then they know that they're all coming back to Iran in maybe a year's time or 2 years' time.
Yeah, so I mean, look, what you're saying is kind of maybe a lull period, but then a continuation of the war further down the line. But that kind of matches up to what I'm saying. We're already in a kind of a lull now, which could restart any
Well,
minute.
then
But
we've always been in a lull because we've always known that Israel's going to attack Iran, right? And even before the 12-day war, we were all saying they're going to attack Iran, and people thought we were crazy. And even before this one, we said they're coming back. But all of those were lulls, right? So those lulls that you're talking about is basically a deactivation of the war or a freezing of the war, whatever you want to call it, or the ending of the war and then restarting later. But I'm saying in that possibility, what would be the counter to that is what I'm asking you for your perspective. Where they stop for like 3 years or 4 years, or maybe for the entire Trump administration or regime.
So I guess what I'm saying is that it seems to be the preparation, and this is what I'm challenging. Maybe someone can say if I'm wrong here. Is that why the increase in the budget and the kind of militarization of America? Also heard about what they're doing with car factories now, where they're going to repurpose them to basically create arms.
But all those things take time. Those take time. So the car factories, the executive order that he placed before, all those take time. So if anything, that just tells you that maybe they don't want to, maybe they want to walk away. So I'm trying to ask you, what's your counter for the point that possibly America walks away from the war, especially for a few years, until the Israelis can get a new president to force them to do it again?
Well, because the speed with which they are doing things looks like they're preparing for a total war, not for like a period of.
I agree with that. That's not the point I'm asking. What you're basically spinning is why you think it's more likely. I'm asking this specific position. What would be your counter in an internal critique to say that this won't happen? So this is why it's not in America and possibly even in Israel's interest to do that right now.
Sure. At the moment, it's not in their interest because they'll fall into the trap, which is what I'm talking about. That it'll bring about more damage for them if they anything. Well, so for example, if they go to war, then the bases in the
no, that's not. I think you misunderstood what I said. I said.
What's the question, sir? I'm not understanding your question.
I'm saying give me the counter for this possibility, which would be actually because you said they just can't leave, and I'm saying wait. Okay, what if they were to keep the sanctions on Iran, leave? Obviously Iran has control of the Strait. You make their life a little bit difficult on that as well. If you make sure you've got some ships there that take them, there'll be issues with insurance and a few other things as well. People will start looking for alternative routes. So you leave. Israel continues to steal Lebanon, so Israel's focused on Lebanon now to try and occupy as much land as that. You freeze Iran out of the situation, you leave. What would be the counter to that?
I think the Strait is too critical for them to be able to do that. That's my viewpoint.
Why?
Because that is a major. That's like a major. That will mean that the trajectory that Iran goes on to become like a superpower.
It won't. So if it's just the Strait, then no. How will it? They'll be improved for sure. The GDP will increase by certain amount. I think they'll probably procure, maybe if they share it with Oman, maybe if it's 50-50, they'll get what, 40 to 50 billion. If they don't share it with Oman, then maybe 80 to 100 billion. If they have a certain percentage Oman, maybe they'll 50-60. So no doubt it will increase their GDP a lot, but it's not like it makes it the number 4 power. Like
It's not just.
what you're
It's,
saying is, if the sanctions are relieved, they're able to have the Strait of Hormuz, they're able to trade economically, they're able to leverage a lot of things, then they become it. But I'm saying in this circumstance, how do they become that?
so like I don't know. I don't think that Strait of Hormuz is just like the toll isn't the only thing that they get. They have the ability to perhaps control the price of oil a bit more. They have the ability to, like they've done now, use it as leverage for, if anybody like tries to attack them again, to control, to prevent wars, etc. So I think it's much more of a powerful tool than just the toll, but to generate revenue. And you're controlling energy markets. You have basically under your
How are you
control.
controlling the price of
You can stop. You can
oil?
stop. You
You're
can.
basically
They already
you're
they
still
already
sanctioned, so
sit
you have
on
to give
OPEC,
discounted
man.
oil.
They
Yep,
already sit on OPEC, and nobody can control the price of oil.
exactly.
Okay, so that like that doesn't work.
Yeah, they can't control this price of oil because of OPEC. Yeah, I was about to say that as well, Gary. Thank you for that.
And
And the
they're
sec
part of OPEC, by the way.
exactly, so they can't do that anyway. And the second thing is that
See, this is the myth that like, and I don't. Maybe you guys could correct me, but like, why would it be in their best interest to blow up all their fucking infrastructure? Like, they don't want war. Like, you don't build anything in a war.
no, I don't,
So,
and that's why they've been very allergic to get into war. And if you see, they've been they've been averse to war, and they've tried everything in their power to not get in. So that's been their actions. Like they've been forced into war, and even now you're seeing it where they're just frozen, waiting for to be attacked again, so that they can go. So like most people, like if I was around, I'd be like, sack this. Like these guys are gonna attack me. We know they are. This is stupid. It's like the 5th or 6th time. We're not gonna wait. We're gonna attack. But Iran's like, okay, we're just gonna let you hit us again, and then we'll
dude, I
respond.
think they're doing the right thing, dude. They're reserving everything: morale, energy, food, resources, and they're frustrating the fuck out of Americans who like, hey, let's go hit something.
Yeah. So based on what you're
Also, this is a very different war. I don't think we're prepared for this, man.
Yeah, but based on what you're saying, they're not actively wanting war, is the point I was making. But in terms
I
of,
agree.
but yeah, but based on coming back to the point of what Hassan's saying, no, I don't think, like, if you don't, they're still gonna have to sell their oil to China at an extreme discount. If you're sanctioned, they're gonna have to. They're not gonna. China's gonna be continue to take advantage of them. Like, you're not getting what you're getting. I'm trying to
But
ask you, like, what's the counter?
I don't think.
They probably will be. I'm not saying I've got
Yeah,
all the answers.
I don't think the sanctions are that big a deal personally, because America's leverage after this starts to weaken. If you look at what's going on in the world, people are
You don't
kind
think
of.
the sanctions are that big, bro? Like
Wow,
the
dude, I think the
sanctions are the
sanctions.
reason why Iran's in the situation it's in right now. The sanctions are the reason why China. I know everyone loves China and you don't want to hear a bad word about them, like they're gods. But there's a reason why China is like, listen, we're not going to give you full price. We're going to give you 40% off or 50% off, and they're having to sell at so low levels because of the sanctions. If it wasn't for the sanctions, is the reason why all financial analysts and various others are saying there will be a top 4 global power, possibly a top 3, possibly it's because of the sanctions. How can you say sanctions are what starved the
No,
public for all these
I'm
years?
agreeing
If
with you.
sanctions weren't that
Yeah,
big
sure.
deal, we would never be bothered. The
So
sanctions are like one of the worst things you could do to
so
humanity.
so
To minimize it is
so
a
what I'm saying to you
problem.
is the one that's inflicting the sanctions on the Republic is the U.S. And I'm saying to you that from the Republic's point of view, the U.S. is a dwindling power. So it kind of just needs to wait this out a few years. The
It's not a
sanctions
few years though, Hassan. Like this is like delusions of grandeur. Like it's not a few years. Like if you're just gonna wait this out, and you're basically agreeing then. So for the next few years, it's in America's interest to wait it out. Iran will continue to struggle in the next few years as they did in the last 47 years when they've had these 43 years when they've had these extreme sanctions on. And so you're back in the same situation. So I want like a counter for why that would be actually, because you said that this is not possible, and I've heard this paper and a few people say it, and I've never heard a good response when they ask this question. They always deflect, and I think it's because they know it's not a good answer. And I'm saying there may be. I'm not saying I know all the answers. There may be a very good response to this,
like
but it's
like
not. But
Can
none
I
of these people that
respond
you're
to that?
mentioning are not being able to
the
give
way
it.
I rebuild their bases and we're back to square one, 100%. But I don't think that that's what will happen. I think they'll continue to try
But
force them
again, we're not
out.
talking about what you think's gonna happen, because I agree with you. This is gonna kinetic. So we're not talking about what you
Yeah,
think's
yeah.
gonna happen, because you made the argument that this is not possible, and I'm saying actually this is the best scenario. Just America probably is so stupid they won't take it, but for America it probably is the best scenario. If you to basically just go, you rebuild your bases. You know Iran's not going to attack you if you start rebuilding your bases. Iran's not going to be like, oh, you rebuild your bases, we're going to hit you. Iran only ever hits if you hit them. So you can go back to your own situation again, rebuild your bases, retake time, take a couple of years, and then come back again. That's in your interests, and probably logically makes sense. I'm trying to say you said that that's not a good
Sure,
idea, and
sure.
I'm trying to understand why.
I think you kind of make I get that point. I think that this is if you're looking at purely America's interest right now, where it's got itself into, but then it kind of makes sense what you're saying to kind of get out of this war, rebuild your bases, try and restore what you can.
Even maybe Israel as well, because Israel can just focus on Lebanon, try and take as much Lebanon as possible. You take Iran out the equation, and give Lebanon the Gaza treatment.
That's assuming that Iran will sit back and let them do that.
Well, up to now they have. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't.
That's what I'm saying.
Now they're not. Yeah.
If it got critical, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's a question mark. But the point I'm saying to you, we don't know. We can't answer that one because we don't know the future. But what we can answer and say is that from America's perspective, if it wasn't the blue entity controlling it, then that's definitely like a plausible strategy, because it doesn't have to give up all of its. If it continues going down the path it's going, it's going to give up more and more power. That's the general consensus, right? But if it was to call it a day and fix its bases, try and restore some diplomacy, then that would extend its empire, would give it more, keep it going as regional. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
By the way, I'm in agreement with you. I think it's going to go kinetic. So even though I was doing this to have this kind of thought experiment, it's just I did hear a few of these guys' interviews, and each time someone asked some similar question to this, I felt like, oh wait, it's like you're not directly answering this question. You're kind of sidestepping it. Like for example, Paper was like, oh, guess what? Iran will now go and invade UAE and Saudi Arabia. And it's like, no, they won't. When has Iran demonstrated this nature to start becoming an invader and a colonizer? Like this is just ridiculous. So I just think that a lot of these people haven't really thought out, or maybe the people interviewing them haven't asked the right questions or pushed them on something. But yeah, that's something that I noticed.
So I think it's a good, interesting question. I think it would be good. You've asked all of your guests this question, or
no, because they don't hold this opinion about this escalation trap that you're saying. I mean, I did speak to Pape. He was going to come on the show, and then he didn't reply back. So maybe we're still. And by the way, I'm not attacking him. I think he's doing very good work, and I'm not minimizing. So I don't want to say that. You can disagree on someone's position without thinking that you're attacking them, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Academic and intellectuals.
I think I take some of his points, but I think you're right. I think this is. Yeah, I get what you're saying in terms of the.
Because he's made it into a binary thing, but there's actually a third option. But even then, that third option, I don't think is going to happen, because Israel won't allow it to happen. And the reason Israel won't allow it to happen likely is because will the next president allow them to go back into war with Iran? This is the $1 million question. What will happen in 2 years in terms of the American public? What will happen with Congress? Remember, we're about to hit 60 days. Don't they need congressional approval on this? There's like a lot of questions. Actually, I should have asked Cenk that question when we had him on. But yeah, there's a lot of these question marks.
There's another thing that Netanyahu is on the timer, right? He's on a clock. He wants to get a lot achieved in a short period of time.
That was always why I thought it was going to happen that was one of the reasons I was convinced it would happen by the end of February. Yeah, awesome. Cyrus, you were talking about something, and I said, "Oh, you remind me about that. Let's have that discussion."
Yeah, it was just kind of a continuation of what we were talking about earlier. I just don't think that the U.S. wants to reinitiate kinetic hostilities. Israel certainly does, and they're going to try every trick.
So just on that, what's your evidence? Because let me ask you two things then on that. Mm-hmm. One is the huge buildup of military prowess in the region. Actually, that was one of the breaking news, which is that George Bush is now in the Persian Gulf. The second thing is, if you look at what was the second thing I was going to say to you? Oh, the negotiations. If you look at what happened in the negotiations, the claim is, and we've not heard much about specifics from the American side, but the claim is by Professor Morandi and various others, and we've got Professor Morandi coming in the next couple of days on the show, so I will ask him this. But the claim is that the negotiators they were very close to a deal. And what I mean by that is many felt Iran had given up too much in this deal, allegedly. And what happened was, even though it would have been a deal that was very much in America's interests, they just randomly walked away from the deal.
Yeah,
So
Kushner, and Netanyahu. The rumor is that Netanyahu phoned Kushner and essentially threw a huge wrench in. I heard exactly what you said. I mean, that was
highly probable, highly probable. And so if that happened, that tells you that a deal's not possible,
agreed. I don't think so.
right?
So I agree, a deal won't happen. That's what I think. It's going to be a frozen
Oh, I
conflict.
thought you said it would. Oh, sorry, go ahead,
No,
man.
no, no. So your analogy, actually, out of everyone's opinion I've heard, I agree with your position, with the exception that you think that America's going to reload and come back in 3 months, 9 months, 6 months.
No, no, I'm not. My position is the war's going to restart, and I actually don't. I think it's going to start soon. But
Okay, okay,
when?
good. So
I
I'm
think it's.
clear.
I mean, I'm thinking maybe this weekend, next
Okay,
weekend.
good.
But then I'm starting to think maybe Iran wants to delay it a little bit longer. But no, I think kinetic war's happening soon. That's my
Okay,
position.
yep.
I was just giving like a thought experiment, like
Understood.
I'm doing with you now. I might counter some of your positions, but I might still have the same position as you.
Very good. Now I'm clear on that. Yeah. So I have a distinctly different position. So I think the U.S. wants to de-escalate for these reasons. One, that Trump extended the ceasefire one way. Iran didn't even acknowledge it. They snubbed Trump, which is a diss, right? So Iran's like not even taking him seriously. Since then, Iran has boarded 2 boats, and in addition, big news today: 2 large tankers paid the toll, right? It's unknown how much. So, and Iran apparently laid 20 sea mines, and now is the normal lanes. There's one lane going out of the Persian Gulf, the other one coming into the Strait of Hormuz normally, and those are in international waters. Iran apparently now has mined that area, and all the traffic is now being channeled through Iranian waters in 3 distinct areas, right? So Iran is already posturing, and the U.S. is not meeting that. I mean, other than them boarding one ship, the U.S. has done minimal, right? So it shows.
U.S. has boarded 3 ships. They did one today.
Right. So I think right. So 3 ships, but it's still minimal. It's not on. It's not the reinitiation because the ceasefire is over and the U.S. extended it. So that's indicative to me that the U.S. really is preferring not to escalate. I don't think they're negotiating in good faith. The Israel lobby, Kushner, that whole apparatus has too much power. I think in a vacuum where the U.S. Behaved in its own interest, they would
I'm not
make a
fully
deal.
understanding your point on this one. So you're saying that,
Mhm.
unless you want to elaborate more on it, but are you saying that you don't believe the US wants to escalate because right now they're not doing much? They've kind of got like a blockade, but a lot of ships are going through, but then they're still, boarding ships. Like today, they boarded another ship. Trump claims that he's going to board triple of the ships. Other than it being a lull or a freeze or I don't see how this is evidence that US wants to get out of the war. I don't.
Well, it's they want an off ramp. So at some point, if there is an attack, it would be like unloading a big salvo for about a week and then done for. It will be just so Trump can do a victory parade or nothing, right? Or they won't do anything. They'll slowly off ramp, and the Trump is like, hey, we've accomplished everything. We've done regime change. We killed 2 layers of the government. So I don't think they want to because the stakes are too high. The Strait of Hormuz has to go
Yeah, but
back
why
to.
do that? Like, so just on that, right?
Mhm,
I this is the position of Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He said it when he came on our show, if you remember.
mhm.
And I did ask him. I said, like, what's the logic of doing that? It makes no sense. And he was like, well, he's acting illogically. Now, because
Yeah.
and just to say, oh look, I won with some fireworks, but fireworks don't work. They've done a lot of fireworks in the first 39 days, and 7 more days of fireworks are gonna breed the exact same result.
Yes, I agreed. You're
So,
spot on. So I think it may or may not happen. I think it probably won't happen. But the end game is whether it's a 1 week fireworks or not, it won't be that long escalation where Trump is like, hey, we're going to hit your bridges, we're going to hit your power stations, which is a big threat. And the U.S. can do that. But in turn, Iran can do the same to Dubai and Qatar, and which are huge, huge hubs. So that it is off limits for those countries to be devastated. So that's why that henceforth Trump does not want any of the smoke. It's way too dangerous. The
but I
juice.
think what you're proving is. By the way, hopefully this is interesting. These conversations. If I'm not like disagreeing with any, like I'm not saying anyone's wrong or right. You guys all know my opinion on this, but all you're proving is that Trump doesn't. No, you're not. You're not. All you're proving is that Trump hasn't got the ability to do anything else not that he doesn't want to do anything else.
Nothing of strategic value, and anything he does to bring pain on the Iranians and the Iranian civilians increases the risk of a tit for tat escalation, because after 6 weeks of intense bombardment, call it air superiority, near air, whatever you want to call it, intense bombardment. Normally this would take out most of the capabilities of 90% of the countries in the world. By US reports, by our own estimates, we're saying we only eroded 50% of the launches, and mostly the long range ones. So the really nasty ones that are 300 kilometers, that are putting Qatar, Dubai, Bahrain, Kuwait at bay, they're good to go. It's called scoot and shoot. So, or rather, shoot and scoot. They shoot their salvo, disappear into their caverns, right? Iran, they've mastered it. And like, even, I've war gamed this for years, and I've read our own war games. They've predicted this, but I didn't think they're going to roll out with this robust and continuity. So everyone's so impressed by what Iran's done, and that's a real threat. Do you think Trump otherwise would have yielded? Definitely not. America is ruthless. The only reason that they're stepping off the
Wait,
accelerator
so Trump
is,
yielded?
is
He
definitely
yielded?
they're yielding. The Trump is yielding right now. They're not escalating because Iran has the ability to inflict massive pain
I
on the
mean, he's going
GCC.
to start bombing again.
He's not. That's what
He's
I'm saying.
like
I'm saying
Suleiman
he
even
won't.
said, he's going to start bombing again.
I don't
That's
believe
my
so.
position, but that's
I
not his
don't.
position,
And I'll
Cyrus. You have
take and
to.
I'll
I
and
mean,
I'll take Gary's
Manco.
wager. And I'll take
Yeah,
Gary's
Manco.
wager.
Manco. Listen, don't be betting on my space, Cyrus. Listen, I'm a clean space blood. Don't try it. Don't try it.
Yeah.
But Manco, you're talking about my position, but you need to counter Cyrus's own position if you're going to disagree with him. So his position is there won't be kinetic warfare. So what's your counter? That's his counter. Did you get it? You're countering my
Yeah, I
position, not
mean,
his.
well, the entire war is the Strait of Hormuz right now, Suleiman. It's been that way ever since the ceasefire started. The war is not over as long as the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And everyone who's been talking in this space, not only this morning, but for over a month, about the economic effects of the Strait of Hormuz being closed and how devastating that is to the world, proves that the only thing that leads to is that anything is justifiable in the name of opening the Strait of Hormuz. So the idea that like Trump is too afraid to bomb dual use infrastructure in Iran because that would inconvenience the civilians of Iran, the Iranian civilians, that makes no sense at all, because Iran is inconveniencing the whole world economy, and people have even said tons of people are going to die in the world if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed. So that means there has to be escalation. And if Trump doesn't want to, it's very, very obvious that Trump's preferred outcome was what's called a white peace, where he just gets to bomb Iran for a month. Then he tells Iran, hey, I'm willing to stop bombing you if we just go back to the status quo before the war started. And he expected Iran to just be like, okay, yes, thank you, Trump. Thank you for stop bombing us. And Trump and Iran said no, and said, no, we're going to escalate. We're going to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, and we're going to keep it closed because we think you, Trump, and the rest of the world are weak, and you will bend the knee to us if we inflict enough economic pain on you. And that is just not the reality. And so what's going to happen is that even if Trump doesn't want to, everyone is going to scream at Trump to bomb Iran until they open the Strait of Hormuz. And that includes Israel. It includes all of the GCC countries. It includes all sorts of countries all over the world. And they'll scream louder the more they feel the pain of the economic disruption. Excuse me,
Okay,
disruption.
So
That's
can
all.
I say something here, Sully, please? I mean,
let's Cyrus.
Manco is just
Let,
going crazy.
sorry.
Manco is just a lot of points he's making that I need to
Yeah, I'd
counter.
like to
Go for it.
respond. I'd like to respond to that. He was addressing me. If I may just land it
Yeah, I
there.
feel a bit bad. You should
Go
let
ahead.
Cyrus respond, and then we'll go to you, Ashkan, and then we'll let Samanko respond to both of you. Got Cyrus.
Yeah, so you kind of made my point in your argument. The stakes are too high. The Strait of Hormuz, one way or another, has to open. So the U.S., the only thing they're going to have to concede that they cannot hide, the only blemish, the only black eye that they can't hide, is the fact that Iran will toll the Strait of Hormuz one way or another, and that will be a clear sign of the victory, that a tangible thing that they can demonstrate to the world that who really won. But Trump will do a victory parade and will disengage, and it will be a frozen conflict. Iran will not get the sanctions relief. By the way, Suleiman, thank you so much for articulating the way you did. The weight of the sanctions, the severity, it's economic warfare. It's unjust. I've witnessed it, how it affected the Iranian population, and it hurts the most average people that are not related, the same people, quote unquote, America's trying to help. That's who you're hurting the most. You're gonna affect their medicine. You're gonna sanction them so they can't get what they need to
Wait, had you
survive.
witnessed it?
So because
Are you from Iran?
I worked there from 2010 to 2018, dealing with pharmaceuticals, supplements, medical devices. I was dealing with a lot directly with the Ministry of Health, but as an American, so they like I was the catalyst to bring American technologies and get the licensing from the U.S. government, from the OFAC, the Treasury Department. It's a whole thing, but I did it for 8 years until Trump's maximum
Wait, you
pressure.
were able to work there with sanctions?
Yes, yeah, we got OFAC licenses from the Treasury Department. It was a whole thing. It's very difficult regulatory wise, but we did it, and it was large scale. I mean, we're talking, big, big accounts,
Okay,
and
cool. Just let's. Okay, I mean, Cyrus, no problem. I'm not trying to
no, not
minimize it.
not
It's
at
just
all. So
I think a lot of people want to jump in on this conversation. You see, it's just back to because it's kind of sad. So what were you saying? So just to counter, you were countering Manco, right? And you were saying
yeah,
about
yeah. So I'll land it there, Suleiman. So the strait has to open. There is a delayed effect. The Asian countries that were named earlier by your analysts, they did a phenomenal job. I have very little to add to that. So this is a real global calamity. We're pushing on the precipice. So America cannot risk it because Trump does not want a reputation as the man who started a global depression, right? So he's teetering on the edge. He knows it. He still can show strength and power, and then he's going to smoothly back out and do a little victory lap, and that's it. They don't want any more risk because we're that close to catastrophe. I'll land it there.
Ashkan, you wanted to say something, and then Manco can respond to both of you.
Yeah. So this war started as an existential war. They were trying to stop Iran from existing, and so this was my first time I came on this space. This is what I told everybody, that this is an existential war, and in an existential war, the party that is subject to this existential war is going to pull out all the stops they have. They've got nothing to lose. They, America and Israel want to stop Iran from existing. They want to destroy it. So Iran has every right to block the strait. Iran has every right to destroy all those bases in the Middle East and keep them destroyed. Or somebody was saying that, oh, we're going to come back and build those bases again. No, you're not. America's never going to be allowed to build those bases again. All those radars, they were stealing Iran's clouds. Ever since those clouds have gone, ever since those radars have gone, the clouds have returned, the rains have returned. This is like genocide. It was they were trying to genocide Iran, and Iran's not going to allow that anymore. If you think those bases are going to be rebuilt, I got a bridge to sell you. That's it.
Manco.
Yeah, so clearly at the beginning of this war and as it stands right now, like is is the damage done to Iran thus far existential? Clearly not. Is what's happened to Iran thus far genocide? Clearly not. So it's not an existential war from the fact of what Trump did and what Israel did. Their goals were to degrade Iran's military and to stop the nuclear program. However, it's becoming an existential war because the Strait of Hormuz, like everyone's saying, is existential to the world economy. And therefore, Trump and Israel have to escalate to the point of it possibly becoming existential for Iran. Because let's look at the scenario. So, the easiest way to end the war is that the bombing escalates and Iran throws in the towel. They capitulate, they say, fine, we're going to back off the Strait of Hormuz, we'll make a deal. Let's say they don't do that because there's a possibility they could just say, no, we're going to dig in, we're going to fight to the bitter end. We don't care how much you bomb us. You can bomb us for 6 months straight and destroy every building in the entire country, and we still won't give in. In that case, and this is what Israel wants, this is Israel's plan, is they want to bomb Iran to the Stone Age. They want to destroy the Iranian economy to the point where GDP falls like over 90%, destroy all the natural resource production, everything, make Iran dependent on humanitarian aid in order to just survive, and keep Iran so poor that it is unable to ever rebuild and ever pose a threat to Israel ever again, or the Gulf countries. That's Israel's plan. They don't even care if there's a deal. They just want to weaken Iran to the point where it's not effective. And that's not obviously Trump's plan. And which of these would make Iran better off? Obviously, dealing with Trump would make Iran better off. So that's why I think they should deal with Trump. But even if they don't, Israel has a plan for victory.
Okay, but if you want to do that, then the whole world is going to be jacked. It's not going to be Iran. Iran has its thumb on the Strait of Hormuz, which is the global lifeline of the entire planet.
They're not going to have
So,
their thumb if they get bombed severely. If you bomb them hard enough, Iran will no longer be able to project power into the Strait of Hormuz.
if you bomb them hard enough, then Israel's all power grid will be gone. Saudi's power grid will be gone. The entire GCC's power grid will be gone. Everybody's power grid will be gone. And you think what?
So
It's
I don't believe you.
hold on a second. I'm not done. If you
Go
bomb
ahead.
Iran, they're not going to be able to block the strait. They've got,
Correct.
like Cyrus was saying, they've got the whole place honeycombed with scoot and shoot missiles. Anybody who try to pass over here, you'll get jacked. And plus, if it gets that far, then all the oil wells and everything in the Gulf is going to be destroyed anyway. So the whole world is going to be fucked. I'm sorry for the language. But, I mean, this is, the way you're talking is kind of like, you strike me as like a white supremacist kind of guy who thinks that
Are you serious?
white, yeah,
What does this
that's
have
how
to
you
do with
strike
white
me.
supremacy?
You, because you think that you could bomb your way and get your will
What
for
does this have
everything.
to do with the race of white people?
Because you sound like one of those white guys who
So
thinks that
this is
they
the
get to
problem with
rule the
talking to
planet.
third worlders, is that third worlders, everything comes back to parroting the liberalism they've been taught by the Jews. And that's exactly what you're doing right now.
Manco, you took the bait, mate. You took the bait. As soon as you start
No,
calling
he's
them
the
third
one who
worlders,
took
you
the
took the
bait.
bait. You took the bait. I'm sorry, you did.
I mean, listen, I think both kind of went down the ad hominem route, and it doesn't really add to the geopolitical argument.
Look, so I have a
And
short
like,
response to
listen,
what he said.
I don't agree with either one of you. Like, I don't believe it's like third worldist, and I don't believe it's white supremacy. I think both of these are terms that are used in order to hide the true power in the world. But bringing it back to the conversation, Ashkan. Oh, because I think Ashkan finished his point. If you want to respond and from a geopolitical perspective, go ahead, Manko.
Yeah, so here's the thing. The Strait of Hormuz is so existential, particularly in the long term. It's one thing if the Strait of Hormuz is closed for like a month or something, but closed for 6 months, a year, that's a much bigger deal. The thing is, and all this talk about, oh, Iran's going to do a toll, they've been talking about a toll for like a month. It's never happened. The IRGC is too fractured. They can't get it together. There's no organization. There was some
Wait,
Indian
Manko, that's
ship
not true.
that tried.
They've done tolls, but do continue.
Yeah, okay, but then why is the traffic in the strait so low? There have been very few ships that allegedly have done tolls, and an Indian ship paid a toll, but it turns out it was a scam and they got shot at anyway. So there's just no way to make that system work, at least not until you have a very stable, rebuilt Iranian government, which isn't going to happen for a while. But anyway, because it's so existential, the Strait of Hormuz, anything is justified in the name of reopening it. I do not believe that Iran has the power to inflict all of this devastation on Israel and the Gulf states, because if they did, they would have done it during the first month of bombing, when Iran was bombed 13,500 times by the US alone, and
I'd
probably
like to
many
push back on
thousands
that when
by
I can,
Israel.
Suleiman.
So finally, what it comes down to is, even if it's true, though, I don't believe it's true, but and clearly Israel and Trump don't believe it's true, and they're the ones who matter when it comes to resuming the bombing. But
Wait,
even
how
if
do you?
it
Can
was
I just ask
true,
that? But do continue. But how do you know that they don't think that?
because if they think that, their actions and words would have been very different from what we see today.
Like how?
Like they would have not at all been willing to resume the war under any circumstances. And
Okay, cool.
Israel's
All right,
already
no problem.
saying,
No problem.
yeah.
I'll
So
respond to that, but I'll let you finish your point.
Yeah, so the final point here is, even if it were true, even if Iran could inflict hundreds of billions of dollars of damage on Israel and the GCC countries, that would still be an acceptable loss in order to bomb Iran to the point of getting the Strait of Hormuz open, because at least that could be rebuilt. If the Strait of Hormuz stays closed or it's under permanent Iranian control, you've basically ended the GCC in their ability to have any kind of independent existence or autonomy. They would be completely at Iran's mercy. So they are willing, if you put that on one side of the scale, anything can be put on the other side and it's still justifiable.
Suleiman,
Okay, but
the other
who
one.
is the
Okay,
GCC?
I'm just
Hold
gonna
on a
let
second. Hold
Cyrus
on a
respond.
second. No,
No, I'm just
Please,
gonna let
thank you.
Cyrus
no, hold
respond.
on a
Thank
It's
you,
second.
just
The
that
Louis.
you're not
GCC.
countering his points. You just
Yeah,
you're saying the
let me
same thing
just
over and over
yeah, you
again.
said for a while. Let me give you a couple.
Let me just quickly, just before you go, Cyrus. Um, just one point is that he claimed that evidence suggests, based on actions, that Trump isn't afraid of Iran destroying the GCC. And actually, we have the opposite. The evidence quite clearly demonstrates that that's Trump's biggest fear. Now, why is it his fear? Is it because of his own personal financial wealth? As in, Saudi Arabia gave Kushner $2 billion in his pocket, and Qatar's given Trump billions inside his own pocket. So is he thinking about his own pocket? Highly likely. What the reason is, we don't know. But what we do know is his fear of what could happen to the GCC is why 1 hour before he gave his deadline, in Iran stood firm, said, do what you got to do, bro. We're going to hit you guys back. We're going to hit the GCC back and Israel. What did Trump do? He tackled, he basically crapped himself and pulled out. And each time Iran has called his bluff, saying, do what you want to do. We know we've told you who we're going to hit. He has tackled. So the point is, the claim you're making, there's zero evidence for, both in terms of statements and actions. But in terms of the claim that this is a real and legitimate threat, there's loads of evidence based on the actions of Donald J. Trump, which clearly suggests that he fears the actions of Iran, the ability of Iran, and what they can do to GCC and Israel. And hence why he's pulled out every single time. And now he's got this kind of weak blockade, which isn't really a blockade, where 90 to 95% of vessels are just getting through. It's the opposite of what you're saying in terms of evidence. But Cyrus, you want to respond to his other more
Yeah,
larger,
But
broader points?
yeah,
Suleiman,
yeah. I'm just gonna.
how do you think
I
the war is going to restart if what you just said is true? Because if what you just
Because,
said
and
is
that's the
true,
point.
that means Trump would be deterred.
I'll answer your question. So I believe the war is going to restart, and all Trump's going to do is more of the same. And so, because he does more of the same, Iran's probably going to do more of the same, and you're going to be back in the same situation. It won't create that additional escalation. If Trump tries additional escalation compared to what he did previously, then he knows that what will happen is those countries will be smashed up and eradicated. And so you're left in this kind of perspective where there's barriers and limits. Just like Russia, I gave this example to Andrew. It's just like Russia knows it can use the nuclear bomb, but why doesn't it use it against Ukraine? Because America will use the nuclear bomb. And so even in modern day warfare, there's limits and perspectives that you basically can't go past, based on knowing that escalation breeds further escalation, and you don't want to go down that road.
yeah.
But Cyrus, go ahead.
Yeah, well said, Suleiman. It's actually part of what I was going to say. That I've been reiterating this theme throughout the weeks, both with Suleiman and others. So we've ratcheted up to the utmost. So by Suleiman saying more of the same, that means nothing new. We're going to hit a little bit here, a little bit here, nothing strategic. The U.S. made one mistake by way of Israel by not having their rabid dog on a short leash. They hit South Pars gas field, which is one of the largest LMP producing fields in the world, one of Iran's very important economic pieces, right? So Israel hit it. Iran immediately launched 4 Fateh 110 missiles, the 300-kilometer range that I've been speaking a lot about. One of them got through one missile with a 600-kilogram warhead. It's about, 1,400 pounds, traveling at Mach 4, faster than a 308 bullet, okay? landing, it caused $40 billion in damage. It's going to take 3 years, one missile. And you're
No,
sitting there
what did it
telling me,
hit?
and, hold on, and
Just
you're
say
sitting
what it
there,
hit.
hold on, let me finish. And you're sitting there telling me Iran doesn't have the capability to cause the kind of pain that I'm talking about. They can cause catastrophic pain.
Yeah,
They
I
have
don't
that.
believe you.
They
So
have
if
they.
you make
What do
a
you mean? Go
claim
look it up. Go
about
look at the
$40
damage one
billion,
missile did.
what did
Go
it
look it
hit,
up.
dude?
Go look it
You're
up.
going to tell us the speed of the missile, but you're not going to tell us the target? Come on, be
The target
serious.
was the target was the Qatari gas field, their analog to Iran's gas field, the most important gas field in Qatar. They launched 4 missiles. One of them they intercepted 3 of them. One of them got through. One missile caused 40. You can look it up. It was huge news. And then after that, they did not touch anything of significance in Iranian infrastructure. That's called escalation dominance. Iran is like, look, fuck around and find out. And that's one missile. Imagine if they hit every desalination plant in the GCC. Those countries will be sipping salt water through a straw. And it's not just, oh yeah, well they'll send in bottled
Oh
water.
damn.
How are they gonna take a shower? How are they gonna do basic stuff? It's not just drinking water. Those countries are toast. They are
Yeah,
hollow
Cyrus.
Yeah,
shells.
so
Fake news,
by the way,
Cyrus.
Israel
Fake
did it.
news. Cyrus, fake news. They have the camels, so they can clean themselves however they need. Good, by the way,
Okay.
good point, Cyrus. I think I've been a bit too harsh on you in these business, but great point. Manko, do you want to respond?
Yeah,
And then Cyrus or Ashkan, you guys can then respond to Manko.
yeah, that was a big headline news strike, but that was not the last infrastructure strike that Israel did. Israel did a number of them, and it did a few just before the ceasefire started as well. And Iran didn't do any retaliation. So the narrative that you're painting of like Israel did a hit and then Iran did a hit back that was even bigger, which by the way wasn't even against Israel, that this somehow deterred Israel and stopped them from attacking infrastructure targets. It's a complete false narrative. It's
Yeah.
not true at all.
Israel's a nobody. Iran's real lever is the GCC. Israel's a nobody. They do not affect. You can take Israel off the map, or you can expect make him quadruple as big. Right? It will not move the meter in the global economy. They are absolutely nobodies, even if they were 4 times the size. Iran has complete escalation dominance because the entire world, especially Asia, is being grabbed by the balls. They are hanging from a tree, grabbed by the balls. It's that serious. They
Wait,
are on the precipice.
I mean, we're going to find out very soon.
Yeah, we're gonna find out that nobody wants that. A global recession is gonna affect all of us, right? If you're sipping your everyday coffee, it may affect you. Be like, hey, I maybe get the cheaper coffee. You may go from being a millionaire
The global
to being
recession is
you could
well,
literally, if you're in the stock market, you could lose 80% of your retirement. This is a serious thing, even for the
Cyrus, is the Strait of Hormuz closed?
at the moment it is constricted and restricted. You can call it whatever you want, but based on the
Good one,
actual
Well,
Cyrus.
Iran's
Don't
also
fall into
closed.
the trap, my brother. Listen, just to answer the question about Israel. Israel was hit. Like, I don't get why people are always like, oh, yeah, what happened to Israel? Israel's infrastructure was hit very hard. Israel just hides it. But what we do know is, we know this is a matter of fact, Haifa was hit. The oil refinery in Haifa was hit. The Haifa infrastructure was hit. This is why that Wall Street Journal chick who came on our space was crying like, "Oh my God, Haifa's been hit. There's so many Muslims there," and it was like 6% Muslims, and Iran hadn't hit the civilian targets. But and this just demonstrates that everything we were saying about Haifa being hit hard, it was true. Elliot has been hit again. That's their main part, and so was Tel Aviv.
there's
So
videos of it.
Iran,
There's videos of the Haifa
Israel's
hit.
infrastructure Israel's infrastructure was hit very badly. And this is why Israel was also okay with a small ceasefire in order to recoup and recalibrate. So, of course, everybody's infrastructure was hit. Who's been harmed more? Obviously, I'm not a financial expert on that. In terms of from a financial perspective, it does seem like the countries that were harmed more with the GCC. But if that's a long-term harm or not, obviously the finance guys can tell you that. But currently, the when you look at the infrastructure war, if you want to take it and call it that, it's definitely the GCC who has been harmed the most, I believe, from what I'm hearing. But again, I'm not an expert on that.
Suleiman, thank you for adding that. Definitely, Israel got punished heavily. I didn't mean to not leave that out, but I was making the point that the world is on the precipice, not because Iran is hitting Israel's refineries. That's going to make Israelis not be able to pump out gas. The world is on the precipice because the entire the entire lifeline for Asia is going through the Strait of Hormuz. If those economies fail, how are you going to get all these cheap things that we buy at Walmart and Target? All that stuff's going to be triple the price. It's going to affect everybody. There's a trickle down effect. It's going to hit Asia first, then Europe, then us. Nobody wants that risk. Trump is a businessman. He doesn't want his legacy to be tarnished by some global recession that could have been avoided. You know, he knows he's pushed the world to the brink. I mean, it cannot go any further. And
yeah, let me just read these super chats. It says, Manco, explain how the US is going to take out the 27 missile cities. Well, there's more than that. Iran has the capabilities to end Israel and the GCC, but they haven't because it's leverage. Okay, we've kind of answered that. Effin Gumba says, I introduced my mother to this amazing stream today. I want to apologize to my mum for Manco's take. Mum, this is your son whose name begins with S. Okay, so mum, his mum, I really apologize to your son. I really apologize for your son that he's on one of the biggest spaces on X. He's on the biggest stream on X, listened to thousands, if not millions of people. And he's decided to send a super chat with a gross swearing word. And then he says that he's told you to listen to this super chat, to this space, while he sends a super chat with this gross, insultive, swearing name. So apologies, let your son off, but maybe use a slipper and just slap him a bit, and you can realize that he needs to behave better and maybe change his name. So apologies for your son. But thanks for listening to the space. We have real conversations here. We do get different perspectives. We have, what's his name again, Manco on, but he's getting a lot of pushback, and it just shows what the counter to those positions are. But in terms of Gumba's mum, I'm not even going to say your son's first name. Unfortunately, he has a swearing name on there. Not to snitch on him, but sort your son out. You should have got that slipper out on him a lot earlier. And make him send a bigger super chat next time as well. Okay, Muhammad Jama says, wait, didn't the ceasefire talks begin only after Saudi Arabia's largest oil facility was threatened? So Manco isn't making sense. W Cyrus, Cyrus, you're getting a W on the chat now for the first time. So people are happy with the statements you're making. Let me just give some breaking news as well. The breaking news is Trump claims the Navy Secretary had some conflicts with Pete and some other people. Trump is falling asleep during the Oval Office. That's hilarious. Grandpa he probably had his ice cream. Reporter says, it's been 8 weeks that the US has been involved with Iran. You initially said 4 to 6 weeks. Well, he said, well, I hope that, but I also took a little break. I gave them a break. Trump on the Strait of Hormuz. They came to us and said, we will agree to open the strait, and all my people were happy except me. I said, wait a minute. If we open the strait, that means they're going to make 500 million a day. I don't want them to make 500 million a day until they settle this thing. So I'm the one who kept it closed. Also, Trump on Iran. He said they are fighting like cats and dogs over the leadership of Iran. I know that's just propaganda that they're trying to spew. On the war with Iran, how long are you willing to wait? He said, don't rush me, Jeff. Guys like you want to say, so we were in Vietnam for 18 years. We were almost 5 years in World War II. I've only been doing this for 6 weeks. Trump says US is locked and loaded. We've never had so much ammunition. Our ships are loaded, locked and loaded. They're ready to go. Trump on the Iranian oil. He says, if they don't get the oil moving, their whole oil infrastructure is going to explode because they have no place to store it. Trump on Iran. He said, we've hit about 75% of our targets. We stopped a little bit early because we want them to have some peace. We are blockaded. That's 100% effective. And they're also getting no business. They want to make a deal. We've been speaking to them, but they don't even know who's leading the country. They're in turmoil. That's hilarious. Let me see if there's any more posts on that. Okay, more. Trump on Iran says, I think there would be nothing worse than having a nuclear holocaust in Europe. London, Paris, various places in Germany, all targeted. He was asked, what if oil goes to 200? He says, there's nothing worse than nuclear weapons that take our cities. Trump on Iran's leader. He said, we don't know who the leader is in Iran because remember, regime change. This guy's off his rockers. What do you say to the American people who question how much longer they will take? Obviously, you know they're having high gripe prices. He says, you're such a disgrace. Do you hear what I just said? How many years was Vietnam? Someone asked, if you need more time, does that mean Americans should anticipate spending more on gasoline for the foreseeable future? He said, for a little while, and you know what they get for that. Iran without a nuclear weapon. Trump said, I think there's not. Oh, I mentioned that already. Trump asked, said, "Why would you use a Sorry, they asked him, "Would you use a nuclear weapon against Iran?" He said, "No. Why would I need it? Why would Why would a stupid question like that be asked? A nuclear weapon should never be allowed to be used by anyone." Okay, that's a good answer. So that's Trump. Let me just see if there's any more statements by this guy. Okay, yeah, that's the latest. Okay, Ashkan, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to go back to Manco and his idea that just bombing Iran would solve everything. I don't. Do you really think that, Manco?
Yes, absolutely. It's the only solution, actually. And I think we're going to find out when we have one of these debates in a month or two that that's how the war ended.
Okay, I think you're delusional. You're just delusional. You've been bombing Iran for all this time, and all you got was the strait that was open. That's now in Iran's hands. You got the GCC that are now begging. We're the richest countries, and now they're begging America for money. And then you said something else about the
Yeah, but we
GCC
haven't
won't
tried
let
to
it.
inflict pain
You
on
know,
Iran.
you
All
know.
we've done is
Hold
bomb
on a
military
second.
targets.
Hold on a second. I'm not done. You say, the GCC will do this and the GCC will do that. You know, the GCC has a combined indigenous population of like 25 million, all of them. You think the GCC is anything against Iran? They have nothing. They have nothing. They have no indigenous capabilities of anything. They have to beg America for this and that. And if America gives it to them or if America doesn't, I mean, you're really like, I don't think you have a good grasp of what's really going on and who the players are.
Also, Mankos, what's going to be different? What's different from what, as Ashkin said, we've already seen phase one, phase two. It's going to be the same old. You know that bombing campaigns never accomplish anything. You know this, Mankos.
No, that's not true. No, not only is that not true, but also past performance is not an indication of future returns. So we've never had a bombing campaign like this one where Israel has been able to take out a huge percentage of the Iranian leadership. That's never been possible in any previous war.
And so you think we really have air superiority to the state? I know you still believe that, right?
That's just an objective fact. You can't even argue that. The idea of air superiority, the U.S. has total air superiority. We
Oh
had
my
one fighter shot down out of like over 15,000 missions. Come on.
Oh my dear God. Okay, I can't go on
Yeah.
beyond that.
Yeah. Okay, so you think taking out a few generals and the leader and all this stuff is really an accomplishment?
Yeah, it's a huge
What
accomplishment. What
has
are you
it
talking about?
accomplished? What has it accomplished? Israel taking out leaders and generals and all. What has it accomplished?
It is an accomplishment in and of itself. What do you mean? What is it accomplished? Killing the
It's
leadership
not
of an
an
enemy country is
accomplishment
a
in
huge
and of itself.
accomplishment.
That's ridiculous, dude. For an accomplishment, you have to get something. What has Israel got? What has America
Yeah,
got by
so
killing the
so we're
leader, by killing
partway.
generals? What have
Okay,
they got?
you want an answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are part of the way to killing enough of the leadership that we end up with a leadership that we like. That's the accomplishment.
Suleiman, can I push back on that?
No, hold on. I got this guy. Hold on a second. So you think a country of 93 million people doesn't have enough people to replace people that get killed?
If we keep killing the people who want to fight us, eventually we will be left with people who don't want to fight us left over. That's how that works.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works amongst Iranians. You kill
Okay,
one,
so if the
another one
last
steps
100
up in its
leaders
place.
who
Another
wanted
one
to fight
steps
us,
up in its place.
hold on, Ashkan, if the last 100 leaders who wanted to fight us all got killed and someone offered you the job to be Mr. 101, you going to take that job?
Yeah, hell yeah, because I'm fighting for my people, I'm fighting for my land, I'm fighting for my
So you're cool with
civilization,
like dying within a week then?
which is the oldest civilization on this planet. And it's not something I expect someone like you, to even understand.
Ashkan, can I get in on this? Give me a couple of pointers.
Go ahead, Cyrus. Go ahead.
Yeah, and everything you said is spot on, Ashkan. In addition to that, you got to understand there not only there's the rally around the effect that Ashkan alluded to, even the folks that were pretty much not happy with the regime, they're like, yeah, we prefer them, let them go. Now they're like, man, saluting them, be like, God bless you for keeping our borders safe. Iranians are nationalists. They're going to be like, they don't want 1 inch of their land invaded. They're real nationalists. That's a real thing. I observe that as someone who loves the Iranian people. It's my bloodline. But I'm an American. But when I went there, I was like, dang, I wish Americans were this patriotic. Even folks that are not religious, as Shia Islam is not even in this part of the conversation. There's many Shia Muslims that are devout and love the regime, but there's many people that are so patriotic that rally around the flag in during any time where Iran is threatened. So that's a real effect. Secondly, Iran has a very sophisticated deep state. The deep state is comprised of not only the IRGC, that's what's been the kind of hip term on the news. Oh, it's like the end all be all. It's not that. You have a real ideology in Iran. Certainly, Shia Islam is a part of it, but
So
but
thanks
it
for
is
that.
it.
Appreciate
But
it. Let me just read this super chat, which kind of says what you said. He said it works the opposite way. Muhammad Jama said it works the opposite way. They get exponentially more angry. We also have a statement, information that's been released by the Wall Street Journal. And they claim the following. They said the US has burned through so many munitions in Iran. This is Wall Street Journal. This is American media. This is American Zionist controlled media. And even they're saying it. The US has burned through so many munitions in Iran that Trump administration officials increasingly assess that the US could not fully defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion if it occurred in the near term. Details include the US has fired 1,000 plus Tomahawk missiles and 1,500 to 2,000 critical air defense missiles since the beginning of the Iran war. Wholly replacing these stockpiles would take 6 years. The US has also pulled air defense equipment from the Pacific to support operations in the Middle East. The Iran war is now on day 55. Someone said, I'm liking Cyrus today. Shout out to you, brother. Wow, Cyrus is changing the minds of some people on the chat. We also have one second. Let me just give some more news and then we'll get back into the conversation. Okay, seems like there is a rocket launch by Hezbollah towards Galilee as well. Okay, does anybody want to add anything? Manko, did you want to add something? Or was it Cyrus?
I would just say that obviously, if he thinks Americans aren't patriotic, he must not have been in the United States after 9/11. But the thing is that if your country is being devastated, at some point, people are going to say, you know what, it's not a good idea to continue the war. So the idea that like every country wants to fight to the bitter end just isn't true.
Yeah, Manko, you don't understand Persians, and if they think that their country is gonna not exist tomorrow, you just don't get it. You just don't get it. I don't think you'll ever get it. Yeah, they'll all go down with the ship. All of them will go down with the ship. It's not something I can explain to you. It's in the DNA. It only
I mean, then
comes from.
Israel will get what it wants then, because that means that Iran is going to be bombed to the Stone Age.
Okay, well then Israel will be bombed to the Stone Age. GCC will be bombed to the Stone Age, and the entire planet will be in total Great Depression 1929 times 100 style. I
exactly.
mean,
I mean,
What
nobody outside of this
what are you
space
talking
really
about? You
believes
think
that
this is a
Iran has the
game?
power to do that.
You think this is a game like you're playing on your
But
PlayStation?
Trump
Oh,
believes
I'm
it.
gonna destroy this country.
And
It's not like that, dude. This is real.
I want to
This
Yeah,
is
make
the
so
one.
real
Suleiman, you
world.
never answered my question. If Trump is
Yeah,
so afraid of Iran, why
yeah.
is Trump going to start bombing them again?
I answered the question. So the issue with Trump is this, and I'll explain to you what it is. So first of all, you know the reason why did Trump agree to a ceasefire? Why did he not carry out his threat of, you can use this verbiage like Trump wants to bomb Iran to the Stone Age, but and you can repeat and regurgitate Trump's Truth Social posts, but in reality, his actions show that he's afraid to do that because each time he said, I'm going to bomb you. I'm going to bomb you. You got 1 hour. You got 1 hour left, blood. As soon as the hour, and Iran said, do it. And the 1 hour lapsed, he did not do it. He tackled, hence tackle Trump. And he's done this multiple times. Every time he's threatened to bomb Iran to the Stone Age, where Iran basically now knows it's essentially an empty threat because Trump fears the fact that what you call it again, that Iran will bomb. Now your question is, if Trump fears the escalation, or if Trump fears that, then why would he escalate from this position? This is a really good question. Trump's basically in two options right now, two real options. I know I was trying to push back on Hassan, said there's possibly a third one, but when you look at the Israelis being in existence, you think that it's unlikely. So option one is you negotiate, you make a deal. The deal would result in Iran getting a lot of what they want. The deal would result in Iran probably getting more than they got before the 27th, and yet Trump still started the kinetic war. So then the question would be, well, Suleiman, why did Trump start the war? Well, this is a problem. Trump got pressured into it, forced into it, massaged into it, blackmailed into it, but whatever he did, the result of the war was that we knew that by the end of it, Trump would not achieve anything more than that, but we still knew the war was going to happen. And that's the similar circumstances and situation for the second part of this, which is that Trump's going to attempt to do more of the same. More of the same being he's going to try to do exactly the same. And that means he, just like on February the 28th, when it made no sense to do so because he knew that what he wanted to achieve would not be achieved, he's going to try and do the same thing. He's going to try and bomb from there and then hope that this causes some kind of disagreement, or hope that it causes some kind of rebellion, or causes some kind of disheartened of the population, that it causes some kind of color revolution. But in reality, in a substantive way, this is not going to work. And then at the end of this bombing campaign, so you got stage one and stage two being the same as stage one, and he's already saying, I've got more weapons there. So this time, if I bomb around the clock, things might be better. So he's got 3 aircraft carriers, so he can bomb around the clock. He's got more. He's brought more ammunition to the region, thinking that if he bombs more, things will change. But it won't change. And so what will happen is after a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, wherever it is, of more kinetic bombing, Trump's going to be back into the same situation that he was now, with less leverage, less power, and he's going to be back into the same dilemma, which is, do I escalate or do I agree to a deal? Agreeing to a deal will be agreeing to terms that obviously aren't great, probably not as good as what he was even going to be given on February the 27th. Then the other option is he can do more of the same, or he's going to escalate. And then when we get to that, we'll be able to figure out, based on how much munitions he's got, how many munitions he's used, what he's saying, what the Israeli position is, that what he's going to do. And then it will be either he'll try and do more of the same, or he'll do escalation, which is why some people think ground invasion, or he will have to do a deal. And so this is kind of like the cycle of what we're doing. So I hope that answers your question and makes sense. And it isn't about he's worried about, he's not afraid of what's going to happen in the GCC. Because if he wasn't afraid of that, that'd actually be the next move. He would just not even do more of the same. He would target Iran's energy infrastructure, power plants. GCC would then be absolutely destroyed, and he wouldn't be bothered. And he'd be like, that's fine. That's the new escalation. But we'll have to wait and see. I think that's unlikely that he goes down that route. But let's see, because we're only basing that on past actions. You're saying past actions aren't indicative of the future. Obviously, this is true. At the same time, past action, past behavior are a way of are patterns used in order to decide future behavior, and things that haven't happened in the past. One is just juxtaposing that opinion based on very with little evidence and just based on hope or based on thought as opposed to anything substantive.
Can I,
So I hope that makes sense. Just a couple of super chats.
yeah, if I
Yeah,
could
then you can respond
summarize
straight away.
you real quick,
Let
Suleiman,
of
is
course you
it?
can. Of course you can. Let me just read the
Yeah.
super chats and then I'll go straight to you. It says, and I think it's just going to be more of what I said anyway. If someone was, Muhammad Jama says, if someone was sending booms to America and the person sending them claims they want to send you to the Stone Age, do you expect America to capitulate because they're tired of getting booms? And the other one, Manco, what happened to Afghanistan? They bombed it into the Stone Age and still lost. Oh, and since the Taliban are still in power, Iran is twice the size and in much better position. Obviously, I don't fully agree with that point myself. But anyway, go ahead, Manco, jump in and I respond to whatever I said.
So I just want to make sure I have your position correct. So is your position that Trump is afraid of Iran and what Iran can do, but it doesn't matter because Israel can just influence Trump to do what it wants?
Oh yeah, if you mean separate to the point, but that wasn't the point I made there. But if you're saying separate to that, I think that there is a very but this isn't what this isn't related to the point I made, right? But yes, separate to that point, my position actually is that in reality, it would be very easy for the United States of America and Iran to make a kind of deal where all parties come out and say, look, we won. I think that deal is possible. You can agree to maybe 3 or 4% nuclear enrichment. You could do it where Iran keeps control of the Strait of Hormuz until the toll is paid, and maybe they get to keep it over a large period of time, and then you renegotiate that so it doesn't look like a loss for Trump, but Iran really controls the Strait. You can do a deal where what was the other? They're the two main elements, isn't it? The other things you can do a deal on as well. So deal is possible between the two, but Israel would never allow a deal. So, but that's a separate to the point I was making there. But do continue.
But that's no, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying is what you're saying that okay, yes, Trump is deterred. He is scared of what Iran can inflict as far as the damage it can inflict on Israel and the GCC and all that kind of stuff. And that's
In terms of
why
the power
he
plants and
tacos.
then in
Yeah,
terms of the
that's
desalination plants, the power plants, and so on. Yeah,
yeah, all the damage they can do. He is, and the whole point of all that is to deter. And so what
exactly.
you're saying is Trump is successfully deterred. However,
On that
that
element,
doesn't
on that
matter
aspect, yeah.
because yes, but that doesn't matter. He's going to restart the war anyway because Netanyahu can get him to do it even though he's afraid. Is basically that's what I'm saying.
No,
Is that what you're
no,
saying?
no, no. So my position is that Trump is going to go back into this war. Now, it could be because of, yeah, okay, that's fine. Whatever the motive is, but that to me is irrelevant. If whether Israel's forcing him or whether he's doing it himself or whatever it may be, I'm not really getting to the intricacies of that. But basically, he's going to go back into the war. But that element of it, which is to destroy Iran's power plants, to destroy Iran's desalination plants, I'm saying he's deterred from doing that because that would result in the Gulf states and Israel no longer having access to those. And that will harm them more than it will Iran because in order to take all of Iran's power plants and desalination plants would take a significant period of time, whereas the GCC's Gulf states is very concentrated, and it'll take a lot less time to just take all of theirs out.
Let me run another theory by you, and you tell me what you think of this, because I think this might be the most likely theory, and you might agree with it. I don't know. So, what if the reason for the ceasefire and the extension, and I know you've seen the massive airlift that has gone on from the U.S. to Israel and the GCC countries, what if the reason for that was because they wanted to build up their defenses and Trump wanted to get a bunch more offensive power in place so that when the war restarted and he did intend to escalate to attack like the Iranian power plants and such, that they would actually have the ability to fight that battle and defend, the Israeli power plants, desalination plants, all that kind of stuff.
I do think that he has placed more defense in. There's no evidence that this defense has gone into Saudi Arabia, UAE. Largely, when we've looked at the movement, it's mainly into Qatar, mainly into Jordan, and Israel, which seems to suggest he's focused more on defending Israel over anyone else, and that wouldn't be defending the power plants. And so there may be some movement that we were not aware of. I have been tracking a lot of the movement. There hasn't been enough going into those countries to suggest that that's happened, but that would have possibly been a move. But the problem is that he hasn't got enough defense interceptors to be able to defend those specific places, and so he's so diluted in that if he dilutes it even more, it'll weaken Israel. So if you look at a lot of the movement that's occurred, it seems like it's offensive movement in order to attack, as per what you said. But also when it comes to defensive, it's very much Israel oriented.
And Suleiman, to add to that, the interceptor missiles take a long time to make. They're ultra sophisticated. And for example, the THAADs, we only make 150 of them per year. These stocks are depleted. It's going to take 4 or 5 years to replenish them to pre-war levels. And I'll remind you of the Ukraine war that is continuously depleting the PAC-3 missile stockpiles, which are very important to the defense of the GCC. So they don't have missiles to replenish for everybody. And they don't want to weaken our stance in Asia. We just took away a couple of THAAD batteries from South Korea, and those are essential for their defensive posture. So that is very indicative that we are running on fumes. That's I mean, there's so many reasons why Trump doesn't want to escalate any further. They are truly at the brink. I mean, they pushed as far as they can go. The Iranian regime has a deep state. You can take out whoever you want 10 at a time. They're going to replenish, and they're going to the ideologies there, their sophistication is there. They have so many apparatus that are that work independently, that don't need to be centralized. They're ultra sophisticated organization. They're going nowhere, whether you like them or not. If they're your fan, or if you're their fan, or you hate them, you have to deal with the reality. They're ultra powerful and ultra sophisticated. They have a lot of assets at their disposal to bring immense pain on the region, and we can't deal with the repercussions of that
Immense pain on the whole world if it gets to that, not only the region.
globally.
And one more thing. Also, the HIMARS missiles, they're down. We only have 45% of our stockpile left. So America's really out of ammo. I don't know what you expect them to do. Just bring it out of thin air. I don't think it works that way.
Well, Ashkan, we still have a lot of offensive capability in the United States, a tremendous amount. I mean, America is, don't lose sight how scary the U.S. is, which makes the Iranians even more impressive. If people truly understood that the type of firepower the U.S. can bring to bear, and the type of resolve and fortitude it takes to stand in front of that and face the music, you would have even more respect for the Iranians. The U.S. is a killing machine of that. The world has never seen anything like it. So
Yeah,
for Iran to be able to corner the U.S. and the global economy, it shows master strategy. They've executed with very sophisticated weapons in the asymmetric field. I mean, this was a very concerted and sophisticated operation from the Iranian side, and they didn't really skip a beat. At no point did their C3 function, which is command and control and communications, at no point was that eroded. They were always in concert. Like during the, I mean, you got to understand the onslaught. It was way heavier than the shock and awe campaign that George W. was like, oh, shock and awe, shock and awe. They did triple the ordnance. Do you realize the hell they try to bring down on the Iranians? And they didn't skip a beat. Every missile shot on time, in concert, boom, 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 scoot, shoot, get into your thing. Like they operated like a well-oiled machine. And you got to get, even if you hate Iran, right? You got to give your hats off to them. And I've heard some generals that are anti-Iran, and they were like, "Man, we are impressed." So if you're an honest broker, even if you hate Iran's guts, you'll be like, "Wow, they showed up and they delivered."
yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Andy, go ahead, jump in.
Yeah,
Yeah, was
exactly.
that Andy?
Exactly. Yeah,
Oh, there he
exactly
is.
what you're saying. Yeah, the interceptors are very low. That's why they have had to transport them in from Asia. And yeah, the numbers you were saying on the stat are entirely right. They do only produce about 100 of those a year. Obviously, they have things like the Patriots. Trump's trying to up how many they can produce and triple the production capacity, but that's going to be
beneficial for the U.S. long term, years down the line. That's not going to immediately replenish years worth of interceptors that were used in the 6 weeks for them to have more interceptors to use when this war restarts next week's in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whenever Netanyahu says, "Hey Trump, we're restarting this war." So there's no way to replenish all of them. And even if you have a few more interceptors, all it takes is a few interceptors getting through. If Trump decides to do power plant and bridge day, all it takes is a few missiles getting through and destroying Israel's power plant, because they have one power plant that generates 25% of their electricity. So if that thing gets hit, that is a crisis for Israel. They have 5 desalination plants. If one of those gets hit, that is a crisis for Israel. And it's not just Israel. What's I think is even that damages them, but for the global economy, if Saudi Aramco oil fields get hit, we're not just talking, even if you get the Strait open, then that's something that takes 5 years to fix and rebuild. So you could then get the Strait open tomorrow, and it wouldn't matter at that point if all of Saudi's oil infrastructure is destroyed. And when you have reports now coming out saying that they think it could take months and months now to reopen the Strait, that's not a good sign. So yeah, it's not looking good for the global economy in any way, shape, or form.
And
Oil's back above 105 now.
And some additional optics on that. A lot of people don't take into account the storage limits of the GCC oil producing countries and even Iran. So they have filled up these tanks to the utmost. They are, especially Iraq, they have the least buffer. They have about a 3-day buffer. So right now, as it sits, there's 150 empty tankers on ballast in the Persian Gulf, and there's 200 full tankers. They're about to start having to fill up the empty 150 with nowhere for them to go, because once they shut down oil fields, it's very hard to get them restarted, even if they have good pressure. Across the GCC, about 50% of the oil fields have high enough pressure and normal pressure where if they're shut off properly, they can restart in about 2 weeks. So 50% of the production can come online. They can push it up to 80% within 2 months, but the remaining 20%, they're usually either depleted or very heavy stocks where it will take a lot of resources to get them restarted. So there's a whole upstream supply chain, and it affects the downstream. I'm not an oil energy expert. I know enough to be able to talk about it a bit, but there is many things that we haven't discussed on a daily basis. But these are the oil needs to keep flowing. It's a huge machine. This big wheels that are churning. If they come to a complete stop, which they're almost coming to that point, it's going to have major repercussions and implications, and a real ripple effect that we'll even feel here in the United States and North America. Again, those Thailand, Philippines, those up and coming, those developing Asian countries are going to be in really deep pain. It's going to take them a long time to recover. God forbid we get there, and then it'll be the developed Asian economies like Japan, South Korea, Australia, and China last. China.
Exactly. And right now, with the Strait closed, we're at a 13 million barrel deficit. If the Red Sea gets closed by the Houthis, which I think could very easily happen if if this continues, that because Saudi Arabia is getting about 7 million barrels out through the East-West pipeline. If another 7 million barrels is off, turning the oil deficit from 13 million to 7 million, then Saudi Arabia has to fully shut off their production because they're getting nothing out, which would completely exacerbate this current oil crisis.
Precisely, and to that point,
Yeah, and Andy.
in the East.
Yeah, by the way,
Mhm.
Andy, they can't actually do that. That pipeline that you're talking about, it's buried, it's underground. You
Incorrect.
can't
They
shoot a
can do
missile
that.
at it. They have,
When you
no,
have a
they have,
missile coming in Mach
excuse
3.
me, let me
Yeah.
finish. I'm in the middle of a sentence. So there are pumping stations along the pipeline. Those are the only parts of the pipeline that can be attacked. Iran did attack them. They did shoot a missile and hit a pumping station. It was repaired within a few hours. So I don't think that pipeline is actually vulnerable.
Yeah, a drone hit it with a 90 kg warhead, which it wasn't a direct hit. If it was a Fatah 110 with a 600 kg warhead coming in Mach 4, Mach 3, it would decimate it. And it would if it's a
Yeah, and
delayed
I
and if
don't
it's
think
a
you know
delayed
that. You
and if
you
it's a
keep putting out all these details that aren't even
it's all
accurate.
accurate. The U.S. admits it. These are you because the U.S. tracks these launches. They know the ballistic trajectory. I can tell you how high these missiles go. Which one? I
No,
studied this.
listen, that's not true. This isn't publicly
Hey,
reported information, Cyrus. You're
look!
just
Hey,
pulling it
look!
out of
Hey,
your
look!
rear
Hey,
end.
look at the purple pill. I put 2 videos of the Fatah in action where you see their CEP. There's
That's not on
hey,
point.
do you
That's
know
not
what
irrelevant,
what
Cyrus. We
C
all
do you
know
know
how
what
the
hey what does
missiles
CEP
work.
stand for?
You said
If,
details that are not publicly
what
reported about the strike on the pumping station. Provide the link to those details. Where are you getting your information?
it's all there in the picture, so you could see what type of damage it was. If it's a direct
No,
hit,
it's not there. There are no pictures of the hit on the pumping station, Cyrus. How do you know that it was a drone and that it was not a direct hit? How do you know that information?
it wouldn't. There's no way it would have been repaired within a few days. If a
No, that's you trying to use deduction, and
it's
you
not.
don't necessarily have the information to be correct with that. So the answer is you don't know, and you're
But
pulling it
I'm
out of
not.
your rear end.
There's
Thank you,
there's
Cyrus.
images of it. But and also go look at the capabilities of these
No,
missiles.
there aren't. Go ahead and post
Hey,
them.
do you know what CEP stands for? I just want to know your level. What does CEP stand for when it comes to missile accuracy? Do you know what that means?
Yeah, I'm not. What sent
What is
the circular area probable or something? Don't talk to me like I don't know all this defense tech
yeah.
stuff. I know a lot more about it than you,
Yeah, so I'm
Cyrus.
I'm glad you know something, but in the center error probable. If you look at the purple pill, you can see how accurate these missiles are. They hit these like essentially
No, that's actually you're
something the
wrong.
size of a car. They've really dialed it in. They have real capability. They've demonstrated. I mean, I don't know how you can deny it. They've laid waste to 7 bases across the Middle East, and there's satellite images. That, by the way, these satellite images were available daily. The U.S. had to ask these companies to do open source satellite images to delay them by 11 days, 12 days, because they were so embarrassed of the level of destruction.
Hey, Cyrus, you just said it was center error probable. That's not true. It's circular error probable. This has been a term that's been used since the Cold War, since before any of us were born. Like, you don't even know the basic terms, bro, and you're trying to say you're a geopolitical expert.
You got me. Oh my God. Well, I know nothing, right? So either way, you're denying Iran's capabilities, right? Whatever that you think CEP stands for. The reality is they have these capabilities they've demonstrated. The satellite images are there. They are pinpoint hitting AWACS aircraft that are worth $500 million. In one strike, they took out one of the most important assets of our Air Force. How can you deny that they're effective? And they're by our own
Okay, so
account,
they hit one.
we've
How
only
many were on the tarmac,
by
Cyrus?
our own account, we've
Hold on. How many were on the tarmac?
what?
There were a huge number of
I had
aircraft sitting out in the open at that base, and they managed to hit one, which means that almost all of the missiles got intercepted except one leaked through.
Yeah, there was we had 2 in theater, right? I don't know if that one was also on the tarmac. Hitting one AWACS, that's never happened in US history. Wrap that on your head. We've had AWACS aircraft since the early 70s, right? Not one has been even damaged. They took a whole one out. You saw it was split in half. You don't give them any credit, act like they're a paper tiger. Iran has real capability in their missile force and in their drone force. That's their knockout Mike Tyson left uppercut and right hook punch. They have a massive left uppercut and a right hook. They're knocking people out left and right. And the US has all the other, they have kicks, elbows, wrestling. The US has everything else. So at least give Iran credit for their uppercut and right hook that's knocking people out cold. They got the goods. They're delivering it. How can you deny it?
You see, this is why I called him what I called him, a white supremacist, because he doesn't think brown people can. No way, brown people can do anything like that, right, Manco?
And they didn't buy it. They designed it and did it everything themselves. Iranians are brilliant. They did it.
Cool. So let me just give some more news and then we'll take it from there. Reports are stating that the what's it called? That the Hezbollah has launched a barrage of rockets towards Israel, and this is in retaliation to the Israeli attacks on Lebanon, including the Lebanese people and the Lebanese journalists. So that's basically what's happening there. So that is that seems like that war is probably gonna reignite. There was a 10-day ceasefire with that. I don't know if that's already wrapped up actually. So it might be the end of the ceasefire actually. Can't remember when that was. Has it been a week or has it been 10 days? Unsure on that. But yeah, that's that. But that's the latest news. So question to Cyrus. Cyrus, in terms of from your understanding, when you look at the American military buildup, what type of military equipment have they built up, and then what would be the usage of it?
Suleiman, I lost you there. I'm going to recycle. I can't hear anything.
Cost. Guys, can everybody else hear me, or was it just
Yeah,
Cyrus?
I can hear you, Silly.
All right, brilliant. Okay, cool. So guys, as we're going on, just make sure you retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's get as many people in here as possible. Also, the video in the nest, do retweet that. Oh, I haven't even put it in the nest. Oh, let me do it now. Do retweet that and quote tweet that. We've got 2 golden interviews coming on, and they are, one is with Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, and the other one is Captain Josephine Guilbeau. Those are going down in, I believe, a couple of hours, so that should be pretty cool. And we're live. We're live. There's lots to do and lots to speak about. Let's.
Sorry, I lost you, Suleiman. I had to recycle. I'm back now. You were
Yeah. Okay.
saying.
So the question to you was that when you look at the major buildup of military prowess in the region, what the US has built up, what have they likely built up? What weaponry have they got, and how will that be used as a mode for attack?
So, you're totally right by the resupply and bringing additional air assets. Trump made. I'm sure you watched that little comment he made. Oh, if they thought we had firepower, we're going to double it, and make these very inflammatory statements. The reality is, we had so much air assets. It was already overkill for the job that was at hand, right? So there's really nothing more that the U.S. can throw at it short of a tactical nuclear weapon, or because as far as capability and firepower, we can point to something and we can blow it up. The only reason that the U.S. is unable to take out Iran's missile force is because they have made genuine missile cities under mountains, and they have these multiple tunnels. They come out, they shoot, and they go back in. They've figured, I mean, that's easier said than done, and they've been able to do that. So by the time the ISR and the sensors pick up these missile launches, we talked about it a couple weeks ago about loiter time, that at these more the faster planes cannot loiter around more than 20-30 minutes over target. So by the time they get accurate targeting, it's already too late. The launcher is underground again, and they can't.
Did he cut off, or is it me?
It said Cyrus. Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay,
Cyrus.
cool.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Guys, yeah, like I said, do me a favor, retweet the space, reshare the space. MOT, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Thank you for having me, sir. I've been following this day 55. I've been doing the same in my language every day. I will give Cyrus a big shout out because he's over the target. The thing that I wanted to add, since we're starting to talk about the AWACS, is that the good old AWACS from the United States are not going to be used in the European theater anymore. This is quite a big news actually. So instead, they will use the good old global eye, which is, you know, NATO compatible and so on. It's been around in all of these wars and so on. And that is quite an important decision because that plane comes right out of the same guys that actually runs the NASDAQ and some other stuff. And this will lead up to the EU army, the next proxy in the Ukraine war. This is something that is not talked about so much because we are all preoccupied with the US Iran thing right now, which is, of course, very critical in all senses. The repercussions on the world is it's going to be heavy. We hear the talk now in Europe of rationing of food, and you know, everything is coming down now. The lost tankers have delivered their goods now from the ones that left before this all started, and now there's no more of them coming. So we have a situation that is very critical. But I want to push a little bit, Suleiman, because I know that you guys are doing a great job, according to me. So please have a look at the EU army thing, because that's the proxy that's gonna take over from Ukraine, because this is the push. This is what the empire is doing. They need to have Russia occupy there. They need to strike at the Russian energy infrastructure and so on to be able to get to China, more or less. That's the big deal here, isn't it? We all know it. The half circle, that if you have seen the Tripoli force now, everybody knows about it. This is the reshape that started in 2016, 2017 to reshape the former U.S. Marines, which had tanks and artillery and so on, to actually be efficient pirates, blockade pirates. This is what it has turned into. So this is the first test, actually, of the kind of new setup that the empire is aiming for, because they need to do that in the Straits of Malacca and all around China, because they want to bring China down by simply more or less piracy on the open seas. This is what the empire is doing right now. This is very clear for me. Maybe it's not for everybody, but it's very clear for me. And thank you for having all these great spaces. Much obliged, sir. Thank you. I will crash my good old F-16 straight into the Monday Castle, where the pirate flag is always hoisted. Boom.
Just someone just want to quickly, Andrew, do you want to say something? I just need a minute.
Yeah, Sully, I'm waiting for Cyrus to come back, and thank you, Mott. But I just want to say the force coming in, Sully, same, nothing more. We've been saying it over again. It's just going to be more of an air campaign, and maybe some strange and ground incursions, strike, spec op stuff. But it's a mess.
Yeah, they're doing this piracy campaign. I heard the last guy mention that.
Oh my God! Inevitable's here. Inevitable. Bro, another one of your ships got taken out today. What are you guys gonna do about it?
I hadn't heard about that. I was locked in on a few other.
See no evil, he no evil, right?
Which ship? Where did they say it was captured?
Sorry.
Where did they say the ship was captured? Was it It was an Iranian ship?
No, don't try and shift it to the Iranians, Inevitable. I heard it's a Chinese ship with a Chinese flag with a picture of Xi on the literal throughout the whole ship. Like there was literally like 100 images of his face.
It might have been AI, just like those 8 missing women that Trump kept talking about. That might have been AI. They're good at this, you know. Look, there must be like witchcraft in Trump's Truth Social because the way Americans have really just gotten, I don't know. It's almost like his word has become. I'm not saying about you, Sully, but like just man, this guy will convince like them. He's able to sell basically like water to fish. It's amazing. Maybe it is the art of the deal. Maybe I need to read that book.
Yeah,
But
the art of
no,
the deal is to
yeah.
convince your negotiation team that you're doing right. But
Well, yeah.
but
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, go ahead.
Oh no, no. So like the piracy, that whole thing. I think now they've shifted the definition of blockade to what the previous gentleman had mentioned, which is piracy. That looks like that's probably going to be some sort of like way of saving face. And out of like the 30, and I'm hearing even that it's increased to. I heard there was a much larger number of ships that have gotten out through that blockade than previously reported. Lloyd's List keeps updating their numbers, but the goal, one of them that were interdicted, were in the Indian Ocean, and just by stopping that, they're considering it to be a part of the blockade. And I think that's just going to be more rhetoric. It's going to be more to frame their narrative the way they want, which is, hey, yeah, we're actually in control. But they're doing it in a way that doesn't necessarily contradict Trump's initial pretense of wanting the energy, or rather the strait, to open, right? So Trump is selling two narratives at the same time. One, that he wants to save the world energy market and open up the Strait of Hormuz as a selfless goal of bringing back open the world economy or saving the world economy. But the other one is, okay, yeah, we're also in control and Iran doesn't have leverage over us. And these are going to come to a head. And that's why I listened earlier on YouTube as well. So that was really cool. That conversation that you had earlier, Suleiman, and Cyrus made a lot of great points too, as to why kind of like the dire situation. But this is why I do agree, Silly, that they're going to go back into kinetic warfare pretty soon. The force posture is one thing, but they don't have, like, they can't just let Iran continually squeeze them, right? They can't let Iran continue to apply that like pressure, if you will. And in the meantime, countries in Asia and Europe are really getting a lot worse in Asia, especially for I'd really say for, like, well, Australia too, mind you, not just Asia, but it's getting a lot worse for like South Korea as well. It's been rough, to say the least. And I don't know if you want to get into that, but like the Philippines are starting to talk to Arachi quite extensively, and all of these countries are looking to make deals with Iran. And the problem that the U.S. has is, if they stop this transfer of energy, then it's only so much. There's only so much time before you become a antagonist in the midst of crisis, right? That's the problem here. Like, they can say, "Oh, we have a blockade," but if this blockade in any way interdicts your ability to have an economy, like now, 70% of crude and a lot of naphtha that normally goes through the Strait of Hormuz is not getting to South Korea. And like the petrochemical plants, I've confirmed that they're like are at around 40% capacity, and they've declared force majeure. A lot of the ethylene and the propylene output has been cut by like 40%. That's hitting the chips and the auto industry and the exports. Samsung is really struggling there. They've had to do domestic what do you call it, like fuel price caps. And I think it's the first time they've done it in about like 40 years, and this is just South Korea alone. And that has an impact that blows back to the technology sector in the United States. It just does. Like Australia they import 80 to 90% of their refined petrol and their diesel from Asian refineries. Well, Asian refineries rely on the Hormuz crude in order to do that refining of the petrol. Go ahead.
To add to that, Inevitable, great points. Just a quick factoid. It's not just the oil, it's the helium. Helium's used tremendously
Yeah.
in chip production. So that's really thrown a major wrench in chip production, and it's gonna really have major effects downstream. Go ahead, Inevitable. I don't want
Taiwan, you're absolutely right. They're getting throttled by that. Like, because of the Qatar force majeure and the issues really just overall in the strait, that whole shortfall risk is resulting in a lot of problems. Helium and sulfur are the big problems with Taiwan's production. Like the TSMC is really, like, they're getting hit already. It's not a matter of, hey, there's an impending crisis. It's already here. And now, granted, we're on the early stages, relatively speaking, but I think like if
That's
you
what.
it,
That's
it
why.
takes
That's why
about yeah.
hostilities won't restart. That's the whole point. See, we're all agreeing how serious the situation is. So if we truly are in agreement, because I hear you echoing that sentiment, Suleiman's echoed that sentiment. Many of us here on the regular panel. So if you truly believe that, how could you think that Trump will risk that? Even I mean, and Suleiman put it reasonably. So he's like, yeah, it will be business as usual. It'll just be more posturing, right? It won't be anything that's really hurting the Iranians. That's what I'm taking from his sentiments, as he tells us. So it's pretty much saying the same thing I'm saying. There's not much the U.S. can do, and I'm sorry I got cut off earlier. We had some technical difficulties. So to just a short answer to your question, Suleiman, the U.S. can't really add any more firepower to the equation. That's going to tilt the scale. Short of a tactical nuclear weapon, and even then Iran more than likely has capabilities to develop a couple devices, or I'm not sure if you guys remember in the first 12-day war, both Pakistan and Russia hinted, not even tacitly, they were like, hey, if Israel keeps posturing with nuclear threats, we're going to give Iran access to nuclear weapons. And then
Well,
the
that's
rhetoric.
yeah. If Iran gets nuked, it directly affects both. They like Pakistan. It's basically like if Pakistan got nuked. If Iran got nuked,
Yeah,
you may as well say it's the same thing. And with Russia, the Caspian Sea is right there, so that would be a huge like that. Instantly, the entire sea basically wouldn't have any traffic.
and the precedent, and even if it's just one tactical nuclear weapon in a relatively rural area with, let's say, it kills a few thousand people, God forbid, this precedent is unacceptable to the civilized world post World War II. And Israel's the only crazy actor that would do that. The U.S. is definitely not even thinking about a tactical nuke ever. We know the ramifications of that in the geostrategic space. So Israel's the only savage that would do this, and it's a real threat. That's more reason to wind us down. We really know, as much as so many of the folks here, want to see Israel punished for all the crimes they've done and want to Iran. A lot of people feel so good because all the victims of Israel that have been voiceless, now they have an advocate. They have someone that's causing pain on Israel, right? So everyone gets amped up who wants to see justice. But the reality is, Israel is dangerous. They're a rabid dog. They make no sense. They're nuclear armed. The sooner we wind this down, the better for humanity. And the reality is, Iran has escalation dominance. They're going to walk out holding their head high no matter what. They are the clear winner here. And the U.S. has to take some of these black eyes, and one way or another, to have to expose it. Trump cannot get
But
away from this.
the Yom Kippur War fiasco with that female prime minister that Israel had, and how like they were basically getting their ass kicked. I think they were getting like 2v1 from Egypt and Syria, I think it was. And I forgot her name, but she's the female prime minister. This was in '73, and she basically said, she told the U.S. like, look, we're gonna have to do drastic measures if this continues.
Yeah,
Like we're
Golda
gonna have to
Meir.
invoke the Samson Golda Meir, yes.
Yeah, no, they
Um,
actually no. They said,
yeah.
look, they said, take your satellites, point them at so and so airfield, so and so runway. Check out that A4 Skyhawk. It has something of interest under the wing. And then they had armed some A4. It was for show, right? And shortly
Yeah,
after,
but see, but like then they like Nixon and Kissinger initiated Operation Nickelgrass, and it was very similar to what seems to be. It's almost like we're seeing a copy
either
of
way, they
that
did
now.
nuclear black. They did nuclear blackmail. I mean, we're saying the same
Yeah,
thing.
but
I'm giving.
the problem is though nuclear blackmail eventually leads. Although in this case it's more dire. Well, and I guess it's different, and but it's also the same. The reason why it's similar is because like in this case now it's preemptive U.S. military action direct, right? It's not like last year, and I think last year was a
Exactly.
similar situation. We're gonna learn like in probably 5 years that like last year Israel thought that they could go it alone, and they learned the hard way that they couldn't. And so this is sort of like a repeat with a president that's way more in the pocket of Israel than Nixon was.
Big
Whereas like
time.
okay,
Oh,
now they
big
have to
time.
actually get their hands dirty. The fact that the U.S. you got like I just
And
like a
Israel got attacked.
superpower.
And
Yeah,
Israel
like
got
think
attacked.
it.
Iran's hasn't
Yeah,
attacked anyone in 300 years. You know
think
what I
about
mean?
like
So
a superpower. Think about a superpower having to fucking get their hands dirty on behalf of what's supposed to be a subordinate state, and doing a bomb on a school in the first day. Like that just like that would be embarrassing for any superpower. But this
I
is
think
just like horrible.
I think what's most embarrassing is just the poll. So the war is popular amongst Americans by 27% of Americans find it popular. In Israel, it's over 90%, right? And
Right.
they give Trump in Israel 85% favorable rating. In the US is 37%. That's telling. Who your Our president is serving the best interests of another country. They're
So then,
raving about him
Cyrus,
over there. So I mean that's
that
super embarrassing to me.
that's why I really agree with a lot of your perspective on this. However, the where I have to part ways here is I think sometimes you project the logical interests of the United States onto the situational interest, right? And in this case, the situation is that the number one, basically from first principles, the number one asset in the mind of the United States is Israel, and the continuity and the even in that 2008 bill, I think they had
Israel is a
legislation.
liability. Israel is no asset.
But in their minds, it's
Israel is an albatross around America's neck. They have been the worst thing that's happened to us.
yeah, but in their minds, it's like number one. In their minds, Israel is a non-negotiable, irreplaceable, like essentially the
Well, that's
bedrock
changing.
of American foreign
That's
policy.
changing. That is for the first time. That is you're seeing fissures and fractures in that. Exactly what you said has been the status quo for the first time. It's being challenged and exposed since Kennedy, and a
Yeah,
lot
but
has
the
happened.
president,
And
you're
they're way stronger than they were during Kennedy's days. I mean, forget the fact that Trump is compromised through their honeypot operation. Outside of the fact that Trump is a Manchurian candidate, APAC is substantially more powerful and sophisticated than they were during the Kennedy days. So the monster is just a beast now. You know what I mean? So we
but
have a
then that
bigger.
means that the
Mhm.
U.S. won't act on its own interest. It will act on
Yeah, well,
Israel's interests,
clearly they've
and
been
that's
doing
why
it.
there will be continued kinetic
No, but
action,
there's a
right?
limit to it. There's a limit though. There's a limit. There's a point of diminishing returns where the damage is so much that it's not that the U.S. is completely a slave. You know, so those characterizations are exaggerated. The Israelis have undue influence on multiple levels of our leadership, and even with the Manchurian candidate, they can only push us so far. We're not suicidal. We're not on a kamikaze mission here. So the U.S. still is a superpower. We have our independence to a point, and but we've just allowed Israel to become this. Have you seen those like weird twins that you have like one normal twin and it has this like decrepit like half hand hanging out? You know what I mean? So like they've somehow fused themselves to our body politic in some distorted, twisted way, and now we're trying to surgically remove them. It's going to take a while. So but that's the issue with Israel. They're that weird conjoined twin that they grafted onto us. So that's the issue. But America's awakening, and luckily we have a democratic system that these turncoats can be voted out, and that's what I'm hoping for. I think it's going to be a 10 to
Well,
20 year process, and it's going to take time.
Well, I agree that look, if Benjamin Netanyahu told Trump tomorrow, "Hey, nuke Tehran," I agree that it wouldn't happen, right? And frankly, I honestly think there are factions within Israel even that are probably anti-nuke. Not to say that they're good people either, but at least they're not the factions that are end of the world cultists, right? It's not a what's the word for it? Like it's not a monopoly or whatever, like a one view order in Israel, even let alone Israel in America. However, the general sentiment appears to be on all sides, even this so-called technocratic new age thinker Palantir side or the Tucker Carlson side, they're all still pro-Israel, right? And they're all still, but they
For
have different
sure.
agendas as to how to maximize the greater Israel agenda. And so,
Agenda.
like, I think in the U.S.'s interests, to the extent of which the U.S. acted in its own interests this year, came to just their willingness to get involved. Because if Israel
Look,
attacked regardless, they would have to really ramp up the kinetics, the scale of damage and destruction, and eventually probably go nuclear. Frankly, I think we might have even seen it by now, considering how outmatched Israel would have been against Iran, clearly without any sort of outside interference. Mind you, by the way, I don't know if you guys have been hearing about like the really, I guess, like the weather modification element that has been a huge underlying story. But essentially Iran's drought that's been historic levels over the last few years has been because of weather modification, and they specifically took out radar in the UAE. And mind you, Iran was already trying to weather modify and induce snowfall. I think last December in 2025 for their own country, and even that wasn't happening. And now we're seeing like stories
I
of like
read that. That's
yeah,
really
like in
interesting.
Turkey.
If that's true, that would be really fucked up because because that drought has been a major issue. I know about cloud seeding and stuff like that, but to cause a drought, I don't know enough about it. But before we get too far, I want to stay on
Oh
task
yeah,
about
no,
because
totally. I guess. Well, I only
because
mean
we're
that to
trying to
say because the
because
U.S.
we're
is the
trying to
reason for that,
but we're
right?
trying to predict whether the U.S. is going to reinitiate kinetic activity. So, like, because that's a big prediction that we're all
Well,
making.
right.
So my thing is this, and you're correct on a lot of what you said, and actually on everything you said, the facts are there. But the outcome of the conclusion is different. And the thing is this: that Israel already got what they asked for. They've been asking for 30 years, and that's by way of the honeypot operation. That there's so many indications that Trump is a Manchurian candidate. He's compromised. He ran on an anti-war campaign. He could have easily, if he wasn't compromised, he could have pushed off the Israeli pressure, right? So Israel, with final the straw that broke the back was this Epstein thing. They did it. They finally got America to attack Iran. And mind you, in the middle of
I think it was
negotiations.
more than that. Chabad has been infiltrating Trump for a long
Then
time.
to
That was in the
Kabad's
files.
part of it. Kabad's part of it. Kabad is part of the whole. Except
They
what the
said
whole
the
thing.
agents
The
have
whole
said Trump
thing,
is a
right?
total.
The
Agents said
whole
it.
thing.
Yeah.
Whatever it took, the whole machine, the whole apparatus got America to do a preemptive attack. That's what they've been wanting for years and years, and they did it. But it got to a point where Iran asserted themselves. Iran won. They cornered the global economy, and that is the bigger escalation. I mean, all the experts, even the honest neocon ones, the one that hate Iran's guts, right? The honest ones are saying Iran
Just
has
some breaking news.
escalated.
Just some breaking news, Cyrus, and I'll give it straight back to you. Trump's statement on Lebanon and Iran. He says the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, Vice President of US, J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, and Ambassador to Lebanon Mike Issa met today with high-ranking representatives of Israel and Lebanon in the Oval Office. The meeting went very well. The United States is going to work with Lebanon in order to help it protect itself from Hezbollah. The ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon will be extended by 3 weeks. I look forward in the near future to hosting the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and the President of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun. It was a great honor to be a participant at this very historic stage. So it seems like what that post is saying is that the United States of America is going to be in bed working with the Lebanese government, not for a war against Israel, but with a war against Hezbollah. So now Hezbollah is essentially going to be fighting Israel, and they're going to have to deal with the Lebanese government. So let's see what happens. Will the people in the Lebanese army stand with the Americans and kill their own people, or what's going to happen? This is a major escalation, actually. But sorry, Cyrus, you were saying, and then go ahead, and then we'll get into this conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Suleiman. And the Hezbollah conversation is a great pivot. After I'll land it here pretty shortly, and then the Hezbollah conversation is very, very important. And and Avril, you make great points. You're speaking factually, but the thing is this: Iran, Israel got what they wanted. They finally got America to attack, and Iran out strategized them and has the global economy on the precipice. It ends here. Trump does not want to smoke because he does not want to tarnish his reputation. He's a megalomaniac. He does not want to be remembered as the man who unnecessarily pushed not only the globe but America, he's been raving all that we're going to control inflation. You know how ridiculous he'll look if and it was actually working. Inflation was going, it was subsiding, and the rates were slowly coming down. So he's actually kind of looking good. Do you think? Imagine what his legacy will be, that he went from that to interest rates of 15.5% to gas prices of $10. He's not going to do that. The risk level is right there. You could see in the VIX index and the volatility index for the S&P. You could see it in the oil volatility indexes. It is, we're on the precipice. Trump does not want to take any risk. And it's so interesting that the breaking news about Lebanon came. So my point to you was, Israel is like this spoiled little baby. Now they're not going to be able to get their Iran candy. They had to go at it. It didn't work out. So now they're going to try to stomp their feet in Lebanon, and this overture that Trump. Actually, I don't want to pivot into it until Suleiman. Do you want to start on the analysis on that?
Yeah, I do. Let me see
On
what Godfrey's got to say, and then let's get into the Lebanon conversation. Godfrey, did you want to speak on
okay.
Lebanon? Do you want to
Oh,
speak about?
I just want to speak about Trump and Epstein. Like, look, I have to disagree with Cyrus. He's all in on this play with Iran, and he's not going to give up on it, but by any means. This is the entire purpose of his Epstein blackmail. This is why he was brought in. This is why there's an entire mythology around him, because it was his mission to destroy Iran and to help facilitate the Greater Israel Project. And I don't think Israel is going to accept anything less than that. So I would have to
Totally.
disagree with Cyrus.
Hey, I agree on everything you said, except the fact that they gave it a good old college try. Trump gave it his all. So the Israel,
But yeah,
and
no,
you're right.
that's where
His
you and I
purpose was that,
disagree, though. Yeah.
and Epstein, everything you said, I'm 120% on board, except the fact that Israel has to concede. They're like, hey, he tried. We haven't come. You think what are you going to expose him now? And what's that going to do? That will be super weird. All of a sudden they drop his sex tape. You know how awkward that will be. That's not going to be
Yeah,
so good
but
for
they're not
Israel.
bringing the Bush aircraft carrier into the region
I
for their
hope,
health, right? They're not just
I
doing
Man,
that for
hope,
their
yeah,
health.
yeah, I hope you're
Trump
right,
gave it.
Cyrus.
I hope so too. I hope so too, man. But you're spot on. The Epstein thing was the last piece that was missing, and they did it. It goes to show
But if
how
I could say
incessant they are.
just one thing though, sir, is that what worries me is how many they've fired 34 generals this year, and it's almost like they're trying to find out which set of generals they can find who will carry out treasonous orders for Israel. And I pray that it stops. I hope that the musical chairs are done. No more generals are fired. But it just seems like Hegseth is like Trump. He's a Manchurian candidate, but in the military. And he's trying to find that set of treasonous generals who will take these orders. So I hope you're right. Again, Cyrus, I want you to be right. I hope you're right. And you make some very good points. So
and
hopefully
but
you are.
and I hope so too. And you have a really great attitude about it. Also, just the fact that you mentioned the generals goes to show the depth of your personal analysis. You're absolutely right. Just to give you a little hope in our military, and I'm lucky to be. I've had some mentors or '06 colonels, and I have some wonderful patriots that have really shown me the standard of what it means to be an American. So the good news is, and I haven't been around the general level folks, but knowing how our '06s are, I mean, there's a very deep rooted military culture that is very clearly bifurcated from the civilian overlords. And these are very, very disciplined officers that will not do anything that's, I mean, they are well read on Geneva Conventions. They know the grand strategy. They will not do that. Force. Maybe they'll have a couple few days of like really, heavy flurries of, volleys of fire, right? Just to be like, look, we did it. Look at that last volley, because people, and generally they're right. The sheeple, right? Not the real people that think about the situation. They're going to remember the last thing they saw on TV. Israel is going to change very slowly. So they still have undue influence, but in this case, they pushed it to the limits. There is a genuine global crisis. If we speak these words, but you have to internalize it. You have to understand what that entails, visualize it. $12 gas at the pump. Asian economies have crumbled. It takes time to repair economies that go into depression or a very deep recession. These are real. I mean, these are calamitous projections that we're on the brink of. It's real shit. This is not rhetoric.
Well, fair enough. I mean, look, I see where you're coming from. I just think that like if Israel does the opposite of what you're saying, or rather, if the U.S. does the opposite of what you say it's going to do, I think there does have to be a change in maybe the perception of the U.S.'s relation of with Israel, right? Like we have to maybe even concede that look, there is a much deeper level of combined interests that exist between the U.S. and Israel, and that maybe it's not a sovereign state. Maybe Israel is in the driver's seat for the most part. And yeah, there are checks and balances, but clearly, like resuming hostilities, which seems to be on the way, it kind of like contradicts this idea that this is at the last level or that it's been
But
pushed to
I'm
the
saying,
limit,
but they
right?
came,
You
but
can't go
they
past
tried,
the limit.
but they tried everything, even the blockade. They tried for 6 weeks before that. They had a 12-day war. At first, like bring the B2s, bring the Moab bomb, bring the heaviest ordnance, get the bunker penetrator. Everything they asked for, they got. What
Oh, that
else are they
reminds
going?
me. Yeah.
What else are they going to do?
So
What else is there left to do other than cause a human catastrophe in Iran by taking out their light, power, water, and you cause a massive human catastrophe? And that's not a good look either, especially after the Gaza genocide. America's already complicit in that. We're already dragged through the sewer pipes of history being complicit in genocide with Israel. We already got nasty shit on us. So we're not. So what's next? Let's go. Oh, let's cause another human
But
catastrophe.
Cyrus,
Great. They're not
how
going to
can
do
you
that.
say that, yes, they did the Gaza genocide, but you think they won't do something that's a lesser extreme to Iran? Like, doesn't
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fact that they did the Gaza
Israel.
genocide prove
Great
that they
point.
will
Awesome
escalate?
question. Awesome pointed
Make
question.
us, you and I finally agree on something.
No, let me. So look, there's an answer to that. Israel certainly would. They have no limits. If Israel could get away with it, they would level Iran. They're vicious. They're vile. They'll do anything. And America going along with it, they probably would do tremendous damage. Iran has real escalation dominance. They will do the same punishment to the GCC. We've invested trillions in the GCC. Dubai is not just a shell of a country. It is a true global finance hub. There's only five of them. You have London, you have New York, you have Hong Kong, Singapore, you have Dubai, and that's about it. I don't know if I'm missing. That's it. Dubai is a major thing. Do you think that's not going to affect our finances here in the U.S. and our highly integrated international banking structure infrastructure? We are tied to the hip to this global economy that we created. We created this thing in our image. The whole GCC, that's us. They're not real countries. This is an extension of the US empire. This is the American imperium. We cannot let that go set ablaze when we can avoid it. All we have to do is not destroy Iran. Is that too much to resolve? Hey, don't destroy this country. And then you don't get all these nice things you've built destroyed. It's really AB basics. It's not so hard to wrap your mind around it. See, your problem is you don't give real credibility to Iran's offensive fangs. Iran has a nasty left uppercut and a nasty right hook. It's their missile and drone force. And apparently they have underground in the mountain factories that they can keep making more and more and more and more. And these are heavy ordnance. A 600-kilogram warhead coming at Mach 4 is nasty. Just that speed and velocity adds a lot more to the explosion and the damage. So Iran has offensive capabilities. That's what it boils down to. Otherwise, they would have destroyed the country. For sure, they would have.
So what I find that the U.S. and I think maybe this is going to be a huge part of why I think they're going to continue, and China has been watching for this too, and the PLA has even released newsletters about this recently. America seems to really believe in its capabilities on electronic warfare and directed energy warfare. The George W. Bush that they're bringing in is going to come with some serious, really the U.S. is best when it comes to the entire EW packet, like just in general, like the EA growlers, for example, like that's something that's going to be coming with the George W. Bush, and that's I don't even think that like they've ever used it in it. In fact, it's only about like I think it
And
entered service in
you're talking
'09.
you're talking the P8 Poseidon. The Growlers,
No,
the
that well,
F-18.
referring to the Growler with like the next generation jammers and the mid band pods that they have, and the EA-37B Compass call. That's the Air Force's
But the
standoff
gr- but the
electronic
but the
attack
but the gr- but the
aircraft.
Growler is the
Yeah,
F-18 Growler, right? Because there's no EA.
EA.
There's
It's
a
the EA
there's
18
yeah
Growler. Yeah, the
18
18
18. I got you. I
18.
got you.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Because there's a P8 Poseidon that
Yeah.
replaced the P3 Orion, and those are very important
Yes, that's true.
assets. And
Those
Andrew can speak on that. But
those
No, that's
growlers
true.
are also on the Abraham Lincoln, though. They're not only
Well,
on the George
All of the
but
carriers
there.
carry a lot of growlers. He's talking about like new electronic warfare pods or something,
Yes,
right?
that's exactly. Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm referring to specifically. So that's why like they're equipping them, and I think there is something called like the Angry Kitten jamming pod as well. They think that that's going to fuck Iran over. That's what they think. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, and I also think that they literally believe in it so much that like because you know how like the
and
even
never,
with
what
the
happened to you, bro? You went and came back. You were always hyping up
oh,
Chinese
can you hear
technology.
me?
Now you're saying now you're hyping up that they're gonna.
You're
What happened
funny.
to what the hell happened to you, man?
Well, no. Look,
I
so
don't think any of
mind
that,
you,
but China, none of that's really relevant because all of the Iranian attacks on U.S. aircraft have been based on infrared missiles. They're not really even trying to use radar missiles because we have
yeah,
such good capabilities against that.
they need widespread
They hit
electro.
very
So what
very good point,
Iran has a
Mantis.
passive. They have a passive detection system. Iran does. Like for example, when Iran sets up for their 88 8008 missiles, right? They don't just like pull up to some random area in the woods and point it at the sky and hope or an F-15 flies by it or within range. Iran has a very wide scale network that's used to detect and almost form as sort of like an early warning system. It's a passive coherent location system that Iran has. And I think even Ghalibaf referenced it as well, or maybe to some capacity. And that's what Iran is using. And you can consider like if you have enough nodes set up over the country or over an area of interest in your country, then you can set up a range of detection, right? And so when an advanced fighter flies through, it creates a forward scatter, and that's been enough. Like a forward scatter in terms of detection, right? Because they're stealth, it's obviously covered in stealth, even like down to the paint. But they're detected because of the forward scatter effect that stealth fighters still have. It's like a notorious issue, and I think that's why Iran is. That's how Iran has been able to detect ahead of time, and all it takes now is saying, okay, well, look, oh, there's this flying over Natanz, or this is flying near Larak Island. Okay, well, let's set up assets in the right area, and then maybe set up man pads, and then it gets to where you mentioned, where it gets picked up. They pick up the heat of the F-35 or the F-15, and then it gets hit, or there's a near strike, right, a near collision. And so this is how they're doing that. So my point is, the U.S. is sending assets
Well,
there
and you don't
to
need to have
counter
really
that.
high tech stuff to do that because aircraft,
Right.
even if they're stealthy, they still make noise. So if you just have a bunch of
Exactly.
microphones set up everywhere, you'll have a general
The
idea of where the aircraft are coming.
Well, it's just from a forward scattered basis, yeah. Like literally, it's not that high tech at all. You can honestly just with cell towers, you can use that as a node if you're Iran, and that's what they're doing, by the
No,
way.
but
They're
the tech that actually detected and engaged the F-35 and actually made contact. I'm not sure if you guys really researched it. It's I learned about. I thought I keep up with this stuff. I just learned about this not too long
Yeah, it was an
ago.
8008
It's a
missile shot from a
it's
man.
no it's no it's a loitering. It's called a loitering anti-aircraft. So it has passive infrared, and if it doesn't find a target, it actually shoots a parachute, comes back down. It has a jet engine in it. It's not a rocket. It launches and it travels at 800 kilometers an hour, and it just chases
Yeah,
these
we
planes.
talked.
It chases them down. It's really fascinating. And Iran,
Yeah, the Majid.
code
We
the
Yeah.
talked about that a bunch on the space when that
yeah
was happening. That they fire the rocket up into the air and then it just circles for like an hour or something.
yeah. It's really because it's
Well, wait a minute. So that you're talking about the 358 drone, right? It's like
no,
a
it's not a
drone, a
drone.
hybrid
It's not a
drone.
drone. It's
Well,
a
it's a
I think
it's a
that's what he's
hybrid,
talking about.
right? It's like the
no,
drone,
it's
the
not a
hybrid
drone.
drone.
It's not a
I
drone.
think
It's
that's what
It's
he's
a
talking
hybrid.
about. It's a missile, but I think it's called the 358.
yeah, it's like a loitering. I don't know. I forgot the exact designation. I think we are talking about the same thing. And the U.S. is fielding. We're testing something similar like that. I don't know if it's Andrew or who's working on it, but it's crazy that they actually have it combat effective and they have it employed. So yeah, stealth isn't safe as long as it generates a infrared signature. But a lot of
Well,
Iran's. anti-air assets have been degraded. I mean, we can't deny that, you know.
No,
But
well,
Iran's still
they've
posing
targeted.
a threat
Oh,
and
sorry.
shooting down aircrafts. You know, it's they're still dangerous.
Well, they've used the 358 to hit a lot of drones. Like the 358 alone has 5 as well, but that was that missile, the 8008 missile. That was the one that detonated near the F-35 and was enough to make it do an emergency landing. And
And
so
look,
that was what I was referring to.
and
But
it upset the panel last time, and Suleiman got on my case about it. Okay, and yes, it is very impressive that Iran's hitting these, you know, very hard to hit targets. But at the end of the day, I think we've conducted over 25,000 sorties. You know, sorties takeoff and touchdown, right? But across, you know, unmanned assets and aerial. It's not. They're not all
wait, no, it
combat.
wasn't nearly that much. Over Iran, you mean? Over Iran?
Over the last the 6 week engagement. I think we did over 25,000 sorties. But long story short,
Yeah, that's
That's
they
fine.
around.
did.
How many of them went above Iran? Because your claim was, guess what? Iran's got complete, America's got complete air superiority. They can literally just fly over Iran, which was completely false. That's the bit where I pushed back on you on.
I know. Look, and look, I don't want to start that thing again. So, but I'm just highlighting that it's still a very dangerous environment to be on the ground. It's not that it's so dangerous for the U.S. to fly around. You know, yes, they're being targeted. Yes, they're getting hit, but they're still flying a lot. And I don't have the answer to that question, Suleiman. How many of them were over Iranian?
Yeah, I don't think it was. It was like probably around 10,000 if I had to guess. It wasn't
And
more than that.
basically,
That
it's
was the last
all.
number.
Yeah, and when America's been bombing, largely they've been using standoff munitions. Of course, when they get closer, we're just repeating the same conversation, but you just try.
Yeah,
You try
exactly.
to bring,
We
which
don't
no,
need to
but it's
bring
fine
it.
because you try and make it look like that I was
I'm
wrong.
not.
The point is,
I wasn't. I really wasn't trying to make you look wrong. I honestly wasn't.
no,
I'm
but
saying.
anyway, let me just answer this point. The point is that, as I said then, and the situation is still the same, nothing's changed, that largely speaking, the United States of America has been using Tomahawks and standoff munitions. As they were running out with them, they've had to creep closer and closer. When they get closer and closer, Iran now has a decision to make. Sometimes they will just allow it to go because you're thinking that, look, do you want to take it out? Is it worth it? They'll find the location of where your interceptor is. Sometimes they'll take it out. And so, for example, America's F-35, which is meant to be their premium fighter jet, was taken out. And that demonstrated that they can take it, they can track it, they can locate it, and then they can hit it. And the same with the B-2 bombers. There's instances where the B-2 bombers have been used. There's instances where the B-2 bombers have realized that they've been tracked and then they've ran back. So this is basically what warfare is. The claim you made is basically Iran, America has complete superiority over the air. They can literally just fly over Iran, and we
Yeah,
were like, no,
but
that's
then I
not.
corrected it. But then I corrected it.
And I said, no, that's not true. And what I said is quite right, and hence why now you're seeing that because the US doesn't have air superiority, because they had that failed mission of South Isfahan, they're realizing that actually this isn't as easy as you think, and this is why Trump ran away, capitulated, ran for a ceasefire, and now is trying to rearm himself with the hopes that maybe things will be different next time. But let's get back into the Lebanon conversation. I think that one's quite a big one.
Definitely.
Lebanon seems to have agreed. Oh, let me just give some breaking news before I give it to Lebanon. Iranian carry ship. So, Andrew, you're gonna have to some answering here, bro.
Oh boy.
You've been telling us the U.S. Navy is the best in the universe, and basically we've now seen that the U.S. Navy attempted to seize a cargo ship, a carrier ship full of rice, because the Americans want the rice, but they tried to take a cargo ship of rice. Inevitable. I don't know if this was going to China. If it is, you're gonna have to have your food without the rice, without the
Oh,
white
we
rice.
don't need to bring in rice. That's the
White
one thing we don't need to import.
white rice. There's you might have a bit less white with white rice. No, I'm joking. But the what's been stated is the U.S. Navy attempted to seize it, and then the IRGC Navy came in, took it over, and basically made sure that it escorted the carrier ship safely past the Sea of Oman with an escort. Thoughts?
Wow. If that's if we take that and that comes out to be factual, that is a huge embarrassment for the United States Navy. That's really embarrassing. But it also shows that they did not have the ROE to come back with force. Because if you take the gloves off, seriously, if this was a real scenario, right? there is at least one in that exact area close, a fast attack submarine. All we have to do is get. We already have target. We already have the target. We have the bearing rate. All we have to do is match bearings and shoot. But there again, this is why we're not allowed to. We're not being given the order to do it. If we could, it would be. We could drop that target easily with a submarine easily. So why didn't it happen? It's just a big paper tiger.
One thing, Sully.
Inevitable. Have you learned anything from that? This is what you do it. You don't be scared. No, sir, we don't take our eyes, sir. Iranians were like, listen, bruds, you ain't taking our eyes. It ain't going anywhere. We're gonna escort it with our navy. You be like, no, sir, you take our eyes, sir. We know we're not fighting, sir. Go ahead, Ashkan.
The ship was leaving the Persian Gulf because nobody in the Persian Gulf exports rice.
Yeah, that was a joke, Ashkan.
I didn't get it.
I was taking the mick out of my bite inevitable because I'm trying to create a situation where he feels like China can't do anything.
Okay, now I get
Well,
it.
now he forced you to explain the joke.
No,
Now it
it's
can't
bad
be
when you gotta
funny
explain it. It's so late, bro. But anyway, I'm just saying it to him. Really, I believe it. I mean it. Listen, inevitable. This is do it. Listen, have you learned from Iran now? You guys gonna grow a pair and not allow the Americans to seize your ships?
Man, look, there are 7 ways from Sunday for China to make America feel pain before we even start with sending out ships. So, it's always been.
Translation. Listen. Translation, we're not going to fight you. We're going to use some other Machiavellian means to get back at you. Okay, I'm not going to punch you. I'm just going to go down that road and make sure you don't get any food or something. Okay, we get it. We agree with you.
Well, that's before the missiles fly, I think
Manko,
it's good for the world that we
Manko,
start
what
this
what
way.
do you think about the Chinese Navy? They're saying they got the best Navy.
Yeah, wait, didn't Inevitable just say we when referring to China, but he's in the United States?
No,
No,
I'm
he's
not
in
in the United
China.
States.
He's in China. He's a Anglo-Saxon who
Oh,
literally
is he
loves
using a
China.
VPN or something?
No.
He he
No.
Yeah.
converted.
Manko, you've not been in the space for a while. So basically, Inevitable is an Anglo who has gone to China and is basically colonizing China and improving their birth rate exponentially. But go ahead,
You know
Manko.
what the Chinese call those people, Suleiman?
What do they call them?
Laowai.
No, white monkeys.
Yeah,
Whoa.
sure, yeah. I don't know what
What?
Chinese. Look, Manko, I don't
That's
know
true.
what indoctrination you've been forced to endure, but man, we've gotta help you, brother. I think you just need to come out here and just spend a week, at least a week
Who's
or two,
so
and
Manko? Do you agree with Inevitable? He said his Navy's the best.
Yeah,
well, okay, well,
so
can I, well,
one,
can we
one thing
please,
with
okay,
China
my
does have
actual
Wait, why are you
words.
getting
Oh
scared,
God.
Inevitable? Let him speak.
that China has the second strongest navy in the world. And what China has done in the last 20 years has gone from having a navy that was an absolute joke and really only like a coastal defense force to steadily over time through many means, through getting the technology by stealing it, but also by buying it and finding other ways to get technology from Russia and things like that. China has basically gotten to the point where, we've had the Arleigh Burke destroyers for a long time. China was eventually able to build their own version of an Arleigh Burke, and now they have their own version of a cruiser that's bigger than an Arleigh Burke. The thing that China
Yeah, super
doesn't
destroyer.
have,
Yeah.
yeah, the thing that China doesn't have is the enabling sort of background logistical basis in order to project power over long distances for any sustained period of time. So something like even doing the Somali patrols are a little more difficult for China, although they do have the base in Djibouti, which they're able to use to sustain that. The bigger problem is that when you look at what America is doing with this war right now with Iran, there is an enormous amount of effort and manpower and ships that operate, and Andrew, I'm sure, can talk about this, that operate in the background so that the carrier can actually stay near Iran and keep functioning. Because if you didn't have that, the carrier might be able to fight for like a week and then it would have to leave and go home. And that's the situation that China is in because it doesn't have the sort of international logistics network.
Yeah, absolutely. What
So,
he just said.
well,
Respect.
And look, China's navy is not for the purpose of like
Don't
global
capitulate.
swarm,
Inevitable. Don't
right?
capitulate to me.
Definitely not,
Fight
right?
back.
But putting it into perspective, China, the U.S.'s navy is built for imperialism, and China is an anti-imperialist entity. Now, that being said, the Pacific theater, in many ways, is most certainly China. Like, if China wants tomorrow, every single U.S. military base in the Pacific theater is gone, and it would happen in a few hours. And obviously, that's
That's not true at all. That's
well, yeah,
crazy.
That's
absolutely,
not
that's
true at
absolutely
all.
true, hundred
That is
percent
not true.
true,
That is not true at all,
hundred
man.
percent true.
That
Okay.
is Chinese Hasbara. Not even that's
Yeah,
straight up
sure. Yeah,
propaganda.
sure. Dude, we have Guam killers that can hit literally everything. Okay, there's a reason why it's called
Exactly.
the Guam killer, and it's from the
Oof.
mainland, by the way, too. Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing you can do about it. The anti-ship missiles can. Hey, you know how Iran is doing scoot and shoots, dude.
What do you
Everything
mean
that you're
there's
seeing in
nothing you can
Iran,
do about it? We
yeah,
have the
okay,
most
you
advanced
can
ballistic missile
retaliate, I
defenses in the
guess.
world, China.
Maybe you can retaliate, maybe you can,
I
but
mean, they have,
outside
we
of
do have a
preventing it.
lot of defenses. Guam is probably the most heavily defended place in the world right now.
Well, I mentioned the Goan killer, right? And that's a missile that can hit from well over like I think around like 1,500 kilometers, and yeah, like that's just one, right? And we have about 500 to 600 of those, at least publicly revealed, right?
But
So
inevitable.
so
You're discounting the disparity, the qualitative disparity between the U.S. Navy and the Chinese Navy. The Chinese Navy does have a lot of surface ships numerically. They have 120 major surface ships. And they're not like not advanced, right? But if you understood the difference between our Aegis system and our I think it's the SP2 spy satellite. I forgot the designation, but it's the newest version of our
do you
Aegis
really want
system.
to go
No,
there?
no, but hear me out. What our SM3, our Standard Missile 3, and SM6s can do is literally like science fiction. These things are stupid accurate against ballistic threats. And our ships have multi-layered protection where the Chinese really don't. I don't want to get into our subsurface forces. We can sink the entire Chinese Navy within 2-3 weeks. I promise you.
Dude,
Just with our submarines,
dude,
there's such a
this
disparity.
is
There's
like
such a
This is Cape
qualitative.
shit.
There's
Tremendous
there.
disparity in
This
submarine
is Cape.
warfare. It's not
This is
even
See,
Cape.
on.
So
once we
look,
start talking about
They're not,
this
China,
it's
is
not
Cape
even
viruses
shit.
doesn't
close.
sound
So
like an
look,
American.
It's
Well,
dude.
let
It's
inevitable talk. Let inevitable. Don't listen. Don't gang up on him. Got inevitable. Smash him, bro.
so look, right. So
This is like
first,
America trying to
yeah.
get all its allies against one country, and it got in China, smash them.
Well, what's funny is like, okay, so the enormous
Come
background
through.
effort that the U.S. Navy supposedly has, right? Like the carriers
Okay,
rely on
we've got
replenishment at
reinforcements for you.
sea.
We got reinforcements. We got resistance. He's
Uh
more pro China than you. Go ahead, continue.
oh, that's funny. Well, look. So this idea, for one, sending warships out to the Persian Gulf to quote unquote help is like that's literally last on the list of things that we can do to help Iran. Iran has been whooping America in every capacity using primarily China's connection to its satellite. The geosynchronous satellite, right, that Iran has connected to has helped in its accuracy in hitting all these assets that are in the Gulf region. And what Iran is doing within the Gulf region is 1/100th of what
Yes,
China
but
can
no
do
one cares, buddy, because Suleiman Ahmed's going to be
throughout the
killed.
entire
I'm going to
Pacific.
shoot Suleiman Ahmed in the head. He's going to be
Who the
shot in
hell
the
is
head.
that?
Suleiman Ahmed is dead.
Shoot your. Yeah, that was weird. But okay, well look, so look, okay. In
Yeah, but inevitable, they're not giving Iran real time
1 second.
information. They're giving them
yeah,
like
sorry,
commercial
it was
Just
a.
information.
1 second. So that was a Zio who came up, and first of all, they did a bot attack on the space. I was too busy about to write the title, bot attack. And the Zio came in. He had Resistance's profile. Obviously, they will listen to that. Just evidence that they listen to these spaces all the time. And they basically just carried out a death threat. They literally said, "Oh, Suleiman's going to be assassinated." This is
I
what
heard
the
about it.
Zios do. Because they don't have any form of normality or humanity and they can't engage in discussions, they always want to basically deploy death threats. They're always trying to threaten you. This is what they did in 2023 when they put my name on a missile. It's bang out of order. But this is what you can do on this app. You can literally threaten anyone as long as you're a Zio. But anyway, sorry, back to you,
Yeah, that was nuts. Yeah,
Manko.
yeah, he kind of that Zio jumped in. Look, Manko, I'll give it. Look, so if China, okay, if the U.S. wanted to say, I don't know, give China any reason, right? The satellites alone, the we have about like 400 satellites specifically, and geo satellites for real-time tracking of literally every asset. The synthetic aperture radar that we've got in the electro-optical satellites can image fix like bases and moving targets constantly, and Iran has been doing this in order to take out whatever. Like for example, the asset that you had in the what was it, King Fahd Air Base, the before and after pictures were literally like 2 hours before, 2 hours after. Iran was tracking pretty much every asset that you had, and they still are. The over the horizon radars that we've got can track every single thing from like 3,000 kilometers out. So if you go by the saturation strikes that we can send, dude, like the first island chain alone along Okinawa and like South Korea, obviously, and I think the Philippines is part of that. Dude, the carrier killers are hitting everything. We have hundreds. Okay, I'll be honest. We have thousands, right? The Guam killers. You're done. You're not going to be able to do that. And there's the land attack and the anti-ship variants of the Guam killers that we've got too. It's the by far the first conventional intercontinental ballistic missile system in the world. So, like, dude, everything that you've got in the Pacific theater is a sitting duck. It is literally Iran 2.0 on steroids and shark adrenaline, okay? Like, this idea that you're gonna just, like, slam your fist on the table and say, no, we're superior because we have submarines! Dude, we can see your submarines. We can track them. Like, we
No,
literally
you
are.
can't. No, you
Iran's
can't.
tracking your... Iran, okay, yeah, sure, okay. Iran's tracking your submarines.
No, they're
Iran is
not. No,
No,
tracking...
they're
Okay,
not.
all
no,
right.
No, no, no,
Okay.
they're not.
no.
Not in deep
That
water.
is not
They can
true.
not.
That is not true.
That's not true at all. In deep water, these submarines are ghosts. You will not see them. You will be sunk before you can even say your first name. They're so deadly and vicious, and like you understand these cavitation breaks. It'll break the keel of the ship. It'll blow up under the ship. The ship will rise up and then slam down. It'll break in half and sink in literally 5 minutes. A giant ship. It's so nasty. It's a scary, scary prospect to come across.
So, dude,
Well,
again, the
and on
synthetic
top of that,
aperture radar
the only
is
way
weatherproof. Okay.
Yeah, hold on. The only way that China is able to shoot at any U.S. Navy ships in the water is if they have a satellite overhead tracking the ship, because they have no other way of getting like a firing solution on a ship other than having a satellite looking at it in real time. The thing is, all of our ships have SM-3 missiles, which are capable anti-satellite missiles, and they'll just go up and destroy the satellite. So the idea that
Are you
China's going to
serious?
be able to shoot
Yeah, he's
our
right.
aircraft
SM3
carrier
and S.
task
He's
forces
exactly
is
right.
just wrong.
He's exactly
Okay,
right.
so when's the last time these were actually used to hit a satellite? Let me know.
No, well, we
No,
haven't.
we
We
did a
don't.
test
We
by
have.
shooting
We
that
did multiple
satellite that was
tests.
falling
So why
down.
and
Remember?
that wasn't done on Iran? Why?
Iran doesn't have satellites. They use all like
Okay.
America. America's not
All
going to take
right.
out Russian and Chinese satellites to
You see
start
what
a
I mean? This is
satellite
where it
to
gets to
start a
cope. This is where
satellite
it
war.
cope, Phil.
No, no,
Okay,
listen, no, no,
one
no.
question
It's
for
a clear
everybody.
answer. Wait, it's a clear answer to this. The U.S. is not going to start a space war with China or Russia, and Iran doesn't have any capable satellites that can do what those Chinese and Russian satellites do.
Well,
The U.S. has the ability to take out satellites via the SM-3 and SM-6 missiles and the Aegis system, which is an unbelievable capability for our ships to be cruising around the world with this capability. China doesn't hold a candle to us. They're so behind. They're 30 years behind us at least.
so no, you're wrong. That dude, that's come on. You don't believe that. You shouldn't even said that. That makes
I
your
do believe
argument
it.
look
I
worse.
do
It
believe it.
makes your argument. It makes your argument look worse. Like Pete
Do you,
Hegseth
do you
wouldn't
know? Do
say
you know how
that.
hard it is to
Okay,
create
come
the
on,
level of
dude.
submarines? Do you know how long it took us
Dude,
and
okay.
the amount of investments? They cannot replicate our submarines. Our submarine
So
force is our competitive edge. That's the
So the
thing. All
geosynchronous, like, do you know that? Okay, do you understand? So the Tans, I think it's the O1 version, which is mind you, the least effective version. That's what Iran has been able to use so far to track assets. China's got stuff on a level far ahead. Now, in terms of the tracking, look. If you go by like stratified waters, right, and you know the Persian Gulf is probably a good example. A moving submarine creates this like displacement, right? So any slow moving internal waves that reach the surface and modulate these
bro,
like
that's not how
waves,
it
Yeah, that's
works.
right?
super hard to
No, hold
That's a
on. That
see
is
diesel
in
how.
some
No, that
submarine.
is
aircraft, though. You're
absolutely
not
how it
going to see it
That's
works.
from a
not
So,
satellite.
okay.
that.
What'd you say?
Yeah, so
What was
there
your
are
point, Mako?
aircraft that try, they're patrol aircraft that try to see that, and it's very difficult for them to do. Satellites are not even
Andrew.
remotely able to
Yeah.
see like that kind of resolution, to be able to see something like a tiny bump in the water to track a submarine.
And the
That's
anti-submarine
literally what the
and the
looting
anti
taunts. That's
and
literally what the
and
looting
the
taunts is
anti-submarine
doing.
the anti-submarine warfare aircraft he's talking about is the P3 Orion and now the P8 Poseidon. We have the best ones. China's anti-submarine aircraft blow. They look like literally some plane a kid drew. They're
So
so
okay,
behind.
whatever. So
Dude, so you, I mean, I'm telling you,
okay,
you have to
conjecture. Can we
acknowledge.
talk facts, right? Can we talk like actual facts and information? So the Andrew, the wake detection, right?
That's now what.
Can you speak to
Yeah.
the Kelvin wakes and like the internal wave wakes that
Yes.
submarines cause?
Yeah, what you're talking about is when these submarines they do break. We call it breach. We breach with masts, and that's to get that's to get a VHF UHF frequency communication to
No
do
way,
other
Andrew.
things.
That's not what he's saying.
Periscopes,
He's
but
saying you can detect the sub while
yeah,
it's underwater.
yeah, right. Let me finish. But what he's talking about is the technology, the breakthroughs. They see these traces, yes, but to go
Yes.
beneath that, nope. Call the BS alarm. No, they cannot see in the depths. And besides that, these
Exactly.
convergence zones, they can't make the breakthrough through these convergence zones and these salinity layers and temperature differentials. It goes and goes and goes and goes. Woods Hole, MIT Woods Hole, that's the think tank for the United States Submarine Force, the most brilliant engineers in the world. No, 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 no. The United States rules in technology. Our submarine warfare is light years. I won't say light years, but we're far beyond. We're the number one most powerful naval force on the earth, and our submarine force is the primary reason for that.
So
And
so
by the
you
way,
understand.
inevitable. Let me just say this real quick. And you're talking about China doing all these things to Guam. Well, be aware, and you do know that there are United States submarine, FBM submarines that have multiple Chinese targets in a full launch package for ICBM launches. So, yeah, you're not,
Yeah, we've got interceptors. I get your point there. Look,
yeah,
when
we'll
I mentioned Guam,
go and
I'm
go
referring
this.
to the Guam killers, right? That's what I'm referring to. The DF, I think 27 is what it's called, but it's called the Guam killer because of the range and how quickly it can hit Guam. But my point is that
Yeah, but
that
that's a
can
nuclear attack. That's not a conventional
no, it's
attack.
no. Well, it doesn't have to be nuclear for one. But so what I'm saying,
Wait, you mean
Andrew,
the
is when
DF-26, right? Inevitable DF-26.
I think it's 26 or 27. I might have mixed it up, but anyway, the when subway marines move, right, they create changes in the sea surface roughness. Is that correct, Andrew?
That is not
So
correct. Oh, well,
hold
yeah,
on, Andrew.
if you're
It's
up,
called the Bernoulli hump, and it generally requires the submarine to be pretty close to the surface. Once
yes,
you
and
go
that's
deep,
inside of,
you're
and
yeah.
go ahead, Mankos, but I'll just say this. We
Yeah,
have
if
these
you're
depth
close to
layers.
the
You get
surface,
above
you will show a
150 feet.
significant
Yeah,
wake.
exactly. In a combat environment, you're way
150
below
feet.
150. They're going at 500-600 feet.
No,
These
no, no.
things are ghosts.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. All right, we don't go 150 feet is our depth. You go above 150 feet, that's when we get into that area where we got to be doing our shapes and shadows. We got to be doing our stuff fast. Now, go below 150 feet, no, it's disappear time. That's if you're in certain areas. If I'm in the Gulf Stream, are you kidding me? At 80 feet, weird stuff's happening in the Gulf Stream. Depth, convergence zones, salinity layers, temperature is huge. In that technology, MIT, Woods Hole, and all that. No, the United States Navy, no, the Chinese cannot see our submarines when they're deep.
So here's my point. Okay.
And Andrew, and reaffirm this if I'm correct. So our sub, when they get into combat mode, if they're at all near any Chinese assets, and our satellites give them plenty of heads up,
Yep,
they'll be at the depths miles before the Chinese have any clue, and
yep,
so
Oh,
they'll
well,
operate
okay.
they'll
Do you
yeah,
operate
understand?
at
Okay.
500-600 feet easy. The maximum depth on these things is
Yeah,
like some of them are like what 1,200 feet, and so they'll even
yeah.
at half of the depth, which is 600 feet, they are ghosts. And you know how quiet our submarines are compared to the Chinese. Ours are
Exactly,
yeah.
North,
whisper
right.
quiet. Ours are
The
whisper
only
quiet.
reason you're going to come up shallow enough to even have to worry about things like synthetic aperture radars tracking you over time. The only reason you're coming up that shallow is because you're going to fire on
Through choke
someone
points.
and
That's
then
my
you're going to
point.
go right back down.
No, well, okay. If you're coming up to fire on someone, that's you just gave her another reason why. That's already a sitting duck right there. Secondly, the choke points that you
No,
have to
but it
cross
takes
through for
time because
specific
the radar
areas.
has to
Okay.
hold on. The radar has to be looking at the exact patch of ocean where the submarine is. It has to look at
Yeah.
it for
No.
a while because there's so much noise that the radar has to actually be like, okay, is this real? Let me look at it for a while and see if it's real. And then after that time, it'll be like, okay, this is a maybe, this might be a contact. And then it sends that information back to the surface station and stuff like that. Has to be analyzed, has to go through
No.
all
It's
these channels.
instant. That's my
It's
point.
not like you're going to get this. It's not like you're going to get this real time thing where you're going to be like, okay, that's a sub. Let's do something about it. And by that time,
It
the
is
sub
doing
has
that.
already done whatever it's wanted to do and it's already gone.
And no
The
Chinese
Ludi,
aircraft with any
stop,
radar will get anywhere close.
stop. The Luditan's 401 is literally doing that. It detects constantly. It's constant detection. It's a persistent detection pattern in and of itself. All right, so that's one. Two, the when it comes up to shoot, it's already exposed its location. But even in the choke points that you have to reach, for example, like if you're going you're like in or out of the Philippine Sea or like near Taiwan, there's going to be geographic bottlenecks, and the bottlenecks are quite similar for the Gulf of Oman as well, or near the Persian Gulf in particular. Like I
And what
think
do you mean it comes up to
there are
shoot inevitable?
there are
It doesn't
shallow
come up to shoot.
well no, it comes near the closer to the
Hold
surface.
on,
No,
That's
no,
what
hold
it
I'm
on, hold
doesn't.
on.
saying.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on,
Not for
wait. I
choke
It
got some
ability.
literally
extra
does.
information for you guys. So inevitable, you said it's the Luditance
Well,
401, right?
Iran is yeah.
Hold on, hold on. That has a 20-meter resolution. Okay, and it's in geosynchronous orbit, which is super far away. It has 20-meter resolution. You're not going to be able to detect anything. You're not going to be able to detect a submarine if it's on the surface with this thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
blind bet will have a better
no,
shot.
it's using detection using the waves, like I mentioned. It's tracking the turbulent waves and
No,
the
but you
Kelvin
can't
wakes.
do that with a
The Kelvin
no.
wake.
Hold on,
It's tracking.
hold on.
Hold on,
You
it's tracking the
cannot do
Kelvin
that.
wakes and the internal
Geosynchronous
waves in
satellites.
stratified ocean. Okay, it literally
Inevitable.
does.
You
Like,
keep
look it
talking.
up,
Hold on a second.
dude.
I
You're
have to
literally
explain a
okay.
basic
Can I make
concept
one
to you.
point?
Hold on. Say your point real quick, and then I have to explain to you how the satellite thing works. Go ahead.
And then
So
Lebanon.
no, well, listen, I'll explain to you how the satellite works. The Loritan's 401, it's detecting the Kelvin wakes that's being generated, and it's the changes in the sea surface roughness, right? That's what's being monitored.
Okay. No, now
That's
I have to
literally my point.
lecture
And
you.
then
So hold
the radar
on a
waves,
second. I have to
even
explain something
the
because you don't
long
know what you're
wavelength
talking about.
Kelvin.
Inevitable.
Okay, sure. Okay,
Okay.
sure.
So I have
Go ahead,
open
Manko. Just
on
before
my
you,
browser.
Manko, just before you go,
Yeah.
I brought reinforcements for you as well. Joe's here, but he's not helping you out that much. Go ahead, Manko.
No, so China already lost just on the information war. Like before, he thought he
Hold
was
on. Before
tracking a
we change the
Well,
submarine,
let
subject,
and they
Manko
we
go.
got
blew
to
Let
talk
Manko
about
go.
these
And
they
then you.
blew
Oh,
satellites.
up his
you're going to
satellite,
attack
and it was
inevitable as
over.
Yeah.
well. Inevitable. Drop
let
his
me let me finish.
social
Let me
current
tell
score.
you the
Go on,
brief.
Manko.
Let me give me 1 minute to do the satellite thing. Okay. So I
Yeah, no,
have
he's looking it
open
up because he
on my.
doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's just
Hold
looking it
on,
up. He doesn't know anything about
bro.
this.
I'm educating you right now. So take a seat, take out your notepad, get ready to take some notes. There is
You got to read your own
a
first, but
journal
okay.
article in Ocean Engineering titled "Free Surface Features of Submarines Moving Underwater: A Study of the Bernoulli Hump," and this goes into all kinds of detail. So you can look it up if you want to read all about that. It talks about how the satellites that are actually designed to do this have a detection resolution of 2 centimeters. Okay. And that's what you need in order to be able to detect the sub. And even then, you can only even try to detect the sub when it's closer to the surface than, let me look, 40 meters depth or less. And the closer it is,
Hello?
the better, because if it's down at 40 meters, it's probably not going to happen. The
Did he cut out?
Luditance is way up. Hold on, I'm not done. In geosynchronous orbit, okay, which is over 36,000 kilometers up in space. When you are that far away, you cannot use something like a spy satellite that's able to get any kind of resolution because it's simply too far, which is why it only has a 20-meter resolution. It's not there in order to be used as a military satellite in order to like do real-time detection of things like submarines. It's there to do things that you can do with a high resolution, like weather
Hold on. Can you
monitoring,
repeat the
land
last like
monitoring,
sentence?
all
Repeat the
sorts of
last
stuff like
sentence.
that.
My headphone cut out. Can you repeat the last second
Yeah, he
sentence?
said China sucks. That was the last sentence.
I know.
Yeah,
Look,
so no,
conjecture. Go ahead.
when you have stuff
Where's
in
Ashkan?
geosynchronous
Ashkan, help
orbit.
this guy out, man.
they're a lot more convenient because they stay over
I'm
the
here.
same place all the time, but they're also a lot more limited because they're so far away. The resolutions are really bad. When the US has these like high resolution spy satellites and stuff, those are all in low Earth orbit because you have to be relatively close. You can't be like tens of thousands of kilometers away and
Yeah,
still
that's what I'm
be
referring
able
to
to
with the
see
Chinese
clearly.
satellites as well. That's a low Earth orbit satellite. The geosynchronous satellite is a low Earth orbit one.
No,
Hey,
that's
hey
not. No,
and
geosynchronous
Evan,
is very high. Low
let me.
Earth orbit moves very quickly.
I want to add one thing, inevitable, and don't take this criticism as that China has not done a
Wait,
lot of
hold on, my
impressive
bad.
stuff. No, wait,
Wait,
let me,
wait,
let me,
Cyrus, before you go, one second. So, Ashkan, you're on this space defending China all the time. It's like a gang up. Where's your literal support? Joe, I bring you up to help him, and then you do a heel turn and start attacking him with a steel chair.
bro,
Look,
because he
look, I don't
doesn't
need his
know his
help. Look,
info
I don't
when it
need his
comes to
help.
submarine. When it comes
no,
to
but
submarines, he honestly doesn't know. Chinaman might be moving back to the U.S. soon, based on the
Look,
information he's
I
getting. The
don't
beat up
I
he's
don't need
getting
his
today.
help. But hear me out,
Whoa, what
right?
you
So
saying is Chinese education
okay.
subpar?
He's
He's
Suleiman. He's
not.
losing
He's
I don't
social
need
American
his
credit
help.
for
I've
educated,
by
but
the
he
already
minute.
just lives in
explained.
China.
Wait,
Explained.
let me hear
I've
Joe.
already
Let me hear Joe. Let me hear
okay.
Joe. Go, Joe. Explain.
I said he's American educated. He just lives in China. Like he's going to be moving back soon because he doesn't know the info when it comes to this.
So I've
He
already
did
explained
you hear?
when
Did you hear
okay.
his reaction when he said they can blow satellites out of the sky? They're like, yeah, right, they can blow satellites. He thought that was
I'm
just
not saying they
sci-fi,
can't,
and
dude.
it's
I'm
not
not saying they
sci-fi.
can't. Dude, I know like the S500s can do that. That's why like anyway, what I'm bringing up is
dude,
this.
S
The
five hundreds aren't
geosynchronous
on
satellite.
ships. S500s aren't, and
Okay, I got it.
they don't have the
Wait,
credibility.
wait,
They,
why are you guys all talking hard, right? All
Because
I've
they're
seen is,
insecure.
listen, all I've seen is China dominating the United States of America. China's so dominating that they didn't even have to use their own weapons. They gave it to Iran. Iran used their weapons and absolutely obliterated America. The satellite system was able to lock into the best American fighter jet. They were able to take them out. This is just this is China giving the like medium level weapons, the medium level radars. And what's happening? America's struggling. They literally took America and made them have their boot on the neck. What are you guys talking about? Why
Suleiman,
is this? Let me
Well,
just read the
that's
super
true.
chats.
Suleiman,
that's
what
Let
he's
me
saying
let me read
though.
the
that's an
super
So
exact.
chats.
That's an exact. I mean,
Let
that's an
me read the
exact.
super
And
chats.
by the way,
Wait,
this is
wait,
why they
wait,
think
wait.
they're
Let me read
winning
the
because
super
they're all
chats.
talking
Wait,
at
wait,
once.
wait. Guys, not everyone at once. 1 second. Just calm down, calm down. Listen, I'm with the Chinaman on this one. Wait a second. I'm gonna back him up now. I'm not gonna let 5-on-1. No, that's not gonna happen on my watch. So the Jeremy says this. He's got two super chats. The first one says, "Sully, please use your Chinaman voice when responding to inevitable. Remember, he is neither Chinese nor lives in China. Not sure why he uses we. Well, first of all, he does live in China. He does live in.
I am in China.
He does live in China. Second thing, don't be a race realist, right? Just because it. Listen, we don't believe in all of that nonsense, right? All man is equal. He can go wherever he wants. He can occupy wherever he wants. He's not trying to, he's going there and just spreading his seed. He's doing what he wants. We want all. Listen, why are you attacking him for that? Reject your racism against him. Don't be inevitable. I got your back. Sully, please use your Chinaman voice when talking to inevitable. Remember, it's the same super chat twice. Wait a sec. Oh, it's the same super chat twice. Thanks for sending me it again. Not sure why he used the word we. Okay, yeah. I answered it. Right?
Well,
So, listen, don't be attacking Chinaman, yeah? He's smashing everybody here. And yeah, inevitable. Do you want to add to what I said and smash them a bit harder?
so yeah, exactly. So look, the geosynchronous and I'll correct myself. It is not low orbit, but here's what's being used. I never said that it's just like looking at
Don't let them
like
pull you on
image
that. So what?
visually.
Low orbit, high
It,
orbit, like big difference. Continue.
and so for the geosynchronous satellite, it has this like stair mode coverage, right? And it's over thousands of like kilometers, if you will, with unbroken observation. And so it's able to, and this is critical, it's able to provide wake detection. So any submarines that are just any induced disturbances from submarines, they evolve slowly in their fate, but the long coherent integration that occurs over hundreds of seconds and just like over maybe roughly like 10 to 20 minutes allow the satellites to accumulate signals and distinguish wake patterns that are separate from the clutter of the sea, right? So this idea that, oh, there's too much background noise and that's why, no, that's not going to be a problem. Secondly, the hydrodynamic modeling routinely demonstrates that there's synthetic aperture radar imaging of submarine wakes. So that includes internal wave wakes, which is what I brought up, and I asked Andrew to explain the wave wake process, because of the systems that are within the satellites that excel at capturing these because of the longer persistence of the scattering waves. And I don't know the term for it. It's like a
Okay, inevitable. Let's say
backscattering.
let's say you're right about all that.
But then I'm almost done, right? I'm almost
Mhm.
done. So the reason why I bring this up is because from an operational perspective, yeah, subs are quiet, but they can't eliminate all hydrodynamic effects. They can't when they're maneuvering, especially at speed, or especially like if they go up to fire, or if they're at significant like or specific if you will, choke points, right? In order, mid transit, like near the Philippine Islands or near the Philippine Sea, rather, or in this case, the Gulf of Oman and the Strait of Hormuz. See, that's going to be another factor. Like the persistent coverage denies this idea that they can hide in the vast ocean sanctuary because of the patterns that are created. And the weather immunity is penetrated by the L band of the satellite that penetrates through clouds and rain and nighttime, and there are no gaps, unlike the optical systems or the higher frequency systems that are lower
Okay, Neville,
Earth
give,
and
give me give me
relying on
two, give me
visual
literally
image.
2 minutes, and I'll debunk all those things. So look, and
You're gonna
there could
Dude,
be
I'm
try and
literally saying
Cyprus,
facts.
there,
Cyrus,
there
What?
could be
Cyrus. Just before you go, can I just read this breaking news and I'll give it straight back to you.
very
And by the way,
sorry.
you can try. Say I'm not going to dribble. I'm going to try to debunk it, but China will remain supreme. The Chinese empire is coming, and we're just going to have to deal with it. But just before you get to that, just some breaking news. Okay, the first one is Trump made the following said he was asked, must Iran stop funding Hezbollah to get a deal from you? He said, yes, this is a must. So he's claiming the lack of funding of the resistance is a red line for Iran. I don't think Iran will agree. Well, I know Iran won't agree to that because that will be a betrayal of the resistance. But we'll wait and see because obviously some believe that they will. I think Simon believes they will. Other breaking news. This is the hilarity of well, it's not hilarity. And Agade, we are going to go on to talk about this in a second once Inevitable destroys all of these America hawks and demonstrates the power of China. And I've also got some news that my social credit score is going to be really high in China as well, but that's a separate point. Now, coming back to it, the Israel is ferociously bombing South Lebanon right now. The irony of that is this is at a time when there are claims that there is a 3-week extension of a ceasefire. So what does that mean? What it means in reality is the Lebanese government in a treasonous manner is going to be working with Israel to attack Hezbollah. The question mark is going to become the Lebanese army. What are they going to do? Are they going to carry out the orders to attack Hezbollah, or are they going to stand with their people? This is now going to become the $1 million question. The Lebanese government has basically agreed to some form of civil war in their country.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way the Lebanese army is more than 50% Shias, so they're not going to fight Hezbollah. And then the Israel and the U.S. have been looking door to door for anybody to come take Hezbollah's weapons. They went to Syria. Oh, Syria, please come help. Syria didn't do it. Iran threatened them. They said, hey, if you do it, we're going to attack you from your east. What's different with this? The Lebanese government was supposed to disarm Hezbollah a long time ago. There's nothing new here. Only thing that's going to happen here is maybe Hezbollah is going to take over all of Lebanon, in my opinion.
Cool. Cyrus, you going to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to
Yeah.
just to close out the thing. So about the advanced aperture radar, all that stuff accurate, right? Let's say they can, but let's say they can do all the stuff you say,
And
and they
thank you, by the way. Thank you for acknowledging it's accurate.
yeah,
Thank you.
and let's say they can, and they probably can
China, China,
to some
China.
ability. But look, but you're misunderstanding the concept and the doctrine of subsurface warfare. So if they're in open ocean, the moment, first of all, the air assets that are required to pinpoint a submarine, we would have counter assets. We would have a lot of air superiority from F-22 to AWACS. So anything that has loiter ability to actually counter a shallow submarine or it's near the surface for communication, or for whatever reason the satellites have picked up the general vicinity, and then the air assets need to come in and pinpoint it and drop either airdrop torpedoes or depth charges, whatever the assets they may be using to the capability to be able to take out these submarines. What the reality
what are
is,
these assets going to do again?
so the reality is this. So in real life, well, let's say you have a battle group of destroyers, of Chinese destroyers, 20 deep, 30 deep, right? So when this submarine gets within 500 miles of that AO, they're going to start going deep. Then you're not going to find them. The moment that submarine goes below 200 feet, they are a ghost. They're quiet. Your only hope is acoustic signature, and you're not going to hear it. They're too close. The next thing you know, your 20 favorite ships, their best friends are octopus and squids. They're going to be down there with the fishes. That's how scary our submarine force is. That's why China hasn't pushed through the first island chain and second island chain and towards Guam. They know exactly where they stand.
Well, for one, because we haven't tried,
But they're
and we
they
know we
know what's
can.
going to happen. They know what's going to happen. Their entire surface force will be below the fucking ocean. That's the reality. They know it. And look, it may not
What's it again, Cyrus? If they try what?
if they try to push through the first island chain, a second island chain, and impose their will in over Japanese waters and go towards Guam and Micronesia, they will never make it that far.
They'll make it. What are you gonna do about it? They will take out. They will go for
They're
China.
not.
They will take Japan. You guys bring your navy ships. They will. You will literally be like, we're gonna do a blockade, and China will be like, what blockade? We've gone through every single one of it. You ain't gonna do nothing.
On paper, we have 22.
I don't care about paper. I care about what's happening in action.
No, I'm saying the Los Angeles class submarines, the ones we admit to having, is like 22 of them. Do you know how
but
scary
the thing
that
is,
is?
Cyrus, you can say all these things, but
Do you know
in
how scary that
reality,
is?
one second. So in reality, you can make all these claims, but all we know is this is like the whole F-35. This is what I was hearing for so many years. They were like, the F-35, it's so good, it's stealth, it's this, it's that. And then when many of us were like, actually, there's some severe problems with the F-35, people are like, no, blood, this is the best, this is the best.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you don't know F-35, you don't know it. And then Pepe Escobar was talking about this. I believe Ryan Dawson just told me that he had a chapter in his book about it. And then what happened when it actually came to real life combat, not trying to murder little children? What happened? The F-35 got absolutely smacked with the most basic Chinese technology. So I don't care about theories. I care about real life implementation. I care about real life implementation.
Iranian technology.
Even better.
F-35.
Yeah, you're right. I take it back.
China sent a bunch of stuff to Iran, but Iran's domestic missile defenses are the only ones that actually.
Okay, I'll give you that one, Manco. I'll give you that one. So Iran's domestic technology obliterated the F-35. Never mind the Chinese one. The Chinese one is even better. So don't mess with the Chinese one. So okay, I'm reading this title. I'm reading this chat. It is hilarious. Someone said, "Oh my god, this is so funny." They said Sully's getting ready to kiss the Great Wall. That's hilarious. Guess what, though, boys? I would never kiss the Great Wall, but actually, if there was a situation, I would. It would be if someone said to you, "Gun to your head, you gotta kiss a wall." I'm never kissing that other wall ever. Then I would be like, listen, this wall. I guess I'll have to. I mean, I don't want to, but if it's a gun to head, you might have to do it. Like it's very big. It's very long. I'm told it was to keep the giants out. That's what Joe told me. But
it's very big and it's very long.
The steppe barbarians.
Yeah, it is. Manco.
It doesn't sound Chinese at all.
That's what she said.
Oh no.
Look where your mind goes. Look where their minds go. Silly. This is crazy.
Disgusting. This is why Inevitable's in China, though, isn't it? It's like a easy
pickings. Hey, man. But hey, can I
my god, someone's saying my social credit score is going through the roof. By the way, guys, I may or may not be going to China in a couple of months. So I better hope my social credit score is really high after this space. Go and continue, though.
Oh, it's over the moon. But look, and by the way, the missile that hit that F-35 or smacked it, I should say. That was like, look, China's had that since the late 2000s. So in terms of just what was needed to connect, but no, to your point, I was trying to clarify from Cyrus. So again, you explained. So first of all, you concur about everything I said about the detection capability of the Chinese Luritan So 1, which is what Iran is currently able to use. But then if it goes to the this idea that okay, well, you're not able to. Okay, you're saying that nothing can be done to what now? This
Once it
okay,
dives,
rather okay.
once it
So
gets
that first
close,
island
it
chain.
dives.
Okay, wait, my bad. The first island chain alone, right? We can just do that through the DF-26. No problem from the mainland. No problem. It's
But what
done.
is that going to do to you? That has 1,000 pound payload, 2,000 pound payload, not even 2,000 pound. But what is that going to do? That's not enough
So
firepower.
what? What do
You're
you
over
mean?
there. There's not.
I'm gonna be honest. We have well over 1,000 of those.
Okay,
Like
so what's that? So
500 is
let's
kind of like what's
what's that
point
going to do for you?
positioned.
What's that going to do for you?
It's gonna take a
It still won't do the job. It still
military
won't.
assets in the first island chain. All of your military bases in the
The
first island
CEP
chain,
isn't that good. The
and
CEP is
and
like 100.
and
It's like
not just
100
military
meters.
bases, but your
It's like
ships as well.
it's not pinpoint accurate. It's like it has a CEP of like
Says
100 meters.
who? Says
It
who?
says their own. Says their own.
Wrong.
Look it up. So what's the CEP of a DF-26? It's
Yeah,
not.
and by the way, the
No, that's
estimates
not
are that
true.
there's only a
It's
few hundred of them. And once you
and
start
it's
getting
made for
into
No.
these
nuclear. It's
bigger
made for
missiles,
nuclear. It's
there's
made for
very
nuclear.
few. Yeah, and they are nuclear weapons. They're not
Yeah.
meant to be
They're
conventional
not meant to
weapons.
be. They're not accurate enough, dude. They're not accurate enough. Period.
All I gotta say, China hasn't shown his hand. He
You're
hasn't
telling
shown his hand. You don't know. You really don't know anything what China can or cannot do.
Yeah,
But
we
what
do.
is no? You don't know nothing. They haven't shown their hand. Once you get into
Exactly.
a war with
well,
them,
that's a
then they
fact
will
too.
show their hand. And even
But,
in a war, Iran hasn't fully shown its hand yet.
dude,
So
DF-26 are not nuclear only, by the way. They're dual capable. Like that's I
They're
don't know where
they're
you
dual
guys
capable,
got this.
but is a conventional warhead being that inaccurate? 100 meters CEP is not good enough. They're not going to be able to do their job.
well,
What do you mean it's not
just
good
as
enough, bro? It can
just as
literally,
they've
like I
helped
said, it's gonna
100
Iran,
target
meters. That's a
Iran
stationary
will
football
help
field.
them.
Dude, that means it could be a football field away from its intended target. That's way too
Wait, so
far.
so you're saying it's how many meters?
100 meters CEP.
So you understand the terminal accuracy? Like, okay, it's anti-ship accuracy. Like it's literally there's a variant that's designed
That's
to
the
hit
DF
moving
21.
aircraft.
That's the DF.
No,
It's
it's
the
DF
DF
20. It's
20.
the 20 like 26C or 26B. It's one of those. It's an anti-ship variant, and again, you can deliver those from long range. Is similar to the Guam killer. That can hit stationary and then just use the anti-ship
Yeah,
variants for
but
moving
inevitable.
targets.
It's the
Those
DF 21D. I was correct. It's the
the whole
DF
No,
top.
21D.
Hold on, hold
Look it
on.
up.
DF-26B. Look it up.
Dude,
DF-26B.
you look it
Listen,
up. DF 21D.
inevitable. The entire top of those missiles, though, when they have the different functions, is completely different. So you have the base model, which is designed to be a nuclear missile, because usually when you're going to build a very big, very long range missile, you're going to build it to be a nuclear missile because that's the most important mission. So they have those. That's the base model. If you want to make a model that is for conventional weapons or an anti-ship model, you have to completely redesign the upper part of the missile, and that's very different because if, for example, for a conventional one, you have to give it a completely different guidance system because it does have to be a lot more accurate, or it's
You're
going to be a complete waste.
wait.
And
You're
the thing
that can
is
literally.
that those guidance systems are going to be based on what? GPS. Well, GPS jamming is very easy to do. So if you
No, no,
fire a
dude.
bunch of these missiles at Guam, they're just going to be jammed and they're still going to be relatively inaccurate.
China doesn't use
Wait, we don't use
GPS.
GPS, dude. Yeah, friend, it doesn't use
That's an
GPS. We use
idiotic
Beidou.
statement. When I
We
say
use
GPS,
Beidou.
I'm obviously referring to the concept of GPS,
So okay,
not the
satellite network,
specific
and that hasn't
American
worked
system.
because you. Okay, how did you jam Iran? You didn't, and it's been
What are
using
you talking
Beidou.
about? They are getting jammed. Why do you think they're so
No,
inaccurate when
they
they
got
shoot them at
jammed
Israel?
before they switched to
So
Beidou. And by the
inaccurate.
way,
Oh my
that's
God.
that's nonsense. Yeah, come on, bro. Look, the Beidou literally is what Iran switched to, and their accuracy has been night and day. Okay, so like you're
Yeah,
not gonna have that either.
that's
It's
for
been jam
Iran's short range
resistant.
ones. The CEP of the DF-26 is 150 meters to 450 meters. It can't hit the broadside of a barn in a conventional sense. It's not accurate enough to do any significant
I just
damage
told you the
to
DF twenty
point
six
targets.
B. Did you look up the DF 26B? Look that up.
It's
And
Okay, so
150 at best.
when it
The
comes
best
to the
version is
anti-ship
150.
ones, they have to put a completely different assembly in the warhead to try to give them some kind of ability to have some kind of like course correction in the terminal phase. Usually that's
no,
going to
it's
be
actually
some
easy. You can do it on the
that's going
field.
hold on, that's going to be some kind of, in order to do anti-ship, they have to give it a data link They have to give it satellite communication because there's no other way it's going to get that information.
Beidou satellite, right? Not GPS. We got that. We got that down, right? Secondly, like no, it's not hard at all. It's not hard at all. Like you don't have to create a new functional warhead either. You don't have to do like this hard redesign. You can just do like straight from
Of
a.
course you do,
You can
because
you
the
can do
sensors are completely
you can
different.
swap it. You can. It's highly modular, so you can easily swap it and just look into that. Look into the
Yeah,
ability
but that's
because
what I'm saying. It's
we've
the top of the
literally
missile is
Xi
different. The
Jinping has
bottom of the
fired
missile is the
people for
same.
this. Like Xi Jinping has fired people for claiming that like it was easily swappable when it wasn't, and the entire system got overhauled over the last like 5 years. So yeah, dude, it's like night and day, and I think that's the problem, Michaels. I think you're pulling from
Okay,
information
so the
about China that's like
basic
10 years
point though that
old.
Cyrus is making to you
Y-
is that you're saying they have so many missiles. They don't have that many missiles available to do that job, even if they wanted, because those missiles are dedicated to other roles, like the nuclear role, like the anti-ship role. Then how many does that leave for like a conventional warhead? Not very many.
No,
Same
actually,
people
the
like you,
non
Marcos,
so
were claiming
yeah.
Iran only has like 100, 200, 300, 3,000 missiles. And you were all
There's a pretty
wrong.
big
Yeah,
difference between
You
exactly.
were
100 and
all
3,000.
wrong.
Exactly. There's
Dude,
thousands of just
Show us
also
I'm
just the
wrong.
medium range alone
Show
are
me the
like
proof I'm
well over
wrong.
was
Also, the Chinese, the
well over
F-26
a
is a way bigger
thousand.
missile. The
There's
F-26 is a massive missile. You can't compare it to the Fateh 110 that is the 300-kilometer range, right? So we're talking about way two totally different things. And the carrier killers,
no,
the
you are.
the
We're talking
F-20,
about the first island chain, right? We're talking about the first island chain. That's the entire conversation, right? It's not about 300 kilometers. We're talking about what can hit the first island
Well,
chain, what can
listen,
hit the second,
Guam is
and what
not
even the
the
China
second
first
has is
island
not
island
chain.
chain.
accurate. What China has is not
Okay.
accurate enough.
What do you? Okay, you're just saying that, but I just
I
told you how
looked
it
it
is
up. I just
accurate.
like China's own admission. Their best version is 150 CEP. Their worst
No,
version
it's
is
not.
450.
The anti-ship
Cyrus,
variants are
what,
10. They're
what, what,
10.
what are you talking about by
The
China's own admission? I just searched it up and I get a Google. Google says it's 150 to 450. I don't know. Does Google know what China's military can do? I don't think so.
Yeah, listen. We have satellites that tracked from the launch to the point where it hits the target, and the Chinese military themselves give their project. They want to project to the world what they can do, so they usually give inflated numbers that make them look good. So the militaries of the world do say, "Hey, we just built this new weapon. This is the capabilities." They do that all the time. That's not
Yeah,
unusual.
yeah. Your source tells the truth, right? But then, and
The
mind you, this
Chinese
whole
source,
mind
China's
you,
source.
no. Well, look. If anything, China undersells everything,
No,
including the
it does the
military
opposite.
capabilities.
They
Okay.
oversell
Weaker
it. They
countries
oversell it, dude.
usually oversell, and strong countries like the United States usually
Exactly.
undersell.
Yeah, you
100% right.
Oh
undersold
my
just like
God. Are you
you
guys
you.
seriously
The only
saying
thing you
China is a
undersold was
weak
Iran's
country?
navy. The only thing you
Dude,
undersold
China's
was
copy of
Iran's
the
navy.
S-300 system. China's
I
You
mean, Iran's
oversold
navy is at
you.
the bottom of the ocean right
Yeah,
now. So what are you
exactly.
talking about?
Nice. Is that underselling by saying their navy is at the bottom of the ocean? Is that your example of underselling?
I mean, it is. It's just the fact.
Okay.
It's the
And that
reality. It's not really a sale.
Why is CBS saying that Iran's I think their air force that was also supposedly completely destroyed is actually at about 60%
Well,
capacity?
all
What
of the Air
what's the
Force
change there?
that was actually out, like not hidden underground. Yeah, I'm sure they hid some planes underground.
Yeah, they
Okay,
hid it
but
where in a
why
bunker in
don't
like someone's closet underground or where where
if
was it hidden?
hold on a
Yeah, I
second,
mean,
China.
are you suggesting that the Iranian Navy, that like the only thing that they've actually used is these little personal recreational watercraft speedboats that they've had going around? Are you suggesting that counts as a Navy?
Well, if it
No,
doesn't, why don't
Millennium
you just
Challenge O2
sail
did.
right through the Strait of Hormuz then? Why don't you
Millennium Challenge O2 did, by the way.
why
And
don't
you
you
Yeah,
guys
sail
didn't
well,
through
listen
the
to your
Strait
own
of
war
Hormuz
everyone
game.
then?
doesn't understand what actually happened in that Millennium Challenge. I've read a lot about it in great detail, and the fact of the matter is that the idea that a bunch of little speedboats are going to be able to destroy the U.S. Navy is laughable, and that Millennium Challenge didn't prove that it's possible.
Millennium Challenge wasn't even about speedboats. It was about missiles. It was about missiles. What are you talking
Yeah,
And
the
about, man?
speedboats were part of
yeah,
it. The speedboats were part of it. Like this
it's
idea that you could
asymmetrical
just
warfare
have a
against
bunch of
conventional
U.S.
warfare.
ships like parked
Anyway,
right off
okay,
of
all
the
right,
coast and
okay,
then
all
throw
that true.
hundreds of
Then
speedboats at them.
why don't you sail through the Strait of Hormuz?
We did. We sent 2 destroyers
No,
through the Strait of
No,
Hormuz
you
like a
didn't.
week
You haven't
ago.
sent
And they were
Jack.
chased off
no.
before they even got through it
You haven't
They weren't
sent
by two
chased.
Jack.
drones. By two
They
drones, by the
leisurely
way.
went through, did a nice sightseeing tour, went all the way from east to west, then went from west to east, and said, "You know
Okay,
what?
Yes.
We
okay.
demonstrated the
Hold on.
freedom
Let me
of
ask you another
navigation."
question. Then,
They did
then
that during the ceasefire. They
Dude,
did
dude,
that
you're
after the
what?
first
awesome.
ceasefire.
You're
They had
awesome, man. That
guys
was funny.
jumping off the
Earlier.
ship, taking a nice leisurely swim, enjoying their recreation time.
During a ceasefire.
Great,
That was
great.
the day after the
Were the
ceasefire.
drones
Wait, you mean no? It
were
was
the
during the
Iranian drones there as a
negotiations,
lifeguard?
but
They did
Were
we
the
that
have a
during a
Iranian
ceasefire
ceasefire.
right
That's a
now,
huge
and yet
point.
Iran is still attacking the ships, aren't
They
they?
did
Oh,
that
wait,
during
I
a
thought we were
ceasefire.
in a ceasefire, yet Iran is attacking the civilian ships. But Iran won't attack a ship that can fight back.
So the Iranian drones were there to chase them off. They were like the lifeguards. Is that why?
There were no such thing as Iranian drones. See, this is what happens when you
Yeah, sure. Okay,
listen to like
buddy.
the
Come on.
IRGC channel of news and say that, oh, that's factual. No, it's not. Pics or it didn't happen.
They were literally warned, like sent off by drones that were telling them, "Hey, like you have to get out
They
of here." And
weren't.
they
There
were
was one
repeated
drone that came
twice.
out,
They
and
were
the United States Navy shot it down.
Okay, then why don't
man.
you
It's like an
sail through the
alternate
strait
reality.
now? Why don't you sail through the strait and protect all the shipping and deny Iran all the tolls it's charging and everything? Why don't you do that then?
Yeah, because all the ships are busy doing blockade now.
Dude, you're a
Yeah, I
clown.
mean that's the reality.
You're a
We don't
clown,
have spare
Minka.
destroyers with all the destroyers going around chasing down the ships, boarding them, diverting them, all that stuff. It's a lot of work, and that's what we're using all those ships for now.
Okay, that's a real good use of all your ships when your whole thing is to open the strait. But now you're saying, "Oh no, we have to use them."
I mean,
Dude,
that's not how
you're a
you open the
clown,
strait.
bro.
You open the strait by bombing Iran till it agrees to stop shooting at ships in the strait.
Do
And
it, do it,
also, I guess
do
Trump
it.
is
Let's
now
see.
going to blow up the speedboats because the speedboats have been such a problem. He's like, okay, we're going to start shooting them. He should have done that from day one. It's been idiotic that he's allowed these dumb little, like, $30,000 recreational boats that you can buy at Costco with dudes with RPGs on them just run around shooting at oil tankers.
Yeah,
That's
not
not the
what they're doing.
speedboats. Those aren't the speedboats that are remaining. They have speedboats that can shoot the Chinese C701. They have ones that can still shoot the C802s. The
Have you
new
been
ones.
watching videos? The videos do not show military speedboats. They show like recreational watercraft with dudes with guns on them.
Yeah, those are the ones that they board ships with. But the assets that that threaten the Strait of Hormuz and any ships moving, they still have speedboats with ASM capability, let alone the ones launched from the shore. So they're not completely they're not eroded completely. Their asymmetric capabilities are very much so intact. Iran never invested heavily in a surface navy. Their whole angle has been subsurface and the midget submarines in the Persian Gulf. And that's been their whole aim the entire time, to be able to assert dominance over the Persian Gulf. Outside of that, they're sitting ducks. I mean, the U.S. demonstrated that. Within 2 days, they took out all the major surface ships. No one is debating that U.S.'s supremacy outside in deep waters, but in the Persian Gulf, Iran can assert their dominance. There's no doubt about that.
Well, and what you said there is also true that even if 100% of the boats were gone, there is a very large amount of coastline that Iran has that surrounds the Persian Gulf on the west and the north, and especially in the east. So even if you destroy 100% of their speedboats, they can hide anti-ship missiles anywhere along that long coastline, and not it doesn't have to be, you don't have to fire the missiles from the beach. You could fire the missile from a hill that's
That's
like
exactly right.
100 kilometers back maybe. So there's this large area where they can hide missiles and use that to sort of just shoot at ships that are in the strait. Especially, these ships are not hard to see if it is a ship that is a 100,000 ton plus giant cargo ship or tanker or something.
But I
So
thought you said you were going
dealing
to
with
bomb them
that,
all to bits and you'd
dealing
open the
with that,
strait.
yeah.
You'd
Well, what
open
you'd
the
have to
strait through
do,
bombing Iran.
number one, if all you cared about was the strait, then the most direct way of dealing with that would be to land land troops around that area.
Exactly. Yeah, I've been saying
Yeah.
you're spot on in
How
your
are the land
analysis, and we're
troops
not
gonna
willing to
get
do
there?
that. And we're not willing to do that. It would take
But if you
150,000
wanted,
troops.
hold on, but if you want a more comprehensive solution, you just have to bomb Iran and keep escalating the bombing campaign until Iran feels so much pain that they're like, okay, we're not willing to continue to pay this cost. We're
Yeah,
willing
but
to,
again, and
to
you're right. America would
release
have done
from
that,
Hormuz.
but you give little credence to the true offensive capability Iran has. You're not taking them as credible. The U.S. does. Our military establishment takes them very seriously. You still don't believe it. Iran can inflict the same kind of pain to the GCC countries, and that's an extension of our empire. They cannot. America cannot let them be torched down to the ground. They are not going to allow that to
But
happen.
they
Other
already were trying to do that before the ceasefire, and their offensive capacity was only like 10 missiles a day and maybe 30 drones a day was all they were
Yeah,
able to
10
throw.
long range missiles, not 10 of the short range, the 300-kilometer ballistic missiles. And
No, by the time
Iran
of the
demonstrated
ceasefire, we were down to
the,
like 10
the,
missiles a
the
day,
moment
all told.
the moment that their South Pars gas field got hit, literally hours later, they retaliated and reached out and touched Qatar. Iran has shown every step of the way they can do tit for tat escalation. Otherwise, America wouldn't have come to the table. America's vicious. We're ruthless. Do you think they would have come to talk to Iran? They would have done exactly what you
Trump
said.
is very clearly not vicious and
They, they,
ruthless,
they
which is
would they,
why
would- they would have done.
he's been like trying to push so hard to get the war over to the point where he really doesn't want to It's obvious to me that Trump doesn't want to escalate. He just wants Iran to be rational. The problem is Iran's not rational, and Trump's going to have no choice but to escalate.
Wait,
Trump cannot escalate any further.
How is Iran not? Oh crap! How is Iran not rational?
The belief that by being like a pit bull on the Strait of Hormuz and just locking your
Yeah, but
jaws, and that's
Manko,
going to
this goes
all lead to
against. So
victory,
what you're
that's
saying is
irrational.
the opposite of what Trump's saying. So you saying Trump's lying.
How am I saying what the
So
opposite of
this is
what
a
Trump
quote
is
from
saying?
Trump just 2 hours ago, and Daniel Davis just quote tweeted it. So because he quote tweeted it, it was just in my mind. So it's funny that you would bring up exactly when it happened. So he says, "Quote: They came to us and they said we will agree to open the strait, and all my people were happy except me. I said, wait a minute. If we open the strait, that means they're gonna make $500 million a day. I don't want them to make $500 million a day until they settle this thing. So I'm the one who kept it closed." This is from two
Yeah.
hours ago,
So
and that tweet's
yeah. So
basically gone viral because Trump is basically saying Iran agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, but Trump said, "Wait a sec, I realize that these guys are making a lot of money on the Strait of Hormuz, including he's not just talking about the toll, he's talking about the goods that they, for example, selling oil to China and various other things." And he's like, "Wait a sec, actually, until this complete deal is done, I'm not going to open the strait." So he's saying, actually, himself, that the only reason the strait is closed is because of me.
yeah. So as to that tweet, yeah, he's definitely lying. He's absolutely full of it. He's posturing. If Iran really said we will 100% open the strait, all you have to do is stop like blockading all our ships, Trump would take that deal. He's just trying to make it look like he's the one who's in control of the situation when he's really not.
That's possible. That's possible. I'm not going to say that's not possible. On the other hand, maybe it is that Iran was like, look, we'll open the strait because that was the agreement. You just need to open the blockade. And he's like, no, I don't want to open the blockade. We don't want the strait open. We want to continue this going. So what you're
Yeah, I
saying
mean,
is
but the
possible.
IRGC
I'm
is
not saying,
never going to open the strait.
I mean,
Like
I
they
think
just
they
don't
would.
agree with it.
No, but I disagree with you on that. I think Iran wants to open the strait. So this bit, I agree with you. What you're saying is definitely plausible. Like Trump does lie, so it's 50% possible. Probably a bit more. I don't know. It's anyway. Don't want to put percentage on it, but it's possible. So logically, that's possible. In terms of your claim that the IRGC do not want to open it is completely and false. The IRGC want to open the Strait of Hormuz. They've created a new system for the Strait of Hormuz. They've even put a legislation in, and it's not even a very complex legislation. It's like everyone can go through the Strait of Hormuz. You just pay the toll. If you're UAE, you pay more. If you're and that's it. And the only and even America's allowed to go through the Strait. Funny enough, there's the new one. The only people who are not allowed to go through the Strait is Israel. That's it. Strait is completely open, everyone can go. That's their legislation. The only reason the strait is closed right now is solely because of Donald Trump. Because he
There were a
knows
number of ships, though, that claimed that they paid the toll and they were turned away. And the problem is
that's not
that
true. There was
some
that
parts of the
Indian ship.
IRGC.
That's not true. No ship paid the toll and then was turned away. That didn't happen. What happened was there was that one ship, and there may have been more. That Indian ship, and I'm only laughing because when I heard the audio, it was a bit funny, but I didn't post it because I just thought I want to get banned. But the there was that Indian ship that basically no jokes. Like I'll take it.
Sir, no shoot, don't shoot,
Sir,
sir.
yeah, don't shoot, sir. Sir, please don't shoot. Actually, someone just sent a super chat. Now you reminded me. You said that. Someone sent me a super chat. It's Jeremy, not the other Jeremy. He's like, oh, tell everybody it's not me. Jeremy Con, which isn't Jeremy V, said, sorry for disrespecting China, but please do the Chinaman voice. Well, I am not your monkey. Dancing to your tune. You give me $100 and then I will dance to your tune. I will do the Chinaman voice. But it's got to be $100 minimum. But just coming to what you said, Manko. Yeah, so there wasn't any of that. And so in reality, it's in Iran's interest to basically have the strait open, have trade go through, and use that as a power mechanism for the new global structure. It's in Trump's interest, and this is why Trump knows that he's only got a few options right now. Start kinetic warfare. Obviously, he's not ready to start the kinetic warfare right now. I think he's waiting for the George Bush to be there. I think it's almost there now. It did say it arrived at the Persian Gulf, but maybe it's not exactly where it needs to be. So you're looking at the weekend, possibly, or next weekend. So he needs something to kind of pass him up to that point. And so that is keeping
Yeah,
the strait
in a
closed.
couple of days, you're going to have 3 carriers that are going to be in theater.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I just said. So I think it's either tomorrow or the day after because it's in the Persian Gulf, but I don't know how far it is from the actual location it needs to be. Okay,
It's
let's go with
coming
what
up
you.
the coast of Africa. It passed Madagascar already.
No, I believe it's already in the Persian Gulf. So
yeah, I think what I read was yesterday they said it was going to take 2 or 3 days. So I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but it's close.
It could be. I know I posted it. It's definitely in the Persian Gulf now, but I don't know how far it is from the actual location it needs to be. But I guess the main point here is that he, and you said 100 when I said it, that he just needs a gap between that time if he is going to go into kinetic war. So he is closing the strait in order to show some kind of offensive action in the strait.
Oh, not to be pedantic, silly, but I think you mean Arabian Sea only because the Persian Gulf would be like through the Strait of Hormuz already. You know what I mean? So you might have meant the Arabian Sea.
It probably meant like in the region, like in CENTCOM or something.
No, I believe it's in the Persian Gulf. Let me double check.
How's it going to be in the Persian Gulf? It has to pass the Strait of Hormuz. That's no way.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the Persian. It might be in the Arabian Sea.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Something like that.
Maybe.
But
yeah, what happened was
take it still,
okay. So it said 4 hours ago that the George H.W. Bush carrier arrived in the U.S. Central Command area of responsibility, which just means that it's in the region, and I believe that encompasses like.
Sorry, I meant Indian Ocean.
Part of Africa.
Indian Ocean was where it was.
Yeah, so the Indian Ocean. So that's what I said. Is it past Madagascar? So it's coming up the east coast of Africa.
Yeah. So it's about 2 days off, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, like from now, like 1 to 2 days.
How close do you think they're even going to try to get though? Like, how close do you think it's going to try to go?
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? So it's going to be
it's just
1 or 2
go
days.
By the Washington. It's going to go by one of the other carriers.
Well, that means it's 1 or 2 days away from. Like basically, in 1 or 2 days, they're going to be ready for the kinetic war, which lines up with Trump's loving doing this war on weekends or starting kinetic war on the weekends. So it's possible it could be this weekend. But I guess coming back to the point that we were talking about, what was I saying? That's why he's doing it. So that's the reason he's blocking it. Because you were like, what's his motive? That's his motive. Manko.
Yeah, so I think he was lying about that. I think if he really cared about, and here's the thing, from day one in the war, I said, and I'm sure I said on the space too, that the United States should have started intercepting and boarding the ships that were coming from Iran regardless. If I was president, I would have put that order in on day one as soon as they closed the Strait of Hormuz. But that Trump didn't do that. He didn't think it was important. He waited until after the ceasefire, after the peace talks. So apparently he doesn't think it's very important. So for him to say this is like so important and this is going to win the war now, well, then why didn't you do it sooner?
I mean, one can only assume that he didn't realize the importance of it, and that was just a big failure on his side. Because remember, Joe came up here. I think I was saying it as well, that this would have been the smarter move from day zero before even kinetic warfare. But they decided to go for kinetic warfare
Too
rather
late
than do that.
now.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was saying since years ago, that if I was going to have to deal with Iran, the easiest way to deal with Iran is to not even go to war with Iran at all, but just to board their ships far.
Did we lose him?
Whoop. Is that
Oh my God, Mossad sent them instructions. Wait a sec, guys. The Mossad sending him
But
instructions.
Suleiman, it's funny that he's been saying that for years, but for the 6 months we've been talking about the attack, he never mentioned it once. When I kept saying we were going to strangle Iran, I don't get it.
Oh damn! Shots fired by Joe.
Joe?
What's up, Andrew?
So I had Joe's What is this? Okay, that's fine.
You think there's war on the weekend, Suleiman?
Sorry?
You think there's war on the weekend?
I think so. See, I think it's this weekend or next weekend. Do you think Trump holds off for another weekend, Joe?
I don't think we're going in. I don't like. I'm with.
Oh
the
yeah, you don't think
people
they're
who are
going
saying,
in, isn't it?
yeah, I don't think they can afford to. If they do, and I'm wrong, we 1,000,000% are controlled. Trump, at least, is controlled by
Oh,
Israel.
don't play just Trump, bro. We, meaning you, meaning the world, is controlled by Israel. Will you finally admit it?
If he goes in this weekend, yeah, or next weekend, yeah, for sure.
Basically, if he goes in at all, right?
Yeah, if he goes in at all,
And
because
Joe
it is absolutely devastating for America if we do so.
and Joe, what's your kind of view on? Do you remember that? Did you manage to do that thing that we were speaking about? Were you a bit busy, maybe?
Yeah, I was busy. Sorry.
Yeah. Let me just quickly read these super chats. This is
But
via the
it's going to go
website.
slower than you like, Suleiman. To be honest with you,
Sorry.
it's going to go slower than most people think. Like
And
the permanent pain is caused now. It's already starting to be caused. A lot of people won't feel it till much later, when other things start
and
to
that's
break.
why I think that's important, because just my own experience from knowing all these crisis situations, like everything you're saying, we said. Guess what? COVID's gonna cause X, Y, and Z, and Z is gonna be broken, and people are gonna be more poor. But people didn't really bother until it actually impacted them, which took years. Similar to Russia, Ukraine, similar to Brexit. So I know how human beings are. They don't psychologically care about it until it has real substantive impact. And if you're saying it's not gonna for a while, it means Trump has that kind of a leeway and pathway to do what he wants until Americans are like, damn, this is kind of a bit of a problem. Like, they know, like, a lot of times when Democrats are like, oh, your gas price, when people are saying your gas prices are higher, I know how it is. Like, someone who supports Trump's like, whatever, we don't care, it's not that much higher. Or if it is, they'd be like, okay, it's fine, we'll deal with it. Whatever it may be. But only when it has real substantive issues will a person actually be like, wait a sec, does this actually benefit me? I think it doesn't. I think I'm getting harmed. And if it harms them 2 years or 3 years later, people are dumb. They won't even realize that that's the reason why.
Yeah, it's like they don't even understand that they were calling the inflation Biden inflation. It was caused because of COVID. We printed a bunch of money that caused the inflation. Yeah, Biden came in afterwards. Yes, and he had the inflation. It wasn't caused by Biden, right? And it wasn't all necessarily caused by Trump. It was caused by the fact that we printed a ton of money, which actually didn't even make sense why we printed so much money, because we printed double what EU printed, although EU has double the amount of people. But yeah, that's going to create a ton of inflation. right? You just injected 25% of all the money that ever existed in the world. You decided to print in 1 year. You don't think that's a problem? You basically devalued everyone's money by 25%, right? People don't understand that. And then they they don't judge things right, right? And we constantly do this. I mean, constantly you'll hear people up here like, yeah, capitalist system, da da da, and like, no, socialism bad. But in the meantime, they're making even if they're making like 150,000 a year in America, they think they're rich when in reality they're not, and these laws don't help them at all, right? But they'll fight for it as if it does, right? Because they don't know how to judge where they're at, or what things affect them, or how things go down the line. They just don't. And it's not that they can't; it's they don't, because they have other things to worry about, other things to do, and it's just not that important to them, right? I like to do it just because I like to plan for, what am I going to do? How am I going to protect myself on what's coming down the line, right? Not everyone does that. People are more worried about, where am I going to take this kid this weekend, or else he's just going to be bored at home. And I get that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Let's go to JB, because you come up a few times and get a chance to speak. Go ahead, JB.
Yeah, I was just I wanted to respond to this, but I mean, it seems like everyone on here thinks that we're going to go into a global recession.
Oh, you're gonna attack Joe?
And-
Go for it.
no, I'm not going to attack. It's not really attacking anybody. I'm just saying this is not my opinion at all. It's just the facts. If you look at history, you look at the dot-com bubble, and you look at the GFC, even if you look at the COVID scare, every time there's a recession, bond yields drop, bond prices rise, and that's because I mean, you got to think about this from the perspective of a bank. When the economy looks poor and you have billions of assets to manage, any credit default risk looks much greater. So that makes, risk-free assets more attractive. And US Treasuries is one of those assets. So if you go back in time, you don't have to believe me. You can look at it yourself. Look at bond yields during the GFC. Look at bond yields during the dot-com bubble. Every time they go
But
down,
but
and
JJ,
there's a reason for that.
all those are during times when we had faith, when people had faith in America, right? You literally just had the 7 of the EU states say that they want out of the trade pact with Israel, right? You have several countries saying, "Hey, China, let's meet. We need to make a deal." This
Okay.
You've had all EU member states saying, "Hey, we're not going to go help you out." You had 43 countries sign up to be part of the BRICS. Like, we're not back in 1980. Do you see what I
No,
mean?
we're
Like,
not back in 19. We're not back
yeah,
in. If we're going into a recession, which we're not right now, I mean, at least according to the stock market, it's not about the U.S. It's about central banks and commercial banks are going to look for safety. U.S. Treasuries is one of those areas of safety. Even if you look at gold during the GFC, that dropped by 30% during the GFC. It's not necessarily a safe haven during a recession. So I'm not, promoting US Treasuries here. I'm just saying if we look at the history, I wouldn't, put all my eggs into buying treasuries, but I wouldn't bet against history either, assuming that bond yields are going to rise dramatically during recession, which has never happened before, in the most liquid, deep bond market in the world. And is still seen as, one of the best safe havens when it comes to a risk-free asset. So I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm just saying it might not happen quickly, and I wouldn't bet against it during a recession. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, JJ, and I get you. Just so people who aren't as financially savvy understand, i- if people don't have faith in America, is what you're saying still stand? Because I agree with everything you said. I just think circumstances have changed where America is no longer seen as this safe hegemon, right? For
I
many
understand that.
countries around
Yeah.
the world.
Yeah, and I agree things have changed, but they're not going to change that quickly. I mean, look at the British pound as a reserve currency. The US dollar did not overtake the British pound as a reserve currency overnight. That took decades. That actually happened in I think it was the early 1920s, when it actually surpassed the British pound as a reserve currency. It took time. It didn't happen quickly. These things don't happen quickly. If you look at the transactions internationally with US dollars compared to other currencies, the next closest is the euro, which I think is like 20 to 30%. Below that is the yen. And then if you look at the Chinese yuan, that's far below everything else. So, I mean, the closest to being the next reserve currency really would be the euro. If we look at today, activity today, it's not my opinion. You can look it up yourself as far as how many transactions happen internationally. It's, right now it's still the dollar. I think that will change, but it's going to take time. Unless something that might speed that up is a new Bretton Woods, where they come up with a new currency. The British economist Keynes wanted back in the original Bretton Woods. That's what he wanted. But the U.S., had a little more power, and it changed to the dollar instead. I think Keynes' option was actually a better option because it prevented trade surpluses and deficits in countries in the system that he wanted to put in place. I think that was superior to what we actually got. But anyways, I mean, when you're investing, I wouldn't put all my eggs into the basket that yields are going to increase. I doubt people are going to do that. But I also wouldn't dump all my money into gold because that did drop a lot during the GFC. It's not necessarily a safe haven in the short term. I mean, it might be great long term, but don't assume it's going to protect you in the short term. Because people, if we actually go into a global recession, people are going to sell everything that's not nailed down. And gold is one of those, paper gold. And then even if you look at Bitcoin, that started in the middle of the GFC. I don't know if you can call it the COVID epidemic. That whole scare is a good test of Bitcoin as a safe haven. I don't really think it is. So we don't really know how Bitcoin's going to behave in a real business cycle recession. I mean, right now we still have credit expansion, but if we have credit contraction, I don't know how Bitcoin's going to react. I wouldn't put all my eggs in that basket either.
The only thing, if you
So
look at COVID, though, it exploded. It was around 6,000, right? And today we sit
yeah,
at
that's what I'm
almost
saying. But I
80,000.
mean, COVID was caused by, when was the last time we had a epidemic scare? That was that was a Spanish flu. I mean, it's not a
Oh,
common recession that we would see. So I mean, I
yeah.
wouldn't use that as a measure that Bitcoin is going to be our safe haven in the next credit contraction. I don't know. I wouldn't put a huge amount of money into that.
I don't know. I mean, yesterday something was said on the space that I highly disagree with. He looked at the dollar and said, "Oh, look, you can't say that the dollar is because of this war is because of the petrodollar because the dollar's higher than it was before this war started." The reality is people sold off assets, right? Stocks. When you sell off stocks, you go into the dollar. Um, it did spike during that, but now it's almost exactly where it was when the war started. So the dollar has not strengthened. Um, and
Yeah,
I expect it to keep getting weaker.
if you looked at oil during the GFC, that was over 100 as well. I mean, that didn't cause inflation. Like Simon was saying the other day, how an increase in the price of oil and food. Yes, that's temporarily inflationary for oil and for food, but people have to pay more for food and gas. They're going to spend less on everything else, including restaurants, etc. And a restaurant, as an example, they can't raise prices because they're already losing customers, so they got to cut costs. And if you have less customers, obviously you're going to cut employees, and that's a downward spiral, as he was talking about. So it's not so clear cut as far as inflation goes. And the other thing with inflation, like right now, we have an expansion of credit, which is caused by commercial banks. That's leading to an increase in the money supply, and that's leading to inflation.
But
If
why do
all
you
the
think
banks
they?
start contracting, start stop expanding credit and start contracting their credit, fearful of a global recession, that's going to be negative towards the money supply and therefore
But
negative towards inflation.
but why do you think U.S. Rejected the swap lines for Dubai?
I mean, I don't really know what the
Wait, they
politics
rejected
were on
it?
that.
You mean
Yeah,
Dubai's request for swap lines for like $200 billion?
they rejected
I
it.
think they should have, but I
Wow.
don't know why they rejected it.
Are you
Yeah,
sure about that? I heard they accepted it. I
I
mean,
thought. Let
Simon
me
said
go
they
double
accepted it
check.
yesterday.
No, but then Ryan said they rejected it. So uh, let me go double check.
but
I
I
Yeah.
mean,
That'd be
the main thing,
huge.
if they don't reject it, we're going to see printing like we've never seen, and we will see hyperinflation. Um, because then
my main point
all
here
the
is
other
if you're gonna,
countries that are pegged to the dollar are going to need it too, right? Like
yeah,
Argentina will need it.
yeah, my main point is not to look at this as an individual, but look at it from a central bank or a commercial bank with billions in assets. If you believe the world's going to a global recession, you're going to look for risk-free assets to hold. You're not going to be, looking to uh, expand credit for potential higher risk of defaults. So it's a risk assessment. And, right now, we're not really looking at I mean, we think a global recession is going to happen, but that's not really the way central banks or commercial banks are behaving right now. But you can't look at it from an individual perspective. You got to look at it from a bank's perspective with a huge amount of assets they have to manage. Even if they're getting a 1 or 2% return, if you're talking about billions of dollars, that's a lot of money for a risk-free asset. That's much more attractive when things look so risky in the world, and everything's going to hell. Because I mean, we still haven't felt the effects of the uh, supply shock of oil and effects
See,
to food, through the growing season.
Ju-
That's I don't
yeah,
know.
I just looked into it real quick, right? And what it's saying is that they didn't reject it, but they said they're not likely to approve it. Which Dubai answered back that if they don't approve it, Dubai is likely to look towards the yuan. Um, this is going to happen with many other countries. If that happens, then you're not going to have as many people buying the US bonds. It is not going to be seen as the haven it has in the past. Right? That's why I'm saying like this war is critical for US's future because of this very specific thing. Like
And again, I'm
I
not talking
continue
about
to think this is a petrodollar war and America was going to lose and in all reality it has.
if we go into a real recession, not people, but banks are going to look for safety wherever they can find it. And in the past, if you look at every recession, that's why treasuries have been bought and yields have been dropping because there was a demand for treasuries during a global recession.
I agree with
Um,
you. I just don't think it's going to be the in the past the majority of them went to US bonds. I don't know if that's the only place they're going to go anymore.
yeah, I
You
agree.
see
I
what I
don't.
mean?
I don't know for sure either. I'm. I mean, I'm not 100% on anything. I'm just saying things don't change that quickly. If you look at the transactions today, it's still like 50 to 59% in US dollars. And the Chinese yuan is far below the euro, far below the Japanese yen as far as transactions. That's going to take a while for that to change. When the British pound was a reserve currency, the US dollar did not take over quickly. It took time. It took a lot of time. It's not going to happen quickly. I mean, I
Yeah,
know
I
everybody
don't think
thinks
I know
things are
the
going to
Chinese
happen
yuan.
quickly. It's just not the reality.
And
Well,
that's when
people don't
I
like
got
Xi Jinping in China doesn't want the yuan to overtake the dollar and become the new world reserve currency.
yeah. And I think the euro has a better chance. Like I got laughed at last time I said this, but the reality is the euro bonds would be a better alternative than the yuan. And I do see a resurgence of the euro, where everyone else is like, "Oh, euro's going to hell," blah blah blah. It's never coming back. No, it seems like a safer investment at the time, especially when you have countries that have in the EU that are beating the GDP of US, and they're on the beginning of the leg, not towards the end. And the euro has been held down by the US for years. Um, that could change things. I do see a possibility for the euro. Um,
Uh, yeah,
I do
I
see
wouldn't
some going to
disagree
the
with
bond
that.
too.
I just don't think it's going to happen quickly. That's all. And I'm not disagreeing that that wouldn't happen. It is that is a more liquid market, the Chinese yuan market right now. But I mean, things change. It's just not, things don't happen that quickly overnight. The way, I mean, things are moving so fast these days. Everybody thinks everything's going to be changing that quickly. I don't necessarily believe it, even if it doesn't take decades, even if it's just, 5 to 10 years, that's pretty fast, you know?
Well, let me ask about the euro then. If you wouldn't like a strengthened currency or maybe a currency that you would I guess procure for your central bank, wouldn't that need to be one that has high rates of high interest rates, relatively speaking? And does the euro need to raise interest rates, or rather, do the European countries or any countries pegged to
Sometimes,
the euro
but
need to
sometimes
raise
it's
their
not about
rates?
the rate. It's inevitable. Sometimes it's not about the rates. Sometimes it's about staying in that currency and what can I invest in after I'm out, right? So I mean that's why a lot of billionaires use real estate. Like they call it land banking, where I buy real estate, but I don't rent it. I just buy it so my money is stable in a place, then I can get it out. Um, Sometimes it's that, and that Europe, I think, beats China at the moment.
Well,
Yeah.
as far as the like it's already pretty much like number two, right? As far as like the euro is, as far as the reserve currency.
Yeah, but
But
it's
like
far below, not where it was when it started. But that
I
has to
guess
do
my
with
thing
U.S.
is like I'm
policy.
not sure how it could gain any further share than it already has just in the future without like increasing rates in some capacity. Like like if eurozone, like eurozone has had like negative rates for a while, haven't they? Or until like
I
maybe a few
honestly,
years ago.
I honestly believe currently where it stands, U.S. is close to 60%. Europe is around 20%, and then you have everything else. I honestly believe you're going to see a world very soon, like within the next 5 years, 6 years, where you'll have US at 40%, Euro at 40%, China at 15%, or even 20%, and then the rest of the world. Right. And whereas China continues to grow until it's all pretty much even, and you have three main currencies that people use. That's where I see it going, personally.
I can see that. Yeah, I understand your perspective. Like, it seems though like the currencies that will grow will be currencies that or well, really from countries that are willing to increase their rates by a significant amount. Like I heard about Brazil and how they've been really successful with their currency over the last like year. It's like jumped a dramatic rate. After adjusting for inflation, they've had like a real interest rate of around like 15%, which is like one of the highest in the world. But they've been willing to bite that bullet, and I'm not sure what other currencies would be able to do that. Like Japan, I can't imagine Japan, for example, doing that. You know what I mean? Like Japan has had, like they don't know what life is like basically with high interest
Yeah,
rates.
what Brazil has done is pretty amazing, and what they're paying people in their savings accounts are pretty insane. Um, but that's because the currency was devaluing. But now they kind of started being able to hedge against that, and it's really paid off, right? Because it was like 5 to 1 versus the euro, and now it's like 4 to 1, and it continues to go
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, they
The
have
other
good
thing with
macros too,
Japan
by the
is
way. Like really good macros, like with their agriculture exports. That's
And
really helps.
they're the most advanced in neo banking and credit card processing.
Japan did, to fight deflation, they were doing yield curve control, basically, pegging their long-term rates at a low percentage, and then the BOJ would buy up all that debt. I mean, that's yield curve control. That's why there's the yen carry trade. Any central bank can buy up their government's debt if they're worried about, I mean, in the case of Japan, it's a perfect point. That's what they've been doing. The U.S. has done this in the past. In the 1940s, for the war effort, they did yield curve control. So that's another option. I'm not saying it's a good option, but it's not going to be good for Japan. But I think the U.S. is kind of heading in the direction of Japan with our debt issues. I mean, the GDP of debt or the debt to GDP in Japan is like around 230. The U.S. is around 130. I mean, the U.S. is a lot larger of an economy. That's why the debt in trillions of dollars is higher than Japan because it's a bigger economy. But if you look at the ratio, we're heading in that direction. We're not there yet, but if you want
Yeah,
to
but
see what's going
Japan
to
had a
happen to
major
the U.S., I
demographic
think
problem. They faced deflationary pressures. I mean,
the U.S.
they
has
had
a
major growth
demographic
issues.
problem as well.
No, but we're letting all these
Yeah, the
immigrants
U.S.
in,
has
both
demographic
legal.
problems
Yeah,
as
but
well,
no,
not as bad.
but we're fixing it with immigration. That's the difference. We're immigrant friendly, and by the time Japan figured that out, it was too late. And their culture is so homogenous; they have a hard time integrating anybody. But we don't face their same problems. I mean, we don't have the white race has a demographic problem. The white people aren't having as many babies, but as we are replenishing our population either with immigrants or whatever means. So the U.S. is not facing the same pressures as Japan.
Well, the U.S. is facing debt problems that are getting close to Japan. That's for sure, and that's only growing. I mean, this war is only going to make it worse.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean,
So, I mean, that
our economy is very
financially, that
mismanaged.
is the direction we're heading. Even though we're much
We're,
larger, it's going to
our
take us
finances are
longer.
very mismanaged, but we still have a growth economy and our population is growing. So that is complete. So Japan is facing major issues. So ours are fixable if we start acting more responsibly. It'll take many years to fix to dig ourselves out of this deficit. But Japan has more fundamental problems. As long as we stay on board with our immigration policies, for better or for worse, right? I'm not saying for it's good or bad, but as long as we maintain our population growth, we're fine.
I mean, it's different cultures, different economies. I mean, it's never going to be exactly the same, of course. But yeah, I mean, we're running into debt issues, and if yields did increase heavily, that of course, that's going to mean our debt's going to increase dramatically as well, and the percentage of the budget that we'll be paying just in interest be ridiculous.
Yeah,
So
we're already
that's
at that
another thing.
point. We're paying like 980 billion, almost a trillion already in interest. It's ridiculous. I mean, this
It's
monetary
over a
Yeah, it
easing
could
trillion.
get a
plan.
Yeah.
lot. It could get a lot worse as well.
No, for sure, it's scary. I mean, I can't believe we got to this point. It is so irresponsible. I mean, it's outrageous, and the average American doesn't know enough about it to be alarmed. That's the problem. Like Americans don't have the financial literacy to be like, what the hell are our leaders doing? I mean, if they really knew what was happening, they should be out in the streets, with pitchforks and torches. It's ridiculous.
Well, I think there's more people worried about it. I think that's one of the reasons. I mean, I think one of the main reasons Trump got elected is because if you look at the young adults now compared to the baby boomers when they were young adults, they had 90% higher buying power than young adults have. I think that's how Trump got elected, along with our deficit problems. People see that as a problem. So I think there's, specific reasons why Trump got elected as president. I mean, I didn't vote for. I didn't vote for either of them. I can't stand either one of them. But I think people are waking up, and they're not. I don't. I think it's hard to find Americans that are happy with our government, whatever side of the aisle they're on.
I just looked, by the way. I didn't know almost every Middle Eastern country is pegged to the dollar. That's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, certainly the Gulf countries. Yeah, like the GCC. I think they're like 5, if not 6 out of 6 are
Well, you
pegged to
said
USD.
You're Macau. You said Macau's also pegged to the dollar.
Well, that's
It's
a different
pegged.
story.
Yeah, because Hong Kong is, and you guys are pegged to Hong Kong.
Yeah, yeah, it's the Pataka, but no, look, they the no to the GCC. Yeah, the fact that they would even say no to the UAE is shocking. They're only asking for like 200 billion. You can do that. I don't think that should be a problem.
Yeah, but the problem is all the other countries will need the same, right? And then that
Yeah,
basically gives you foreign countries being able to control somewhat your currency, right? And we know Trump wants a weaker dollar, which plays to the fact that if they gave him the swap line, that would help. But um, but then you kind of lose control of it too,
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
So
Although it seems like a net positive. If you like, if you're an earnest
for now it does,
God
but not the
fearing
future.
patriotic American, and you're like, okay, let's bring back productivity and let's bring back exports and bring back factories. A weaker dollar would actually be a good thing, right?
Yeah, I mean that's why Trump's been calling for it all the time. Plus, it helps real estate prices. Real estate goes up when the dollar goes down.
But then his actions, as far as foreign policy, seem to like contradict the incentive for a weaker dollar. Like the dollar's strengthened, obviously.
Yeah,
I think as we all
tariffs
know, in the last two months. Good.
tariffs weaken dollar.
Well, but yeah, well, indirectly, yeah. Like, well, tariffs directly, but that's because of like other countries end up improving on their
Yeah,
export and their
they
deficit,
trade less. They
their
need
trade
less
deficit. Yeah,
dollars. Yeah, they have
yeah.
less trade imbalance, so they buy less bonds. So it weakens the dollar.
Well, like Brazil, for example, from the tariffs, just like the downward effect was where that the increase in even just like the soybeans and food that Brazil sells China, they hit like all time highs last month for their trade deficit, um, or rather their trade surplus, rather, where they I think it's like $30 billion. So and that's a direct push because again due to the tariffs other countries are going to respond, and as China wound down the purchase of like soybeans and beef from the U.S. Now we've switched to Brazil and Australia. But like
I'm
yeah, like
actually
and
I'm
this
actually
is to your point.
surprised. I'm actually surprised Trump hasn't, in this whole rhetoric of countries he's taking over, that he hasn't mentioned Brazil at all. But Brazil would be a nightmare, even on top of, even worse than Iran.
Yeah.
That's why I think he doesn't mention it, because I'm sure that would be on his list.
Well, Rubio's crying about not Lula, but the previous guy, Bolsonaro. Yeah, so you're hearing stuff from Rubio, and there could be creep down there too. Like after
I'm,
Cuba, they'll go for Colombia, right?
I've done a lot of business in Brazil. Been a consultant for probably the wealthiest family in Brazil for many years. They own KFC, Kraft, um, uh, a lot of the poultry farmers in U.S. Anheuser Busch. They own a lot of stuff, right? They partner with Warren Buffett a lot. Okay, and from working with them, my understanding is that the whole thing that happened with Lula was the U.S. trying to overthrow Brazil, because no documents were ever found that that guy committed any crime whatsoever. And even the judge had to admit that he was pushed to convict him in order to get in Bolsonaro, who Bolsonaro was very much like Trump Jr. In all reality, the mistake that he made is he went on live TV and asked for a coup, which is a crime, and that's why he got arrested. That's the only reason why he stopped. Whereas Trump was smarter when he told people to march on the Capitol. He didn't go, let's go overturn the government on live TV.
Oh, that's yeah. That'll bring you problems. I guess that's also it reminds me of South Korea. There was a similar story there, but well, and by the way, Brazil. The only problem or confusion with Lula though is how they blocked Venezuela from joining BRICS, um, and blamed the whole election thing. And look, I'm sure the whole Bolivarian party. I'm sure that whole or whatever unit is not. Look, they're not the cleanest people in the world, but this idea that Brazil is going to block Venezuela from BRICS due to the so-called corruption. That was a bit weird to me. So I was kind of looking at Lula and was like, wow, okay, is he like infiltrated? But from what I've heard, if Venezuela, and I think that's another factor too as to why perhaps they kidnapped Maduro is because of the fear of Venezuela joining BRICS and the increased rather the increased tightening of relations between BRICS nations, especially China and Russia. The last thing that they want is for Venezuela to have binding deals with China and Russia, as opposed to now where it's been more of a surface level arrangement in terms of like trade. And yeah, you can buy a few weapons here and we'll do a bit of trade there, but it wasn't nearly like what Iran has with China and Russia. So this timing, to Trump's credit, as far as the timing when it goes to kidnapping Maduro, it was really to America's like strategic interest, just
Well,
objectively.
the thing with them joining BRICS, the problem is they weren't able to produce anyway, so it wouldn't have made sense. The only reason why it made sense for America is because they have the refineries
But
that have the contracts to do that, right? So it didn't make a lot of sense for them to join the BRICS. There wasn't a
well,
big,
well, the
especially
thing
when
is
you have
that
Saudi kind of playing the line of what side they want to be on.
Well, the thing is, like with the refineries, they're so depleted and diminished in terms of their capacity. Like even compared to the '90s, they've degraded quite a bit. And Iran was actually really key in helping Venezuela. Their largest refinery, from my understanding, which is also the largest refinery in South America, they were like basically they had that thing going from 0 to 30 within a month, and they've been continually helpful. I think they send a type of, I don't know if it's like jet fuel that they send over to Venezuela as well, through their shadow tanker network, and that helps quite a bit with Venezuela's really thick oil, and it really helps them be able to transfer oil too, back and forth through refineries and eventually get them sent out. And so there was this like three-way arrangement with Venezuela, Iran, and China. It was really to Venezuela's benefit, really everyone's benefit, to everyone's benefit, right? But especially Venezuela. And now the U.S. They came in there, and yeah, I get the geostrategic timing. It's good realpolitik, but from a productivity element, they don't have any true plan for getting the productivity of exports back up to like 3 million barrels per day, like where it was back in the '80s or '90s, at their peak of exports. That's like not going to really benefit America for a while. So they're just kind of sitting on this like headless Bolivarian government that's kind of like saying, doing what they say by gunpoint. And John Brennan can visit there all he wants, but like, what are they going to actually do besides say yes? It doesn't make them more productive. It doesn't build their refineries. And America can invest money, and perhaps if they I don't know, contribute to the repairing of refineries, and sure, right? But I don't see the plan. I think everyone's really looking at the Venezuela project and going, man, like, what do we even do with this thing? It's like looking at a dilapidated car or something and going, man, how am I going to drive this if I don't even know how to build to the form factor of this car? That's kind of what, at least from what I've heard, America's industries are looking at when it comes to Venezuela. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I'd love to know how many Venezuelans in America who were pushing on the war have moved back to Venezuela. I would bet zero.
yeah, none
Blacks
exactly.
Blackstone, you've had your hand up for a while. You want to go?
Yeah, thanks. Um, I'd like to say, well, regarding Venezuela, I don't think they will wait too much the people there and see the USA stealing their oil. Soon they will revolt.
Can you
It's
speak better into your mic? It's really muffled. Sorry.
it, now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. If you speak up like that, it's better.
Well, I just said that the people in Venezuela, I don't think that they will stay too long just observing the USA stealing their resources without reacting, despite the fact that their government made some deal with Trump. And I'd like to remind you, I suppose you're aware of it, that there is an old interview of Trump of 89 or 99, I'm not sure, where he was saying that the first enemy of USA is Iran. So it's about 20 or 30 years that he has this thing in mind. And we see now how well he was prepared for that. And regarding Europe that you were discussing about, because I'm in Europe, and well, I don't think it's the people in Europe in general um, see things as the people in USA, because Europe has experienced recently the Second World War, and people are still alive. and there are a lot of memories, a lot of dead people, a lot of suffering still, a lot of burned towns and villages, and this didn't happen in USA, that never experienced the bombardments and the invasions inside the country. So it's not only the euro or monetary or financial reasons that Europe doesn't enter easily in an all out war. How do you call it? And it's also the societies, the European societies, that will react in a different way if there is this kind of war. Of course, there is a war in Ukraine in which Europe participates, but there is no human person, and there is no there's no army from Europe. It's only the arms that they give, and all the other it's different, and most of the armies in Europe are not mercenaries like USA. There are a lot that are common, I mean, popular, like quote unquote popular armies with ordinary people, and they're not willing to go easily to a war. They know what war means. That's all. Thanks.
Well, I'm not sure how Venezuela will be able to rebel as far as their people goes. I think that the worst in terms of, I don't know, like as far as social unrest, yeah, it was pretty bad in like what, 2018, 2017, during the worst of like the hyperinflation, whenever that was, like roughly that period. But now I'm not sure if they're so politically driven or like culturally driven or galvanized the same way that like the Iranians are. Maybe perhaps if like the economic situation, which is already horrible, but perhaps if quality of life gets bad enough, they may do something. And it's likely too that it's going to be hard to install anybody. Like if they tried to install that Nobel Prize winner Maria Machado, I think her name is, the chick that looks like Jigsaw from Saw. Yeah, like if they just try to install her, like she'd probably be
Bro,
killed.
Laura Loomer looks much more like Jigsaw from Saw.
He looks like a dude. Machado looks like a demon clown, man. Like, have you seen her smile? It's enough to keep you up at night. But like, yeah, she's yeah, like there's no installing anybody so easily. Like you'll pretty much always have like just you can put a Manchurian candidate in and then they'd be chopped down. But yeah, like they're kind of screwed without. You're right though. They are stealing from Venezuela. It's unfortunate and it's imperialist, but they're also kind of screwed too because they don't have a real plan at all. Like, what is the U.S. going to do to replace the dilutants that Iran was providing Venezuela for the purpose of transporting their oil in the first place? And like Venezuela has a shit ton of gold, and I know the U.S. would love to do that because they refuse to let anybody into Fort Knox, probably because there's nothing there. So I'm sure they would love to take it, but like outside of that, what are you gonna do? Like sell gold to Iran? Like who's gonna otherwise, like what are you gonna do? You're gonna use your own oil? I don't think the U.S. has quite the um, condensate that Iran has. If anything, I think they've imported that, and I know that's a lot of that is because of policy. Like if the U.S. really tried, they could, in theory, um, get enough of that. But like the naphtha production that the U.S. has is it's not anywhere near what people are getting from the Strait of Hormuz. So it's the rough. It's not like they really there's going to be a brain drain from Venezuela. Like there's a lot of expertise that is no longer there. Some of them have left like really early on from the sanctions alone and the problematic policies from the U.S. in the early 2000s. But the replacement for that were Iranians. They were like basically the bread and butter for Venezuela's oil sector or energy sector, and now they're gone. So yeah, I don't know how much. Like it'll be like what, $200 billion of investment just to get it back to where things were 15, 20 years ago. That's like, and that's after at least like a decade roughly. So like 2040 really, um, if you're liberal with the timeline. So and that's a
I
sustained
saw
effort.
I saw that they could actually get it up faster because a lot of their machinery was from the 70s, and with modern machinery, they pump up their production very quickly.
Yeah, but like and I think what was being done too was like it was a repair and I guess refurbishment of the machinery that Venezuela has. But the reconstruction in and of itself, I think like the Restart Energy, where they were the ones who had the estimates set up, and I think just a lot of that came from I think a lot of that came from the investment of reconstruction, or rather refurbishment. So to reconstruct totally, I don't know like how they would get the brain power and the manpower. You know what I mean? Like at least not in a short amount of time. I think the short end of that theory. So just to be clear and sum it up, like I think the timeline for as far as like rebuilding everything, that would be what takes 10 years. But if they just like try to plug and play, it could take a lot longer. So yeah, like the short end of the theory being 10 years from now, that's if they do what you just suggested, Joa. But if they like try to totally fix the system patch by patch, that's what takes about 15 years, and that's also going to cost that would be less expensive. So who's going to divest or invest money into that? Who's going to go all in regarding that?
But
You know, like
China
Chevron,
was
right?
China was investing, and I think they're going to get delivery on their investment. I don't think U.S. has blocked off China from what they were doing with Venezuela. To be honest,
Yeah, because China was like revitalizing existing fields, which would be like the path of least resistance for the U.S. Like Chevron and Exxon Mobil, they could try to pick up where it leaves off, but then that takes much longer. But if they build new fields like completely, yeah, it would be quicker, but I think it would cost a lot more money, and it would be much more of an investment. And that's tough to say. Like it's I don't know. Like how much is Project Stargate, for example, or whatever that's called from last year, the AI data center project? That's like $200 billion, right? Roughly 100 to 200 billion. So imagine that like initiative put out by like that would have to be from the top. Basically, you would have to get like the U.S. president and the administration to like back this investment somehow, which is more. And look, that'd be great if it were like a nationalized oil system that the U.S. had, right? And mind you, we're all talking about someone else's oil, by the way. It's not even like we're talking about U.S. This is another country's resources that you're basically pillaging. But let's just playing within those confines. The oil that you get and sell, the money's just going to be going to corporations who don't necessarily have much like they're not necessarily loyal, right? Like they it doesn't translate to the average American citizen. So yeah, like privatized oil and privatized energy sector is going to be great for corporate owners, but not for the average person, no matter what you do in Venezuela.
yeah, that's why everyone on here was pushing back, trying to educate the Venezuelans that were asking for U.S. to go in, that money is never going to go to Venezuelan hands ever. And then we saw that there was a Zionist businessman who had bought the refinery that was supposed to be the worst business deal ever in this early December, who has the rights, the first right of refusal to buy all the oil that's produced from Venezuela at a discount, which is called Citgo, the company. Um, he's the one who's benefiting. He's the one who's making billions on that
Oh yeah,
investment
Sitko's
now.
a giant. Is Paul Sanger? Is that his name?
Yeah, yeah, Paul Singer.
Sitko? Yeah, it was like an auction, right? That he won.
No, no, because someone actually offered more and they rejected the deal, and the judge ordered to give it to Singer.
Wait, why? Wait, how does that work?
Yeah, you tell me. All right, someone actually offered more for it. Um, don't know why. Oh, no, sorry. They were supposed to buy it for more. The judge forced them to take half a price, like a half off deal for Singer. It's something like that. I gotta recall, but there was something like really, really shady with the U.S. courts that forced them to sell it to Singer for like a really ridiculous price.
It's like
And
socialism for billionaires or
yeah,
welfare, corporate welfare.
yep. And even at that price, it was a ridiculous deal unless US took over Venezuela. Right. So there's
Well,
almost no
yeah,
way this
right.
guy didn't know we were taking over Venezuela.
Right, great point. Yeah. Was that public news or something? Maybe that could have been like a good indicator right there of what the US was about to do.
It was, but you didn't put two and two together. I mean, people try to do that with Lucky Larry all the time. Every new real estate project he buys, they're like, "Oh, look, Lucky Larry just bought this project. That's going to be a false flag," and it never winds up being a false flag.
Yeah, I know. They thought that tower in LA, what is it? US Bank Tower, right? In
Yeah, yeah.
LA, yeah.
And
Which
every year it comes out as he just bought it. No, he doesn't. He's owned it for like 15 years.
but yeah, right. It's like Boy Who Cried Wolf. Yeah, it's tough. But yeah, you can get like schizo if you just focus on every weird shady deal, or I don't know. It's not even shady. Like if he's rich, he's gonna buy a tower, right? I would if I were Larry
Yeah.
Finkelstein or whatever his name
So
is.
I had a, by the way, because we're going way off track from Iran. I had an Iran
Oh right, yeah.
question. Did we ever confirm what the explosions were, if there were actual explosions?
Oh yeah, those were testing for Iran's air defense systems, but
Isn't that
allegedly
what it
there
was
was a
yesterday?
hostile. Yeah, but allegedly there were potential hostile monitoring drones that were found over the airspace of Iran. There was one report that said that, but I don't know. I haven't heard anything since then. That was about a few hours ago. I heard about that.
Yeah, because when I heard about the drones yesterday, I wrote Sully and I said, drones to start a war, that doesn't sound American at all. That sounds Israeli, because that's what happened in the 12-day war. Remember, they had Mossad launching drones inside of Iran.
Well, Iran can also like neutralize drones as well. Like just so there was this $200 million drone that was over the Persian Gulf that got brought down, but it wasn't struck down. They didn't use their like air defense systems at all. And my theory, or at least my I think just observation here, is that they found a way to short it and then just reel it in. So I think the fact that they're even using like any explosives or air defense systems, perhaps perhaps that indicates like maybe they're kind of sending a message of their own. But that could just be I might be overthinking it. I don't know.
I mean, they were using those guns in Ukraine that you point this thing at it and it like short circuits, like changes the messaging to the drone to land. Are
Yes,
you
yeah, the
saying they
anti
used
drone.
that?
No, I think they used a much longer range version of that. It may have even been directed energy because Iran is using like they are testing out stuff, right? Like they've been doing it the last 2 or 3 weeks. They've taken this time to actually dig up some stuff that they haven't used yet and put it on display. And the U.S. is bringing this huge directed energy system as well. I don't know why I'm forgetting its name, but it's like this gigantic panel that they've been touting. It's like their latest stuff, but I think Iran is also employing that too. But they're also using their and by the way, what you just mentioned, that gun, that anti-drone gun, there was this video of Trump at the golf course recently, and he had a security guard that was literally holding one anti-drone gun, like next to the golf cart. So
Yeah, it's a jamming device. It was on a tarmac too. It's like a little black box. They do it so in case any FPVs come, it's like a last line of defense to jam them. Back to the Triton. It's the MQ-4C Triton. That's probably the most expensive UAV the U.S. has. It usually serves
oh, that was the
maritime.
200 million one, right? The two hundred
Exactly.
million dollar one. Okay.
And it wasn't the first one. Iran shot one down a few years ago, and and that wasn't during active hostilities. That was it breached Iranian airspace, and they quickly took it out. They're saying it was with a third of Cordad or one of those, or the Bavar 373, one of those shot it down. But that was years ago. This time they shot it in an active war zone. These are very expensive platforms, and we don't have that many of them. So it's not just like shooting a random thing down. Even the
Yeah,
MQ-9
yeah.
Reapers.
People hear drone, Cyrus. They hear drone. They don't realize that thing's bigger than a 747.
Exactly. Well, I mean, this particular one, I think it's like more of a 737. A 747 is, it's gigantic, but it's a wide body. But still, a 737 is massive. And to your point, yeah, it's giant, and it's more like it has glider wings. These are extremely long wings, and these things fly at 50,000 feet, 60,000 feet. That's part of their ability to stay safe. So Iran is reaching them with some significant surface-to-air missile capabilities. It's not, you're not going to shoot it down with a shoulder-launched, SAM, a man-pad.
Well, the shoulder launched. I think they've been bringing down Reapers. I get it. Like Reapers are smaller than this one. The Dragon.
I don't think the man pads is what's good. The man pads are limited to about 15,000 feet. The Reapers it's those infrared drones, some of those loitering ones, and I think it's mostly those. You knew the name of it. I forgot the
Oh, the
name of it.
358.
Yeah, yeah. So
350.
and
Yeah, 358's been nailing those. Yeah, the
and
Reapers.
the
Yeah.
MQ9 is a big deal. We've lost 16. Those are $30 million a pop. So not only the cost of it, that's about $500 million in MQ9 Reaper drones, and it's not like we can. It's not like a Toyota Corolla assembly line. You can just strap on an engine and a transmission and some seats. It's good to go. These are sophisticated platforms that take a long time to assemble, to get all the parts in, and all the subsystems and all the components that go into it. So it's a big deal. Iran's knocking these things out, and on the ground, it's affecting the effectiveness of the U.S. Offensive force. Because remember, I mentioned the loitering time, how important it is in these counter missile operations to take out Iranians' offensive capabilities. So the MQ-9 Reaper is absolutely essential for that role. So anytime they get over the target, boom, they're getting taken out of the sky. No other country has been able to impose that. Like, so this is very new. These kind of L's the U.S. has never taken. So, and that's why you don't hear it in the mainstream media. They don't want to. They don't want to admit the embarrassment. But it's really happening. It's a big deal.
So Cyrus, so now you do see though that the U.S. does not have air superiority or even really dominance here, and this is why if we do, well, which we will, I believe, go in for more airstrikes, it's just going to be replay 101, same thing we went through before, right?
Well, I qualified my statement when Suleiman called me out, and then I qualified my statement as saying, yeah, anything below 15,000 feet is under a lot of threat. But I mean, I still maintain, our F-15s and F-35s flying at 40,000 feet are very difficult for Iran to hit. But as they come to those lower altitudes to be more effective, especially in this type of, all the obvious targets that you could hit from 40,000 feet have been hit. So for you to stay dynamic and maximize your loiter time over target, you have to get down lower so you can be more agile. So if the target is called out, you can immediately make the adjustments to have a shot at that target. So so yes, I mean overall we don't have full air dominance, air superiority, but I think the U.S. still projects a tremendous amount of firepower and can really do significant damage to Iran. Well, it would be crippling, So the only reason Iran hasn't been exposed to that is because they can do the same to the GCC. Otherwise, I mean, Iran is not safe. I mean, the U.S. is flying B-1s, F-15s. These are heavy platforms. Just an F-15 can carry five 2,000-pound bombs. Even with two external fuel tanks, that is significant firepower. One of Iran's missiles has, a 12 to 1,500 pound warhead. So it's this. So an F-15 is equivalent to five missiles, overhead. So and arguably with a heavier payload, with 500 pounds heavier. So yeah, let's not detract from what the U.S. can do. But yes, U.S. planes are in danger. And the lower they come, the more danger they're in. I'll concede to that.
Well,
Yeah.
there's been a lot of planes that have been sent home that the U.S. doesn't even talk about, and I think Iran doesn't really care about like evaporating a plane in midair or doing the traditional strike down. I think if you just like send them home or get them to emergency land, that's a win. That's all you need.
No,
And yeah,
they've
that's why
taken out of the fight. Yeah, they've taken out airflow, but there's so many sorties are happening. What Iran's really done to affect the impact and the effect on target is the MQ-9 Reaper suppression and essentially giving it's access denial, it's anti-access area denial for those air assets.
yeah the
So I
oh
got to
sorry.
call it. The loiter time is everything. So those MQ-9s, that's why Iran is able to launch these things into the shoot and scoot because those loitering assets or like you mentioned in your earlier comments, Invisible. You said that persistence, loitering, and that because they just switch. One MQ9 goes home, the other one shows up. In a perfect world, that's what we do in Afghanistan, what we do in Yemen, or we used to do in Yemen. Yemen's been taking them out too, to a lesser extent. So that when we're unable to do that, that's why Iran can quickly pop out, boom, do their thing and dip back in, and into cover and concealment. So that's a big deal. We haven't been able to affect the effectiveness of the F-15s, the F-35s. They're still operating with near impunity. I'm not going to take that away from them. Anything above 30,000 feet, 30 to 40,000 feet, it's very hard for Iran to hit them. They
Yeah,
don't
but they've
have
been
the
doing really low sorties with their fighters, their stealth
Exactly,
fighters.
and that shows desperation, and that they're trying to get these more mobile targets. That goes to show that they've hit all the big targets. That's actually very indicative that they've ran out of targets that are meaningful. So they got to get lower and take these big risks. And yeah, it's a changing dynamic. They can't hit the real targets, which is these missile systems, the
Right.
ballistic missiles.
Right.
I've had okay.
We even had a we had a Navy fighter pilot. He also was Air Force. Puncher was in here and he confirmed that. He says, yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. And that's where we're at. The U.S. is at right now.
Yeah, I've had a theory that the a lot of these sorties, overland sorties from the fighters have been because I'm pretty sure it's been only around like 10,000, which I guess is relatively a lot, but it's not. They've been rather short. It's not like they're hanging out, right? My theory has been that quite a bit of them have been for perhaps a form of like ELINT, like just like electronic reconnaissance. And I think that's like part of the reason why the individual who was with or who was in that F-15 that was shot down, the one that was missing for 2 days, that individual was of a rank that suggested that like he was overqualified for the mission. And Andrew, I don't know if you remember the name of or the status or the title of that individual that was missing for 2 minutes or for 2 days,
It
but
was
his
colonel. He was a colonel.
he was a colonel, right? And colonels typically, thank you, because colonels typically aren't doing like F-15 sorties unless they're there for a specific and advanced sort of mission as it pertains to like technological basis. And I have a theory that they've been doing this to potentially do mapping like through the electro optical systems that they've got to try to map out Iranian terrain and incorporate it into their large scale information network. And it's not just about like land terrain per se, but it's about electronic assets that are on the ground. Because Iran has a really wide scale passive a passive system. It's like a passive location system, if you will, a PCL, and that's a wide network of it's passive coherent location system. That's what I meant to say, and that's been like part of Iran's bread and butter in lieu of their like early warning systems, because the Gadir systems that Iran had were hit pretty hard in the 12-day war and were targeted very early as well by Israel and the U.S. In this war. But Iran still has that passive coherent network where they are able to again set up a monitoring apparatus that's possibly even countrywide. And then if any advanced fighter ends up in the air, they are creating again through a it's like a forward scatter effect where the stealth of the aircraft in itself is essentially like pushing through the stealth paint of the aircraft is creating its own like trail that's distinguishable from like just like regular noise throughout the environment, like birds and animals and clouds and stuff like that. So Iran pretty much knows when a stealth aircraft is in their country. They know. And so I think like the U.S. wants to get a good range of targets and probably even go for like more hidden covert targets next time they come back around. So yeah, like trust me, ELINT is a huge deal in this entire affair. I think they've really banked a lot of their capabilities on being able to get a good like electro-optical nationwide map. That's really going to be a huge factor. Um, and look, drones they could use, and they are. You could ask like, okay, why aren't they using drones? The drones are vulnerable, way more vulnerable than advanced fighters. It's that simple, right? Like the F-15s aren't flying there at low sorties for their health, right? And
But
if they're not
but
hitting anything,
don't
because
they
they're
get
not, it's
that
not like
from
they hit. Oh, good, good.
satellites?
Well,
Couldn't
the
they get
satellites
off
don't
of
get
satellites?
satellites don't get quite the robust passive coherent location network of nodes that are set up by Iran. So Iran has like what a ton of nodes that they've set up all over the country at strategically convenient locations in order to keep up this like wide scale area network, and that's why they're able to like, for example, and that's why I said earlier too. You know, it's not like they're setting up a man pad and like pointing the infrared the detector at the sky and going, man, I hope a F-15 flies by here. They're getting an early warning from the passive coherent um, location field. Like they're getting tons of nodes, and you can use like a cell tower, for example, or like a radio, I don't know, station, a large scale one. And you can just like those are two nodes right there. And so multiply that by like 12,000, right? And suddenly you can use those to ping. And that's why like if you've ever heard about like these DARPA and WikiLeaks has talked about it, Edward Snowden has released stuff like that, where they're able to monitor metropolitan area networks using like your Wi-Fi router as a node of communication, right? And using the infrared signal that your body produces, they can even see through like the walls of where a living person is. So that's just an example of how a node is used in order to like for detection purposes. So if you just zoom out and magnify that effect, suddenly you have like an entire infrared mapping network, right? Because I'm talking about technology in this case from like 20 years ago. So imagine now, and Iran has that. Not into that extent in terms of like literally seeing through walls, but they use node technology, and even Iran International talked about this. And I know they're not everyone's favorite. I don't like them either, but they've talked about this. How Iran does set up nodes for strategic purposes, and Israel definitely considers civilian populations to be a target due to how many nodes are used by Iran in civilian areas and in rural areas too, and countryside and whatnot. So yeah.
So what's up with Hezbollah? Suleiman, can we pivot to Hezbollah and stuff?
Yeah, yeah. Just 1 second. Let's go to Proud. Let's see where he's going to say, and then we'll speak about Hezbollah.
Yeah, all right. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to have a voice here. I'm not an expert on the military side. Mostly, I have some words for politics side, but uh, about the about the targets that Cyrus mentioned, I just wanted to point out something that the Iranian missile cities that are underground and mostly are protected by granite mountains. They're not only missiles. These like they are one of the main targets, but they're not reachable, and it also functions as storage for military equipments and for the what was the name? I forgot the name. The anti-aircraft missiles are always stored there. Anti-navy missiles are also stored there. The fastest military boat which belongs to Iran, and you can see the satellite images that came out recently, like 2 days ago. They were all stored in these underground cities, underground missile cities. It also functions as a storage, so and it's unreachable. And like for example, when Trump said, "Oh, we totally destroyed the navy," well, actually, the IRGC navy forces are not big ships; they're like small boats, speed jet boats. I don't know the name of it. Yeah, and they're all stored in these underground cities. So basically we can say, and the ships we had, not all of them but most of them were like old ones, like they were not really functional at this point in this era. So that's how it works. And basically I can say and you can all check up fact check everything that I'm saying from the Iranian media, the Iranian state TV, and all the medias that used to cover all these topics and the whole how it functions back in the days, like couple years ago in Iranian national TV, which I understand Persian, of course. I saw it, but I think there are some people who putting English subtitles on them, and that's how it is, and it's unreachable. So we can say like at least 70-80% of the capability of like navy capability of Iranian forces are still there. I just wanted to uh, mention this.
I think that's very sensible and credible. It's, I mean, no one has the exact numbers except the Iranian forces, but I think your estimations and your forces, but I think your estimations and your analysis of the hardened structures and the role they serve. I think you're spot on your analysis. But the exact numbers, it's top secret. Only the Iranians know that. But I think that's a fair assessment. What you said.
Yeah, as I said, I'm not a military expert. I have words about politics, the ideology, and everything, how it functions. But
I mean, even even
military
even even the
wise,
best,
yeah.
even the number one American expert, military expert in the country, won't know the exact numbers. Only the people in the Iranian security apparatus, deep in it, knows exactly the status. This is an active war zone. Look at how much information the Russians and Ukrainians are hiding. This is very sensitive information. So we're all. It's just conjecture, and it's okay. I think we're all in the ballpark. It's good analysis. What you're saying is reasonable.
And also, I have to mention one more thing that kind of made Americans like surprised, shocked how it's still functioning. They started bombing the underground missile city in Yazd, which is again shielded by granite stones. And they realized, okay, we're bombing them, but they're still shooting. Like, why? How? How is it work? How is it happening? And they realized, okay, the whole city, the whole underground city is shielded by these stones, and the part that is not shielded is not even like the main part. It's not even connected. It's connected by railroads under the ground to that place, and on these railroads they have missile launchers, and they go there to that part that was bombed, but it still was functioning, and they were shooting missiles from there. So it's really
Another interesting point is that the degradation that the United States pointed to, they claim the U.S. has degraded maybe 50 to 60%. What they leave out, where in some of the reports they end up admitting it, is that they hit the mouth of these tunnels, right? So they actually haven't taken out the launchers, they haven't taken out the missile systems, they haven't taken out anything of substance. What's happened is they've taken down the opening of the tunnel system. So these big excavators come and push these things. I mean, it's a lot of rubble. I mean, these are heavy rocks, and I mean, certainly it's not it's not like you're plowing snow that you can just do it in an hour, but all the main weapon systems are intact, and they just open the tunnel systems and they're back in action. Not to say they haven't destroyed some launchers and some missiles, but I think the number that they're giving, the 50-60%, is probably inflated. I think the real number is probably like 20%, and the rest are active. So you're 80% intact is not probably far off. Somewhere between 60 and 80%. I think that's a fair range that they're.
that's a fair one. And also, I wanted to mention one more thing, and I'll finish after that. And the other thing is, Israel. Like last year, there was a war between Iran and Israel. Lasted like 12 days. I was in Iran back then, and one thing that was going around was Israel claiming that they shot down almost 90% of the launchers, and there's like less than 100 launchers left, which was again just rubbish. And yeah, that's how it functioned. And one of the other things, if you saw the footages of Iranian missiles heading toward bases, Israel, whatever, you could see that all of those missiles are the old ones. Like they were made during the presidency of Obama. Okay, because they shown some of these missiles like publicly on national TV, and I was just looking around and searching for all the information since the war happened, it started, and I noticed that all of the missiles that are being shot, that are being launched, are the old ones. And during this war, like 40 days, uh, they rarely use the new ones. I also just wanted to mention this one.
Cool. Thanks for that,
And
Proud. Cyrus, you wanted to mention about Lebanon? Go ahead, jump in. What's your thoughts about it?
Hey, I'm sorry about that. That was a little delay. So let me get your take off where you left off with in the opening of that news. Without Hezbollah, there's no deal, and I find it laughable that they're going and having these ceasefire talks and boasting about all the success and oh, we had the Lebanese president here, we have all these plans. I mean, it is absolutely laughable. Hezbollah doesn't get the credit that it's been very few times in human history that a group has superior military power and is popular politically with among more than 20% of the people, and they don't do a coup or civil wars. Hezbollah could have many times over rolled over the Lebanese army, taken full control of Syria, and had a Shia theocracy running Syria. I mean, I'm sorry, Lebanon. I apologize for that. So they haven't done that because they care about the Lebanese people. They respect the diversity, right? So they've shown utmost discipline and utmost humility by keeping the southern borders, the most sensitive borders, secure. They have the respect of the Christians, the Sunnis. I spent a couple of days in Lebanon on a business trip. I only interacted with the business class, and they're all Christian. And I essentially I was it was very much on the top of my mind. I couldn't believe I was there. I started asking questions to everybody I could, in depth, and I mean, none of them had anything negative to say. They just didn't want a Shia Lebanon. Other than that, they respected Hezbollah for what they've done for the country, and a recurring theme was how honest their parliament members were. That they would enter parliament, and however long their term was, whether it's like 2 years to 6 years, however the duration is, they would leave office with no substantial gain in their wealth. And it was evident. Whereas the Christian and the Sunnis that are backed by Saudi and Qatar and the Christians who are tied into the Western powers, super corrupt. It's an oligopoly. It's known. I mean, it is well known. So I think people underestimate how popular Hezbollah is. They have charity programs. People like they buy shoes for people like literally for other denominations. They literally do charity drives for the entire country. I mean, they do it out of love. And they're the only ones who stepped up and secured Lebanon from a invasion of a sadistic army. I mean, you gotta understand, Israel being invaded by Israel is not like being invaded by a normal country. You like it is a scary prospect that you have these demons crawling around your villages, around your loved ones. And so Hezbollah stepped up with essentially empty hands compared to what Israel rolls in with the best artillery, best mortar systems, best aircraft, heavy bombs. You know how scary it is to show up and face that music. We see it on TV. It looks like a video game. Oh yeah, Hezbollah is winning. Look at them. Good guerrilla warfare. Yeah, but it's all cool when you're looking at it from a distance, from the comfort of your own couch. But the people that actually got to do that, that have to face the aircraft, have to face the Apache helicopters, have to face the infrared. They've earned Hezbollah has earned the respect of the Lebanese populace across the board, and so it's laughable that they have these meetings and they're boasting about the progress, and Hezbollah doesn't have a seat at the table. I mean, come on, that's it's amateur hour. No one takes them credible.
You think this may possibly result in a civil war? Like, what's the reason they're like, there's a 3 week ceasefire exactly at a point when they are bombing um, right at this moment where they're bombing South Lebanon, and Hezbollah responded as well?
Yeah, so we always knew that Israel will try to keep this on thin ice. I mean, Israel's main mission right now is to be chaotic, to cause mayhem, dismay, and for multiple to derail both ceasefires on the Lebanese front and the Iranian front, and because they're losing, right? Israel is not only losing on the battlefield, they know they're losing the public opinion war in the United States, and they know where that's going to lead in the future. So this is their last hurrah. So by them doing this, it's a slap in the face of the U.S. They're like, hey, we're not beholden to this quote unquote superpower. We're the special ones. We're the smart ones. we're the rulers, right? So this is Israel lashing out and posturing to the world in a very arrogant way. But in reality, it's not going to work. That's their fantasy land. That's their delusional, grandeur that they're, that they sleep and wake up to every morning. But the real world sees them losing on the battlefield, on the ground. We see that it's desperate when they bomb entire civilian apartment blocks. That's a sign of desperation. So, and going back to what you said, no, I don't foresee a civil war for the reasons I stated, because Hezbollah is not desperate. They have real popular support among the Shias. They're wildly popular, so they'll always have that 33% guaranteed seat. A third of the power share is rightfully theirs without the military arm that they wield. But the military arm, because my end vision for Lebanon is an integrated Hezbollah into the national army, right? But for that to happen, Israel needs to not be an actor the way they've been behaving since 1948. So the Hezbollah will exist as long as this bellicose, this rabid, foaming in the mouth neighbor that is growling at you 24/7, and every once in a while it bites you. When you have that kind of character living next door, and your kids are, a short distance away, how do you think they're going to react? They're going to have a very agile and determined mobile ground force that is ready to fight to the death to keep these people out. So it's really simple for me. Hezbollah is inseparable from the very fabric of Lebanon as it sits, or in the future. They're not going anywhere. And I'm not even saying I'm not a Hezbollah supporter or anti-Hezbollah. I'm telling you as a geopolitical analyst. I mean, they are wildly popular and they do a lot of benevolent acts for the population, a population that has been displaced, that has been demoralized, that has been frightened, that has been traumatized, right? So they came to the rescue of their own people. They're held as heroes. So who the fuck am I to, as an American, to be like, hey, you guys need to disarm? Who am I to do that?
Yeah, Cyrus. So try
Also,
best not
also,
to. Cyrus,
half
will
the
you do me a
Lebanese
favor?
army.
Can you hear me? Cyrus, if you just do me a favor, just try best not to swear because I'm on YouTube. I don't
I
want to get
apologize.
banned.
Sorry about that, brother.
All good, brother. All good. Go ahead, Ashkan.
Half the Lebanese army are Shiites. So, if the Lebanese army is going to turn its guns on Hezbollah, I don't know. Half of
Not
them.
quite. The actual Lebanese army, it's not 50 as the entirety of the population is about 33%. Most of Hezbollah are Shia, right? So if you include the number of Shia fighters in addition to the Lebanese army, and certainly there are Shias in the Lebanese army, I would say probably 20. I got to look it up. I've never looked it up. It's probably 20 to 30%, I would guess.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's more.
But if you include
Shias are
Hezbollah,
45% of the population of Lebanon.
let me see. Hold on. So can someone fact
I
check
was
this?
under,
Can someone?
I was under the impression it was about 30% as well.
Yeah. So either way, like I think I'm right. Okay, but even if I'm wrong, to your point, Ashkan, even if it doesn't matter. The point is that the track record and report card is there. Their behavior has been proven. Do you realize? And all of us, this goes for every single one of us, especially ones of us that have ambition in anything in life, right? They're showing a lot of discipline. 99% of the time in human history, when you're in the position that Hezbollah is, you can't contain yourself. You're like, man, these people are corrupt. Look at them be beholden to Qatar and Saudi. Look at these fat pigs sitting up there. We're honest. We're the ones shedding blood for our country. Man, forget it. Let's roll. Let's steamroll these guys. And these are young, gregarious men leading these units. With that fervor, you know how hard it is to contain that. Hezbollah has contained themselves since 1982. They're very disciplined. They're very civil. And us as Westerners, we were like, oh, terrorists! Look at these savages. What are you talking about? They're super refined statesmen. The way they behave internally, they could have easily taken over the country time and time again, and they have the discipline not to do that. And across history, from the Romans to all these city states to Mesopotamia to all these competing powerhouses, they can't hold themselves. But Hezbollah has. You got to give them credit for that.
Can I, real quick on that, if I can make a statement on that, there's a consensus out there that Hezbollah wasn't formed until '87. However, I was literally there in Beirut, Lebanon, in the during the Civil War, with the 21st Marine Expeditionary Unit. I was a boat officer, a young ensign at the
I
time.
said 82, by the way. The number I gave
Yeah,
is 82.
yeah. But did you know we used Hezbollah was known in 1982? We knew about them. We had them in our ROE briefings. I'm serious.
No, I believe
I'm
it.
not making this up.
No, they were no.
Yeah,
I know
but
82 was their inception year, but they were active.
yeah.
They formalized in 82.
Yeah, because see, there's a lot of material out there that says no, they weren't formed, they didn't come into existence until '87. Well, that's impossible. Then why did I know that word in '82?
No, it's, of course, and it's so
Yeah,
cool to hear it from someone who knew it firsthand, and it was actually part of your sit reps and briefs. And by the way, guys,
yeah.
there's there's a book written about this that Israel banned. Did you guys know during the Marine barracks bombings, Shin Bet and Mossad knew that that attack was imminent? They knew the vehicle. They knew all the details. They withheld that information from the Americans so the attack would happen, so America would get embroiled in that war, and actually had the opposite effect. Reagan was like, "Hey, we don't want to lose any more lives. We'll let Israel deal with it." So it backfired on Israel. But that's how nasty of an ally they are. Who does that? Similar to October 7th.
That's a regular Tuesday
That's a
in
regular.
Israel.
You ain't lying.
Right.
That is part of the.
9/11 too.
Yeah, and also in 9/11, yeah, when we go there. But hey, I've got something to throw out here, and that's why I wish Ryan Dawson, when things get quiet, he says he's going to interview me. There was a quote burial. I call it the the Khmer Rouge and the killing fields, but there was some very strange things going on with a burial, a mass grave. They're in. I'm talking about right about a kilometer or two outside of the Beirut airport, and we would talk about it. The word would be kicked around. Of course, IDF was always mentioned. And I really started to grow into a deep distrust and anger and like WTF, because when we would go on a nightly boat op, I hated it. But here I am on the night ride from midnight to 6 a.m. out there, choppy water out there floating around with gunners ready to shoot anything that came into the amphibious objective areas. But we would always talk about the USS Liberty. That was always in the back of our minds. Of course it was. And then also, when I've said this before in the spaces over the year or so, we would get these really creepy, strange briefs. Don't worry about the IDF. They are not in the ROE, but they're there. But they could be a problem, but you don't worry about it. So I asked the briefing, I would say stupid, because I love asking stupid questions. It's always served me well. Well, what do you mean don't worry about them? So where are they? What are they doing? In fact, what are they doing? We know they got artillery batteries. We know we could hear a 500 AGL in one of their at the time. What were they using their F-15? What were they using there? I'm sorry, I'll think of it in a second. Their aircraft they had of ours. They were. This is past. This wasn't the F4s. I think they were up to the F-15s. Were they there at the time? I think they had the F-15s. But we'd hear an F-15 doing a 500-foot AGL coming in at 5 Mach, whatever, above Mach, whatever, and then drop their speed and do a bombing run. They might do it. So, I'm just letting you know. Well, what do you mean? We'd be in the blast area. What? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But we did worry about it. And that really angered me. But then this quote, mass burial. In fact, what happened there? How many civilians did the IDF murder there? Oh, don't worry about it. We don't talk about that. And then when I would resupply the Marines, my day job would be like, hey, you got to resupply the United States Marines. We had the Beirut airport. They gave us the shittiest of the jobs. Our Marine Corps, we had to secure the airport, and they did. When we were getting ready for our reliefs to come in, and we were extended twice, we were there for almost 10 months. I can't tell you the toll that takes, a psychological toll. Our Marines were dug into a hole there with bags. Well, I'm talking sandbags, right? So I would go there and I'd hear these cracks like a whip stop these snap sounds. And I was like, what the hell's that? And this Marine gunny sergeant said, don't worry about it. at the time I was a JG lieutenant. He said, "Don't worry about it, Lieutenant. There's just some idiot shooting at us." What? I'm out of here, But they were at least protected when they were in the sandbags. What happened when our relief came in late '82, right? When our relief, the Mao that relieved us, they said this is intolerable for the Marines to be living in hole like this for months and months at a time. We're going to put them in barracks and give them nice, clean beds to sleep in, right? And the colonel of the MEU he was on our wardroom actually. He said, "The hell with that! I want my Marines to stay alive. They're putting us into a death trap." They didn't want to do it. They were forced into it. I think that was all part of it. Another blood ritual. It really bothers me to this day, and I still believe the IDF not only knew about it with all my heart. I believe Mossad was a part of that. I really do because Admiral Lyons, and you can research this, do some research. Admiral Lyons, he wanted to go get the bad guys. He said Hezbollah was involved in this, but there's more to it. Immediately, Reagan gave the order, no, withdraw all forces. What the hell, withdraw all forces? We want to go find out who did this. We want an investigation. No, nothing to see here. Just go home. I'll get off the soapbox here, but I'm so glad. I'm so glad that Hezbollah is saying no, hell no. Beat the hell out of IDF. They're a bunch of cowards. They're just baby killers. They know how to blow shit up from the air. They know how to kill innocent civilians. I talked to those civilians. I brought them ashore and had lunch with us. I talked to Christian Lebanese Christians. I talked to Muslim Lebanese, and I didn't talk to any of the Druze or the Drew militia. They were always like, they don't like us. Well, I talk to them, but I got to know these people. The smell, the horrific carnage that the Israel laid waste in Beirut, Lebanon, that beautiful city. I've talked about this before. I'll never forget it. And it's this anger I feel. And I want Hezbollah to exact justice. And I pray to God Hezbollah stands forward and there is not a civil war. I really don't like what I'm seeing here. I think the Lebanese government is going to throw them under the bus. I think that's all part of the plan. But I don't think Hezbollah is going to fold. And I don't think Iran's going to let that happen either. And I'll get off the soapbox here, guys.
Yeah, the Hezbollah is the extension of the Iranian Islamic Revolution. They are one and the same. Iran will never turn their back on Hezbollah. They would lose so much. First of all, they wouldn't do it out of principle. I think that they won't do it because they don't want to do that. But even if they had to do it, they still won't do it because they would lose all their credibility that the entire Shia world follows them. That's Iran's whole shtick. That's their whole thing, that they're honest bidders for the Shia faith, and they have legions of followers that love them to death. You know what I mean? I'm not one of them because I'm not Shia, I'm not Muslim, right? So, but I can acknowledge it and witness it objectively. They are very devoted. It's a ideology, and they're not like rabid. It's not like an ISIS ideology where they're hell bent on damage and destruction. They're actually, they're very imbalanced. They act very justly in a very complicated and diverse part of the world. So when you see how they behave, I don't think they're an irrational actor, and they benefit the security of Lebanon. You can see that objectively as any type of reasonable analyst. So you have to take them seriously. You cannot just isolate them and marginalize them. None of these peace talks will work. Hezbollah is going nowhere. They're extremely competent war fighters.
But Cyrus, you do see though, right, the concern in what Suleiman's brought up here. This whole ceasefire, all that does is give in Israel IDF more time to, we're just making a boundary here. We're just going to lay down some boundaries and blow some stuff up. But Hezbollah, I think they're really trying to isolate and destroy Hezbollah. I agree with you. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think that's their goal. I think
No
that's
doubt.
their whole goal. Yeah.
Remember the narrative they're trying to give us, that they pounded Hezbollah for months from the air,
Yeah.
heavy campaign, and since I wasn't hearing anything in the news to counter that, and even Iran was quiet, I was like, oh my God, I was like, did they really do that much damage? And then all of a sudden Hezbollah popped out of their tactical headquarters, and they're back at it. I was like, oh my God, they're still kicking butt. So I was, I for a while I was like, dang, are they really degrading them. And so they're still very effective fighting force. Any doubt that I had, and I try to be as realistic as possible. It's not emotional for me, as if I'm an alien in outer space watching this stuff happen. That's how I try to analyze this stuff. So
Exactly.
I really thought it was they were eroded, and no, they're excuse me, they're still very effective, and they're going nowhere. It's the population that's paying the price. The 55 villages are unusable right now. I mean, you know how like tragic that is. These are human tragedies. They posted a picture of some Israeli lady, IDF soldier making a home cooked meal for her squad inside an occupied southern Lebanese house. I mean, you know how it is so tragic and it's so appalling to witness that. I can just visualize the little Lebanese kids and the mom making food, and then now you have this ogre, this vile, decrepit woman, and smiling and making with their produce, with their fresh produce that the Lebanese made with their own hands in their own soil. It really cuts at your very fabric of humanity. It's just so offensive to anyone with any decency. It really cuts through the level of depravity that the Israelis roll out and dish out. It just cuts across borders. It doesn't matter what religion you are, what color you are, what religion. If you're a decent human being, you're just a part of you just gets so grossed out that you just want to do something. So I'm really hoping that more people feel this and naturally get moved by being repulsed by evil and makes them to act. And really, the American people are the ones that will move the meter and move the needle, because we're the superpower and we're the ones that allow Israel to act like a maniac, like this spoiled schizophrenic child that has been given sharp objects. So America's responsible for undoing this and reeling them back in. That's the only connection I want to have with Israel, to undo the damage America's done. And I really hope this awakening, this noticing continues. I think it's unprecedented, the amount of knowledge people have, these spaces. Suleiman is a champion and is a beacon. I mean, later on, when this movement comes full circle, folks like Suleiman, there's others, where we're here at his space, and he's been gracious enough to let me hear and speak my mind about this stuff. These folks, in 20 years down the road, they'll be seen as major figures. This is all fun and games here. We're sitting here joking each other, Chinaman this, Cyrus this, all this, laughing and stuff. But we're talking about heavy stuff, and we're awakening folks that are on the fence that don't know, because we know this stuff, right? But the people that matter are the ones that don't know. They're on the fence. So this is a big deal. Hats off to you, Suleiman, and all the panel here. You guys are carrying the torch, and you are the light.
Cyrus, you heard my story of my daughter, right? I won't keep sharing it, but yeah, she got Suleiman when Suleiman was doing TikTok. She got on there and she's 14 and she's like, well, this is him. That's the guy on your space, Dad. Yeah, check him out on TikTok. And she was sharing it with her friends and they're going, whoa, this guy's really getting it. I thought that was great. She then, working on a class project, went into 3 or 4 of Suleiman's video archives. She pulled out, I don't know exactly which ones, I can go check. She then took the video, took that to AI, did an outline. She took that outline. She got permission from her teacher to use that as reference. She referenced Suleiman's background, his da-da-da, all this stuff, there's data. And Beatrice, she heard Beatrice's story about Lebanon, and that just broke her. And so she took all that, put a powerful study together, and the teacher said, oh, kids, you only have 10 minutes. Well, my daughter got over 20, I think it was 20 minutes plus, double the time. She said 3 of her classmates were crying, and I'm in not by choice, but I'm in a strong MAGA stronghold here, man. Oh, God. But 3 of her classmates were crying, and this kid, we used to bully her, kind of an ass, anyway, jerk. He even came up and said, whoa, man, I didn't know that. And she was on this. And she literally, when she gave me the thing, the teacher wants her to do it again to other faculty. The word is getting out. And we got it. That's why I always say share the space, take these videos, get them, and my daughter's sharing them with other students. And then here's what's really tragic: these kids are telling my daughter, I don't understand. We never heard about it. My parents are the news. Even on social media, we don't hear this. So if we ever feel like, what are we doing? We're tired. Yeah, I'm tired. But no, we roll up our sleeves and go, we have work to do. And this is a battle. We are at war here in this psychological battle. And I'll get off the soapbox, but thank you, Suleiman and Beatrice and Joa, all of you. Cyrus, thank you. Inevitable, even you. I mean, and all of us are on here, and Ashkin, and even, Mankos gets up here and really pisses me off when he gets on his American rhetoric. But I'll tell you this, we all are against the Zionist regime that's destroying our country. I love the United States of America, but
Andrew,
we are an occupied nation.
brilliant. Thank you so much. We have got Anthony coming on. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to bring him up. I'm just changing the title as well. I did it. Hi, Anthony. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you.
Excellent. Brilliant. Let's do this. Start record. I just want to welcome Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar onto the show. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar has 25 years experience and was a Green Beret and also is a Lieutenant Colonel. And he became quite well known because he basically was against what he witnessed in the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And he came out vehemently against it, and he's been standing for America first and putting America before anyone else. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me. Thank you, and I hope you're having a good evening.
Yeah, we're having a great evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, immediately to the kind of breaking news. So today, there was a statement by Donald Trump. Apparently, they were in the White House, Trump, Vance, Rubio, and various others. They had a 3-week extension of a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, but also within the ceasefire, they said that they will be continuously attacking Hezbollah, in the sense of, they said that Israel and Lebanon were going to be working together in a way against Hezbollah. And then at the same time, although they're meant to be in a ceasefire, we saw the Israelis bombing in South Lebanon, and we also saw Hezbollah respond with some missiles. So kind of that's where we're at. What do you think's going on there? If you can explain to the audience. Thank you so much.
Well, I think it's important to understand with the numerous ceasefires that we have going on. We know there's the ceasefire between the United States and Iran, which also has influence from Israel, obviously. But then we also have the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, which there's U.S. influence. And those discussions happening between Israeli representatives and Lebanese representatives are happening here in the United States in Washington, D.C., at least to some degree, with direct involvement from the administration, being the vice president, Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. So in those particular ceasefire agreements, what's going on which can be considered at very high levels, I think that we see what's critical right now is that the negotiations for a ceasefire or a long-standing settlement cannot be conducted in a vacuum or in some monolith with Hezbollah not being included or Hezbollah being excluded from that. When people think of Hezbollah, they think of this disparate, separate group, and that's simply not true. I mean, if you look at what is Hezbollah, so you have the Shura Council, you have the Jihad Council, you have its political councils, where there are 13 parliamentary seats in the Lebanese government from Hezbollah. and then you have the executive council and you have the judicial council. So, but then if you also consider the UN resolutions that were put in place, is going as far back as to 1978, that the withdrawal of all Israeli forces from Lebanese territories. And then in then later on in 2004, this was reaffirmed. And then in 2006, this was reaffirmed. And in 2025, again, reaffirmed. And Israeli forces have still not left those areas in the south or have stopped their active military campaign in the south. So who is the defense or the representative of the people of Lebanon that are willing to stand up against Israeli occupation and Israeli oppression? Well, the answer to that is Hezbollah. In the south, you see the UN UNIFIL, which is the United Nations interim force in Lebanon, but the Lebanese, or the organic Lebanese force that's actually defending the people of Lebanon, that's actually maintaining a stance against the oppression and the occupation of Israel against decades of UN resolution, is Hezbollah. So to negotiate with Israel in terms of cutting Hezbollah out completely will be seen by many in Lebanon as a betrayal. And I think that needs to be treaded very carefully, that you can't have this complete severance of excluding Hezbollah from negotiations going forward, or we're going to see the same type of mistakes that we see when you exclude Hamas from any type of negotiations going forward in Gaza.
Excellent point. Now, you mentioned that Hezbollah is essentially the only line of defense. The Lebanese army has basically become extremely weakened. They're not able to possess certain military equipment to be able to defend Lebanon. And so, as you mentioned, in 2025, there was a ceasefire. Sorry, 2024, there was a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. And this was after Hezbollah had basically beaten Israel on the ground. But also, Israel had taken now the leader of Hezbollah, which is Hassan Nasrallah, and they had also done the pager attack. And so Hezbollah were weakened, Israel had been pushed back, there was a ceasefire. But in that ceasefire, you saw almost on a daily basis, Israel hit Lebanon, almost in a daily basis, casualties. And so what does that say for the defense or the ability to defend Lebanon when it comes to the Lebanese army and the current Lebanese government?
Well, I think that what it's demonstrated is the current Lebanese government and the Lebanese army is ineffective against defending its position of enforcing these UN resolutions as a sovereign nation. To where in the south, in Beirut and southern Lebanon, parts of Beirut and in the south near the border, you've had to have this UNIFIL force going in. For anybody that's been watching the news lately, when the Israeli IDF soldier destroyed the crucifix, the Christian religious emblem, the crucifix that was all over the news. Those blue helmet Italian soldiers you saw replacing that were part of the UNIFIL force. So the UN has this force in the south. So I think that the Lebanese government has largely proven to be ineffective in its ability to maintain its sovereignty and to keep Israel out of Lebanon and to keep Israeli forces out of the areas that the UN has said, hey, you need to leave. And Israel has essentially never left. But then when you look at Hezbollah, and I compare this also to the Houthis in Yemen, pound for pound, a pretty effective force when you consider the effects that they're achieving. It was only a couple years ago that with these pager attacks that Israel and the United States, that Hezbollah was all but destroyed and ruined and would never be back. And yet here they are in southern Lebanon. The Hezbollah is the one that is hitting the Israeli forces on the ground pretty hard, pretty substantially. I think the total count of Markava tanks lost on ground combat in southern Lebanon is upwards of 16 now. That is a critical loss for Israel, of which the Lebanese army has not been able to inflict. So if you look at the effectiveness of Hezbollah, if you look at the effectiveness of the military ground forces of Hezbollah, but also their ability to maintain, to exist, to their resiliency, it's quite effective. And that is something that if the United States and Israel go into negotiations with Lebanon with the intent to completely cut Hezbollah out, there will be a civil war.
So this was the statement of Trump, and he basically said, The United States is going to work. The United States is going to work with Lebanon in order to help it protect itself from Hezbollah. So the US is going to work with Lebanon to protect itself from Hezbollah. Hezbollah being the main defense against Israel and the occupation of Israel. So the question mark becomes, how are they going to do that? You basically have, when you say the Lebanese government, but the tool of the government is the army. The army, or the Lebanese army, although it doesn't have the ability to really defend itself, but if you look at the makeup of it, it's, according to some figures, anything from 35 to 50% Shia, about 35% Sunni, and about 10 or 15% Christian and Druze. And obviously, Hezbollah is largely Shia as well. So in what world do they think that these people are going to, like, for example, the Lebanese army will fight with Hezbollah? Like, how does this work? Is this an attempt to cause civil war? And how effective will such civil war be?
So I don't know if it's necessarily Donald Trump's overt attempt to cause civil war, because in my honest opinion, I think neither Donald Trump nor Pete Hegseth nor senior military planners in the administration know the difference between a Sunni or a Muslim, or the difference between Hezbollah or Hamas or the like. I think that that this is a kind of above their understanding. However, that lack of understanding withstanding, could still pitch Lebanon into a civil war, specifically for the points that you just mentioned. You have Hezbollah, that is a Shia group within Lebanon. You have Sunni, Shia, and Christian factions. So this division between trying to cut Hezbollah out of the process and then pit the country or the government against Hezbollah, when it's already an integral part of the country, and not only its defense in the south, but in its representative government in the parliament, it will lead to civil war. We saw this exactly, if you recall the days in Iraq when Muqtada al-Sadr took his portion of the government out of the parliament and stood up his own wing. And this pitched Iraq into very deep sectarian violence. This has all of the ingredients of the making if these negotiations aren't approached correctly, because you could have sectarian tensions, you could have political divisions, direct political divisions, because of the seats that Hezbollah does maintain through its parliamentary presence in those 13 seats. And I think, again, by many Lebanese, that any type of negotiation with Israel based on the bad faith position that Israel has maintained over decades of not holding up to its UN resolution to withdraw from those parts, by many will be seen as a betrayal, both in the government and within the population. So this is not a clean side as Donald Trump would make it to be, to where it's the United States and Israel and the Lebanese government, and we're going to protect the Lebanese government from Hezbollah. That's not the reality on the ground. That's not the reality of everyday life with the existence of Hezbollah in Lebanon.
So what happens? What happens if they were to attempt to force this to occur?
If the United States, through its negotiating power with Israel and working with the Lebanese government, attempts to force this break, or attempts to force this Hezbollah against Lebanon set, it will result in civil tension, civil unrest, potentially a civil war. And Hezbollah is very well organized, very well armed, and as we've seen in how they can operate tactically in the south, they're also very capable. So this is, and again, we've seen things very similar to this, different nuances in terms of the various factions within, but similar in the sense of what we saw in Iraq when you try to dismantle a organization or dismantle a body within the government. And again, when we overthrew Saddam Hussein and we did de-Baathification, and we said, oh, if you were ever in the Ba'athist party or associated to it, you could serve in the government. Well, that was the majority of the government, regardless if they had any loyalty to the Ba'athist party. We created this sectarian tension. Muqtada al-Sadr took his forces out of the government and basically stood up his own faction that kept the Iraqi government divided for years, to where the point to where honestly it still is. But then you also had the rise of Al-Qaeda in Iraq because of this segregation of the people, the government, and what was actually on the ground as organized movements. So if the United States presses to pit the government of Lebanon against Hezbollah in this protecting Lebanon from Hezbollah in this split, there will be a civil war. And I think that it could lead to a change in the Lebanese government.
Well, just on that, that was going to be the next thing I asked you, but you already mentioned it. One option is a civil war. The other option is that in reality, if you look at the makeup of the Lebanese army, it's largely Shia. If you look at the Hezbollah, it's largely Shia. Hezbollah's always basically had the ability, if they wanted to, according to many military analysts, to just take over Lebanon if they wished to, but never did so and kind of stayed within their political structure. This could be just the disbanding of the government. The current president, prime minister were already not really chosen by the people. They were selected within the parliamentary system. This could just be the overthrowing of the Lebanese government and everybody largely, or not everybody, but a decent proportion of people in Lebanon uniting under Hezbollah in order to fight Israel and the US. So there's that possibility as well. There's civil war as well.
Yes.
And then there is just like the status quo. So what do you think could happen out of these possibilities?
Well, I do not think that the status quo can remain. I think that Israel has pushed, at this point, has pushed too far into Lebanon and has caused so much destruction and damage. They've pushed the line too far to remain status quo. Now, to the point on which of the two, in terms of civil war or just a replacing a capitulation of the current government and Hezbollah takes charge, both of those realities can come true even with a civil war. That change can come at the result of a bloody change or a military coup. That change could come peacefully and easily. Either way, I do think that the end result is that change of government within Lebanon to where Hezbollah will have a much more prominent, if not be the government. And this is going to happen next week. But I'm saying in the coming weeks and months, as we see Israel and the United States trying to force this fissure, that there will have to be choices that will have to be made. Both cannot exist. And I think that Hezbollah definitely has the upper hand. And yes, I see the end state of that being a change in the government, whether that's a violent civil war or a simple political coup or a combination therein. You could have factions fighting within between the government and portions of Hezbollah trying to maintain local power within that power construct as the coup unfolds. Coups are very rarely without violence. They can be classified as non-violent overall, but I think we're going to see a mix of some of that, with the ultimate change being Hezbollah being ultimately in the leadership of the government of Lebanon.
Great point indeed. And in reality, when we see this is happening on almost the perfect time for Hezbollah as well, because if this had happened maybe a year ago,
Yes.
maybe the conversations would have been slightly different. But it's happening right now when Israel's bombed basically concentrated civilian areas in Lebanon. They've invaded into South
Yes.
Lebanon. They've tried to occupy a number of miles into Lebanon. They've failed to do so properly, but they're still trying to create a buffer zone. So it's a time where you're seeing this external army try to occupy your nation, which makes it a lot more difficult, correct?
Absolutely. Well, I also think that what this further empowers Hezbollah's position in this is that they are the force of the people. They are the force for the people. They are the ones standing and fighting when the government recedes or acquiesces to, hey, UN interim force, you take care of the South, and we're just going to hang on up here and hold the government in place. When the people are saying, okay, well, who's going to hold Israel accountable? Who's going to defend us against Israel? And I think the question that Donald Trump needs to ask is not who's going to defend the Lebanese government against Hezbollah, but who's going to defend the Lebanese people against Israel.
And just one last question on this thread. When Trump says that the US is going to help, basically take out Hezbollah, help the Lebanese government, in what processes will he do that based on your extensive experience?
Well, we've seen that this administration uses kinetic warfare, high-end kinetic strikes, large-scale combat operations in order to dismantle or have to defeat Hezbollah in Lebanon. You will have to put boots on the ground. You will have to, and in doing so, we've already seen what Israel has endured in the south.
Yeah.
And when you look at not only the terrain, but you look at the asymmetric warfare capability of Hezbollah, much like we've seen coming from Iran, that it's going to be very deadly. What would be used for that? Probably more, some type of naval blockade in the Mediterranean. Donald Trump has become very favorable for the naval blockade. So use of a naval blockade, perhaps, but then having boots on the ground in the form of special operations or advisors, which, as we've seen throughout history, whether it's Vietnam, whether it's been in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Syria, that once you put advisors on the ground to try to enforce some political change that the people don't want, you end up in a quagmire where those forces grow, and the U.S. will sustain heavy casualties if they go that route. So I think that Donald Trump is not willing to do that. So I think a lot of this talk on that the U.S. is going to help, is probably going to come in the way of direct support to Israel in helping Lebanon, because I don't think that Donald Trump has the will or the commitment to truly get involved to the level it would take on the ground with the losses that the U.S. would incur.
Or has occurred in Iran as well. And moving on to the United States of America, yesterday we saw a major resignation, which was the U.S. Navy Chief, Phelan, I believe his name is. He resigned.
Yep.
We had contradictory information. Some said he resigned. Then we got reports that he was fired. We also got reports that he was fired due to not following orders that he felt were harmful to the U.S. Navy. But then we also got claims by Trump and some of the outlets that claimed that in reality what had happened was he just didn't get along with Hegseth, and it was kind of like a personality issue, and he was trying to supersede Hegseth in decision making. What's your understanding of what happened, and how big is this that the U.S. Navy chief resigned?
Well, it's a pretty big deal on the wake of just 2 weeks ago, we had the chief of staff of the Army, the highest uniformed person in the Army, fired, not resigned, but was forced resigned / fired. And so now we see in the Navy, the civilian leadership, the secretary, John Felon, who resigned, who was fired. What I think, looking at what happened, was just looking at who he is. Who is this John Felon? Was he a Navy veteran? Did he serve in the government? No. He was a businessman, and he was a political donor to Trump's campaigns. He was a financier at MSD Capital before he took on this position. No experience in naval operations, no experience in the military, a handpicked Trump-y appointee. And in doing so, I think that his position there was as a loyalist. And looking at now what the military is incurring in both losses and what is the future objective to achieve with naval forces in the region, he's the guy that has to answer for that. So he probably has a lot of senior Navy leaders, admirals in uniform in the Navy, asking where the buck stops with the secretary. Hey, what's the plan? We need missiles. We need defense. We're going to need maintenance. We're going to need shifting of forces. What's the plan? And I think that he probably got into some friction with Hegseth, not over competencies. I don't think this was a matter of argument over naval competency. I think this were arguments over personalities and who was closer to Trump. And I think that Felon decided to resign because I think that he is self-serving and that he focuses. He's a opportunist businessman. That's who he is. I think he sees the writing on the wall, and he knows that soon people are going to start getting thrown under the bus. People are going to start going down, so to speak, and having this hung around their neck. And I think that he saw that. So I do think that his resignation was a resignation. I don't think it's necessarily a big loss to the Navy because he wasn't a very competent naval secretary. He was a large money donor who Trump put into position. It is a blow in terms of perception and management and leadership, but who we have going in now, Hung Kao, who is the undersecretary, who's now the secretary, I think is a much better pick in a much better position anyway. The question is, did John Felon see the writing on the wall and cut bait, so to speak, and resign because he sees what's coming? And now this former uniformed serviceman who's now in there, is he going to take the fall for what naval failures there have been, or is he too going to soon resign? I think we're going to see between the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and probably in the Air Force as well, because of the Air Force losses. We're going to see a lot of people starting to either resign or coincidentally get fired. And I think this is yet another one in that domino. Again, last week, we saw a lot of senior leadership in the Army that were forced resigned and fired. Now we're seeing the Navy. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more in the coming weeks.
Hung Chau is another Trump loyalist, though, right? So I mean, I know you believe he has more experience and he's probably a better fit for the job, but he seems like another Trump Hegseth loyalist. Is that how you see it, or do you have a different?
Oh, absolutely. He wouldn't have been picked to step in if he were not. But at least he does come with a level of naval operations experience. He served in the Navy for 30 years, both enlisted and as an officer. So on one end you have a Trump loyalist who knows nothing about the Navy, and on the other end now you have a Trump loyalist who probably is not as much of a sycophant loyalist because he's more loyalist based on his position in the administration, not his personal relationship. But he does bring experience from a naval operations perspective. And again, when you think of the Secretary of the Navy, the Secretary of the Navy is not a war fighter. They are administrator. They're looking at those big things in terms of we had an aircraft carrier that was damaged and we had to shift it out of the fight and we had to move another one in. What replaces that one? How are we going to maintain readiness? All those big questions that he has that experience. But to your point, he is a Trump loyalist, but is he going to also see the writing on the wall? Because if you look at this now, we've had other individuals that have resigned or fired, and we've had now Navy personnel who have been resigned or fired. But Pete Hegseth still stands. So is Pete Hegseth the one that Trump that has the most loyalty to Trump that will stay? And are the other people now seeing like, well, it's if it comes down to it, Trump's not going to throw Hegseth under the bus. He's going to throw us under the bus. So are people starting to resign in light of that, or is there repositioning of people because Hegseth might be the one to go next? Only the cabinet knows that. But I think if you look at, it's very concerning to consider that in the last 14 days, the amount of senior leadership we have lost in the Department of Defense services, to include the biggest that are fighting in this conflict, the Army and the Navy, that should be very concerning to everyone.
You mentioned this was quite unique, that ordinarily you wouldn't see this level of resignations.
No, I mean, even if you look through the years of the Iraq War, the war in Afghanistan, the wars that we've been fighting, to this level of resignations and firings so frequent and so concentrated and such for these reasons where it's not evidently clear in terms of what did they do other than this, people seeing like, hey, I'm out, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. That should be really concerning. It's like there is a train wreck happening. They see it. They're getting out of the way before the train wrecks. And when you start seeing a lot more people getting off that train, what do they see? What do they know? What did General Randy George know to say that ultimately got him fired? What did John Felon know that led him to either have friction with the secretary that got him forced resigned or just flat out resigned? What are they seeing and what do they know? That's what's concerning.
Now, you mentioned, when we were speaking about the Navy, just to kind of finish on this topic area, we've seen a major blockade by the United States of America, a blockade on the Iranian blockade. Trump today just came out and said that actually Iran was willing to lift the block that they had on the Strait of Hormuz. They were willing to open it completely to the public. The entire crisis the world's in would have ended immediately, but Trump said, I don't want to open it. And the reason he said he doesn't want to open it is because he doesn't want Iran to make $500 million a day, he claims. Now, the first element is, it seems to be something you mentioned many times when you've been on the show, that kinetically this was never going to work. There was no plan. And it seems like now he's scrambling to a different solution. And so he's trying to do this blockade and make it look like he's doing something. So I want your thoughts on that. But in addition to that, what we've seen is, since this blockade's been in place, we've had the third vessel that was stopped by the United States of America today. But separate to that, we've had over 40 vessels that have gone through the Strait of Hormuz that have not been stopped. Many of them have been Iranian vessels. Many of those have been actually sanctioned vessels. One of those, allegedly, according to Iranian media was a rice vessel today that the American military tried to commandeer, but the Iranian Navy came in and made sure that they weren't able to and escorted it through. So, what's your thoughts on this entire plan, the success of it, and how they're making the American military look bad, especially a navy which many believe, and even people who are critics of this war have said is the best navy in the world, and yet it's not looking like that at the moment.
Best Navy in the world, despite technology, missiles, capability, advanced ships, is only one part of a conflict. You have to look at how that Navy is then used. So I think if you look at how Iran is fighting, how Iran is operating, I said this from the beginning, day one of this conflict, that the United States has already lost strategically. And a big part of that is the Strait of Hormuz. And if you look at the Strait of Hormuz, Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. The United States may have a distant blockade of the blockade, but Iran still controls the Strait of Hormuz. And it's a paradox. Donald Trump is in a dilemmatic paradox that he doesn't understand how to get out of. And he honestly, quite frankly, doesn't have the advisors to understand how to get out of this other than just continue to increase military tension, increase military buildup. That's why now, over the past week, with the addition of 10,000 more soldiers that have been sent, we see 60,000 troops in the Middle East, the highest buildup since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. But looking at when Iran directly controlled the Strait of Hormuz, things going in and out, they levied a $2 million fee. So they were making money off of control. It wasn't closed, it was controlled. Well, then now when Trump came in and closed it entirely, well, now the world is blaming the United States on the totality of the closure and the increasing of pricing of oil and gas. Because Iran is saying, hey, we'll open it. But now the United States doesn't want them to open it because now they'll benefit from it again. So what we see again, using the Strait of Hormuz as a strategic, the queen on the chessboard has maneuvered diplomatically and politically into a position. Because what's the United States going to do? Just bomb the Strait of Hormuz so no one can use it? Well, that won't lead to any success. Maintain this distant blockade, choking the world of petroleum, oil, lubricants, fertilizers, helium, medicine, other products that go through the Strait of Hormuz, not just oil, when Iran is saying, hey, it can be open. So what does the United States do now? Again, Iran has played the strategic long game, and the United States is now out of options on what to do. And we see as the United States tries to move in closer, because remember this blockade that the United States has is not a close blockade. We don't have U.S. ships in Iranian ports blocking the ports. This is a distant blockade. We are outside of the strait, blocking in the Gulf of Oman. And the United States is very, very cautious, if not, I dare use the word scared, to get into a direct confrontation with Iranian vessels or Iranian drones in the Strait of Hormuz. Can you imagine a U.S. destroyer gone, sunk to the bottom of the Strait of Hormuz by a $30,000 Iranian sea drone? That's what the United States fears. So the United States is not going to get directly confrontational, which we saw how Iran today or yesterday, last night, through period of darkness, succeeded in warding off this ship seizure by bringing in their forces, because the U.S. does not want to get involved directly militarily in the strait, because it would look very bad for the United States. So most advanced, best Navy in the world doesn't matter when it comes down to how you use it. Because apparently, according to Pete Hegseth, Iran lost its Navy in the opening days of the war. Well, then how are they holding the Strait of Hormuz? They're doing it somehow.
Exactly. Great point. And this is the next element that I want to speak to you about, which is that the blockade is kind of not really working. If anything, it's probably harming the United States of America, especially its allies, whether it's in Japan, South Korea, or the GCC. So separating that, the other thing that we're seeing right now is a huge buildup of military arsenal. We have the USS George Bush, which I believe is going to arrive at where it needs to be in the next day or two. We also have the mass buildup of KC-135 tankers, KC tankers, cargo ships, fighter jets, in what you call it again, in Qatar, in Al Udeid Air Base, in Jordan, and in Israel. What's your understanding of what's happening in terms of the level of buildup that's occurring?
It is a prelude to war. It is a prelude to a larger scale war. We have crossed the line of saber rattling or simply preparing. The United States has now crossed the line in military commitment of forces and personnel, that we have left gaps, we have left blind spots in our strategic rear, that we either have to take action or risk being having other military operations ensue because we're just not doing anything. I do believe this is all pretense to a large scale combat operation, whether it be island hopping, island taking into a full scale ground incursion into Iran proper, the mainland, or a combination of both. This is not de-escalation. This is not an ending of hostilities. We're seeing a constant increase of troops and resources and strategic assets to bomb, to invade, to hold ground. And I think that these ceasefire talks that are very nebulous, they're very like hard to understand. These ceasefire talks between the representatives within Pakistan and someone from the U.S. government. Sometimes it's J.D. Vance, sometimes it's Steve Witkoff. And I think Steve Witkoff's going to be distracted lately because his son just got busted for drug trafficking. So there goes your lead negotiator. So when you look at the who's involved in this ceasefire, to me it seems like the ceasefire is simply a ruse. It is a facade to continue to show the American people, or to tell the American people, hey, look, we're trying to negotiate, we're doing our best. Iran knows. I think Iran is onto the game. Iran is well aware of, hey, these negotiations that you're trying to pull in with between Pakistan and these interlocutors. Yeah, we're not buying it, nor should they. So when you look at this buildup of military force, this is pretense. To me, this portends to a large war coming, as it was always intended by Donald Trump, simply trying to figure out how. I do genuinely think that Donald Trump thought that the opening days of this war, between February 28th, going into the early days of March, that this would be over quick. The government would capitulate. The people of Iran would, quote unquote, rise up and overthrow the government, and you'd have this people's revolution, and hands off. Look, the U.S. is successful. That didn't happen. So then I think that Donald Trump thought, okay, well, our overwhelming military force surely will do it. We have the best Navy in the world, and that didn't happen. So now Trump is in a, when you're faced with a dilemma, a dilemma doesn't have a solution. A dilemma has choices, and within those choices, there's often a bad choice and a worse choice. So I think right now what Donald Trump faces is a dilemma, not a solution. And we're going to see, is this choice going to be the worst possible choice, to where this goes off the rails and either Israel starts considering using nuclear weapons, or is it the least of the worst choices, where it's a costly, deadly war with a lot of U.S. troops wounded and killed? But unfortunately, there are many of us that saw this from the beginning. This was based on how we entered this war. This pathway is sadly inevitable.
No doubt. And I do have a couple of questions based on what you said, but two different ones. So let's go with the first one. One of the modes you mentioned is, so one thing you mentioned was that there's going to be escalation. We've got this amassing of firepower. Some of it will be more of the same, which is just bombing from the air, standoff munitions, whatever it may be. But then separate to that, you believe there could be a ground invasion to Karg Island, a full-scale ground invasion. A third option is something, if you remember, when the attempt occurred in South Isfahan, we were one of the first people to do an interview, and I think it was one of the first interviews that actually said, we think this was an attempt at a ground invasion, and then I think many people did agree with it, and then we saw many other political commentators who said the same thing. So, is it a possibility they could try more attempts with that? I'm starting to read a lot of statements and a lot of claims stating that this could be the direction. Now, it could be misdirection, but is this a possibility that in a kind of more attempts of trying to procure the nuclear enrichment, you go in, send a task force, get the nuclear enrichment, and get out?
Yes, so I do think that we're going to see the potentiality of all three therein. I do think that we will see some type of amphibious operation to either seize, secure, or hold Karag Island, because that is a key point for it would be a good bargaining chip. If the United States were to hold Karag Island, that would be a good bargaining chip for the United States going into future negotiations. So I think that that's definitely on the list of military objectives. Kasham Island, there right at the point of the Strait of Hormuz on the Iranian side, would also be critical to take because of the airfield that's there. Because in order to array your forces and to expand your military force into Iran, whether it be through these strategic surgical like strikes, like we saw in Isfahan with this quote unquote downed pilot rescue, which I firmly believe now was not the case. Where is this pilot? You know, we haven't seen, heard, nor heard of him. So I think that was a test run, or if you will, a test to try to do airfield seizure. So I think the ground operation unfolds in a series of courses of action that are all mutually supporting. Remember, to seize or to hold Karag Island, you don't necessarily have to put boots on the ground. It's less effective if you don't, in terms of using it as a bargaining chip, because then you don't actually control it. So I do think we're going to see a amphibious assault to seize, retain, and control Karag Island. We're going to see a military operation, a strategic joint forced entry to seize and control the airfield at Kashem. So we have a closer area to further expand military power into Iran. And then we're going to see from that not a large on the ground tanks and vehicles and foot soldiers, but a series mutually supporting and either simultaneous or not of these strategic raids, going in and hitting a certain point, trying to get enriched uranium, hitting a certain point, trying to take out a strategic target, going to a certain point and trying to hold terrain to bring in forces to conduct an operation and leave. That only lasts so long. You can only do that for so long successfully before the opponent, the enemy, remember, the enemy always has a vote. The enemy is always watching. So that will only succeed a certain number of times before Iran picks up on how to defeat that. And then you have US MC-130s or US Blackhawks going down all over Iran. So that strategy is very limited. So if that's the strategy that the U.S. is going to try to go forward with, it's going to have to be specific. It's going to have to be time restrained, and it's going to have an achievable effect within a certain amount of time, which I don't think the United States can achieve, because to go in and try to locate, identify, contain, seize, and then evacuate whatever amount of enriched uranium it is, this is not a snatch and grab. That could be upwards of a days to weeks long operation. You're going to put those soldiers on the ground, keep them there trying to get this, and then potentially be under massive attack, and then potentially leave empty handed. So it is possible to make the situation worse. And I think that what we're going to see with these ground options is that it's going to make the situation worse. But to your point, great observation. I think that we're going to see that on actually within Iran, we're going to see planned strategic raids, and that's essentially what we did in Isfahan. That's what a raid is a planned offensive operation, short in time, with a planned and deliberate exit or exfil. So I think we're going to see a series of those, but those can also become very deadly. Just imagine having a force on the ground to conduct a very limited operation that gets cut off, can't extract, and now you have upwards of hundreds dead and or captured in Iran. That only takes one operation to fail, and that is a strategic failure.
Yeah, appreciate you explaining this in such depth and detail. Now, one of the things you mentioned was the ceasefire. You mentioned Witkoff's son being arrested, and that does kind of sparkle some light bulbs and say, wait a sec, he's in the negotiations, he's the lead negotiator. Many of us believe he's negotiating for Israel. Why would they take his son down? Is it that he's not part, those in power? Is he not basically conforming to what they say? What's going on? Some strange going on there. But that being said, let's put that aside. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, JD Vance, negotiation team. My sources, as well as Professor Morandi and many others, have said that they were in the negotiations. They were very close to agreeing a deal. They were in Islamabad. Many in Iran felt that the Iranians had maybe given up too much in order to get a deal. And despite that being the case, something random happened. Allegedly, Kushner got a phone call from Netanyahu, and they ended the negotiations. Mm-hmm. What's your thoughts on that? And B, what's the chances of any negotiation? Since then, the Iranians have refused to go to the negotiation table. What's going on?
Oh, I think it's also interesting that we saw the return of the Iranian delegation escorted by the Pakistani Air Force. I think they had a fleet of like 16 jets to escort that group back in fear that Israel or maybe even the United States would attempt to kill the Iranian negotiating team. Wouldn't be the first time, right? So when you look at that, the dynamics of that. I think that Iran comes to these negotiations with the good faith and agreement to understanding that, hey, let's try to reach something. But I think Iran now knows, and probably knew, but is now clear, that these negotiations or ceasefire talks do not intend to reach any ceasefire. This is Israel using the United States at the negotiating table as an interlocutor on their behalf to buy time, to continue to rearm, to continue to reset, if you will, to reconstitute, also allowing the United States to do so. Because remember, in all these times that we've been having these talks, the United States is just continually pumping forces and resources into the region. So I think that at the cusp of having that agreement, Netanyahu called Jared Kushner to pull him off and that say, hey, there's not going to be an agreement. Like, end it now. Iran came in with it. Hey, we'll give you everything and the kitchen sink. You want it all? We'll give it all to you. Knowing that it's not going to lead to a negotiation because Israel will not allow a negotiation. Israel does not want there to be a negotiation. Israel wants the United States to continue to fight kinetic war with Iran while they continue to fight a kinetic war against Lebanon. And I think Donald Trump is the perfect puppet, if you will, because he's telling the American people there are ceasefire talks. We're doing this, we're doing that, and now you look at the ceasefire. What's come of these ceasefire talks? Nothing. So I think that's indicative that the ceasefire talks that the United States is engaged in with Iranian representatives is not led by the United States. It is being led by Israel, with the United States as the mask, as the mouthpiece, to give that a true, to give it a sense that there's actually negotiations. They're not going to lead to negotiations. The end state of this is kinetic war. The United States is already set up for it, and it's going to unfortunately lead to an increased number of U.S. casualties. But back here on the home front, they didn't activate the draft registration for 18 to 25-year-olds or increase the age to join the army or to be forced into the army up to 42 because we're looking to wind down.
True. One last question before we wrap up is, when do you think this happens? As I mentioned, the George Bush is just 1 or 2 days away. Trump likes to do these things on weekends. He tries to.
Yes.
On weekdays, he sounds like he wants peace, and then weekends, he sounds like, does partake in war. So, do you think it's this weekend, next weekend, or a bit more down the line?
Well, certainly, tomorrow is Friday, and Donald Trump is the weekend war starter. So when you look at I think this weekend would be a little too early, because once you bring in the George Bush, it's not like it just shows up and boom, it's ready to go. You got the Navy commander, the CENTCOM commander, who in this case happens to also be a Navy admiral. You have to organize your strategy, your war plans. It's not lickety split. It's with the arrival of the George Bush and other assets that have already come, plus the 10,000 more troops that have deployed over the past week that are now there, Is it possible? Is it possible to jump into something as early as this weekend? Perhaps a Karag Island, or maybe a seizure of Kashem. I think if you look at Kashem Island, its location that far south in the in the Persian Gulf at the Strait, that's a potential first step. That could happen as early as this weekend. But I don't think we're going to see a major military action with major naval assets or ground assets this weekend. We may see an increase maybe this weekend, maybe tomorrow night, maybe Saturday morning at 1 a.m. when we get a Truth Social post. Perhaps it says, "Hey, the negotiations aren't working. Iran's not wanting peace, and I'm ready to bring war." And we start some kind of renewed bombing campaign through the next week to then go into next weekend to have some type of ground operation starting. But with this administration, I have learned to be surprised.
No doubt, no doubt. And Anthony, always appreciate you taking your time out to join us. We do really value you. I know you're running for Congress in North Carolina, I believe, and you're basically fighting as an independent. How is that going?
It's going great. And this is, what we're discussing tonight, and the things that we're seeing in our country are a big part of my platform. When we look at, I say it as warning. I say it as a fair warning to Americans. This war, which the United States started unprovoked, is going to cost us trillions. Trillions. I mean, we're beyond billions. And out of those trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that we're going to continue to spend, where we can be spending that money, our hard-earned taxes, back here in our communities, paying our teachers, paying our first responders, better health care, putting food on the table, cheaper gas in your car. And yet we're fighting these wars that essentially have really no clear ending. I've been a military practitioner of 25 plus years and have studied in some of the greatest military institutes in the country. And this is confusing to me. So when you look at how this ends, so the campaign is going great. And this is yet another position that I hold, that we need to stop these endless, feckless, unprovoked wars and begin focusing on our country, on Americans, and putting Americans first. And that's what I'm standing on, and that's what I'm fighting for.
No doubt, no doubt, and we do support you in trying to put America first and making sure that the occupation of America ends and they continue to have sovereignty. I know you've got a X account. It's Anthony Aguilar with a few numbers. I'll put that in the nest. We've got nearly about 30,000 people coming. So is there anywhere else people can follow your work? I know you've got a website, which is Anthony Aguilar for Congress.
Yeah, and if you go aguilarforuscongress.com, and that takes you to my congressional webpage, or my campaign webpage, excuse me, where you can find out more about my campaign, where you can help, where you can volunteer, where you can donate, where you can support. But also, I'm also on all of the social medias, X, YouTube, Instagram. I'm also on Upscroll, so you can find me there, and just continue to follow and see that every Wednesday, I do an 8 p.m. Eastern time, U.S. Eastern time live webinar where we just talk about issues, kind of a meet the candidate type of thing. So that's obviously open to anybody and everybody around the world, and it's free. So we do that every Wednesday off of Facebook, and then we do an hour transition over to TikTok. So join in there, ask questions, hear what we have to say. But yeah, this is people driven, grassroots, and we're off to a great start. I'm excited.
Appreciate it. And everyone do follow Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. We always appreciate you. You give the best analysis. Thank you so much for taking your time out to join us.
Thank you. Take care, and we'll see you soon.
Appreciate you. That was Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. We really do appreciate him. He does give great analysis. Guys, in this video, make sure you like it. Make sure you share it. Make sure you write a comment in the comment section. I do read the comments. I do try and see what you're saying. So like, comment in the main section, and let me know your thoughts. Follow this channel, which is Moral Resistance. Follow the main channel, which is Suleiman Ahmed X. We do interviews on this channel. We stream the spaces and the lives on the Suleiman Ahmed X channel. And in terms of the daily updates, I'm going to be doing daily news updates. I'm going to decide which channel to put them on, but you'll be getting those as well. So make sure you're following, follow, or in this case, subscribe. Subscribe to this channel and make sure you're following exactly what we are doing. Okay. Okay, we're going to get back into the space. So just give me a second while I'm reset that up. Okay, just 1 second. And yeah, we're going to be back on the space. Let's see what everyone thinks about the conversation. YouTube guys, if you can let me know if it's working, that would be awesome. And everyone on YouTube, that I believe said that, yeah, he did. He linked the tweet in the nest. The pinned tweet is the second channel, Moral Resistance. Make sure you're following it. Make sure you're subscribing. All of our interviews, even this interview, straight after the space, is gonna go live on that channel. So if you want to let your friends and family know about it, or anybody you know about it, that would be awesome. Lots to speak about, lots to get through. Let's see what the panelists think about that. And YouTube guys, just let me know if this is working. Okay, let's go to Andrew. Andrew, what's your thoughts about that? You seemed very enthused by it when I was looking at the YouTube comments. Andrew, are you there? Okay, let's go to Doc. Doc, are you there?
Silly. I
Oh, you're
can't
there,
get
Andrew.
my mic open. There it was. It said muted by host. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I couldn't get my mic open. Yeah, wow. Anytime Anthony Aguilar is speaking, I'm in the front row, but I can't say enough about this man. I've followed him very closely. I wish I lived in North Carolina. I'd be, voting for him. I mean, I share everything I can for him, but I've talked to him a few times. I exchanged messages with him from time to time. This man is a man of great moral courage. Cyrus was talking earlier about how these military officers, the more senior they are in rank, the more they gain when they walk out of their uniform in very lucrative contracts. I was a commander and I was in the six-figure salaries, just basically reading spreadsheets and became a contractor. And now in his position, being a Green Beret with over 20 combat tours, double that figure. He walked away from all of that. His life was threatened. His family's life was threatened. And I exchanged messages with him. I said, Anthony, how bad really was it? It was bad. And even now, he's not out of the woods yet. And by the way, Suleiman, I felt the greatest rage and anger when that Zionist, bastard, and I use that in a biblical sense, came on with that death threat towards you. This is what they are. They're dogs. They're low-life dogs. They have to threaten. But Anthony Aguilar, his military knowledge is extraordinary. A lot of folks, you have to understand that he had 20 combat tours in the most horrific conditions, and I have my son served and serving. I can't go into detail on that, but folks don't realize how bad some of those conditions were that Anthony was in Syria. And I won't go into the Abu Sayyaf in the Philippines and Malay and the Micronesian stuff. But Anthony said over 20 combat tours, and nothing could ever compare him to a few months in Gaza. And let that sink in. And I even asked Anthony to repeat that. I said, come on, Anthony. Come on, dude. 20. He says, nothing. He said it wrecked him. It psychologically, that's why he's doing what he's doing. That's why he's doing what he's doing. He walked away from everything. He says, "No, I can't." He told his wife, he said, "You don't understand, honey. I can't live anymore without. I've got to become a voice. I have to do something." It gets to you. Everyone that sees it up close and personal, you don't have a choice. You get involved, and that's what we're doing. I want to do more, but yeah, Anthony Aguilar is great. The only thing is, and he is in talking Carg Island again, and I know Suleiman, you were talking about that earlier. I don't think we'll see that on Carg Island. Could it happen? Yes. It's very possible. But yeah, thank you so much. He has brilliant analysis. Thank you, Suleiman.
Yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Doc, are you here? Or is Doc having his ice cream? Don't take Doc's ice cream away from him. Okay, I guess he's having his ice cream.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Oh, Doc, give us your thoughts about the war or anything you want to talk about.
Well, but Trump just give another 3 week extension to the quote unquote ceasefire, and hasn't he said today through some media posts that Israel has agreed to a ceasefire in Lebanon? Uh, is the fact that the George Bush aircraft carrier going to be in theater change the military situation at all? Question mark. I don't think so. I mean, that's not going to put boots on the ground, and Carg Island is not is not a piece of property that America, with the forces they have available to them, even with 3 aircraft carriers, can take. There's no defense on that island, even were U.S. Marines to try to establish a beachhead because of the drones and the missiles. So, is this another opportunity for Trump or whomever to play the stock markets and benefit from the reaction of the market to increase hostilities that they'll shortly stop there, right thereafter? I think probably. Um, so I don't think there's any predicting what comes next. I really don't. I'm taking more seriously. I don't know if anyone else is the reports that the chairman of the chief chairman of the Joint Chiefs prevented Trump from getting access to the nuclear codes. Um, I don't know whether to trust mainstream media at all. I tend to. I think I'm human like everybody else. I tend to believe stories that agree with my perspective or opinion on matters. So I'm very cautious about trusting the New York Times or the Washington Post because at this point Trump is in disfavor with me. Um, but he has demonstrated, independent of this nuclear question, just some real mental instability. Something's maybe turned up to 11, the sort of obnoxious, irrational, boisterous kind of behavior that the left and the middle always hated about him. But he was hating on the same people that I hated on. He was talking to me and to others like me in America First about issues that we really cared about that hadn't been addressed, whether it was a Republican president going back to Ronald Reagan or a Democratic president that was largely, viewed to be in the middle of the political spectrum, and that was Bill Clinton. The California border where I grew up and continue to live was always a porous sieve. My wife at the time, her family, generational farmers in Central California, and we saw and knew and understood just how important the illegal immigrants were to harvesting and producing our crops. So it's been overlooked, but the change in the political leadership here, going from a centrist slash Republican um, um, uh, leadership in Sacramento that produced Pete Wilson. People won't know that name. Arnold Schwarzenegger, who was largely viewed as an independent. People will know that name. And even going back to Ronald Reagan, California was not the leftist paradise that it is now. And that's because I believe that the surge over the border
didn't serve just an economic purpose. It served the political. Excuse me. It didn't serve just a political purpose. It served the economic purpose. And the political purpose was to change leadership in the state, take us toward a more Marxist communist sort of model. 'Cause that's really what we have here now. Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, is a known Marxist sympathizer, and has never disowned those positions. Our governor is a leftist of the worst sort who will say and do anything, commit to any lie, bold-faced and otherwise, to gain a political advantage using the Democratic Party apparatus, their connections to the global elite, and the sort of the Marxist ideology that led to DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, which basically treated people like myself, white men, as racist and really less than other people. So. I don't trust what Trump is doing. I don't know. I can't trust who he is or that he has the mental capability at this point to be a leader whose acts can be predictive. And I imagine that's that should scare everybody, because ultimately he can get access to the nuclear codes. And if we presume, which I know a lot of people in this room do, presume that Bibi and Israel and the Zionist influences on our country are not going to stop, that they see this as, in some sense, a final battle, whether or not Zionism is going to achieve really one of its final goals in meeting the Greater Israel Project standard, which is the destruction, not sort of the control of, but the destruction of Iran as an effective, state, as opposed to what Syria, Libya, Lebanon are at this point. They're failed states and their leadership's corrupted by, well, in the case of Lebanon, American influences. The same thing with Pakistan. So America, no one should get this wrong. America still has an immense amount of power, and Trump seems to be flexing with that. Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of Defense/War, continues to fire generals and leaders in the military. I think the count's up to 34. And I was challenged by someone, I'll end with this. I was challenged recently online by someone who'd been a follower and a supporter and has subscribed to me before Twitter took away all my monetization. Because in part I was a Trump and a fan and a conservative. And he says, well, no, and I posted that we're losing the war. This is why there's going to be another ceasefire. And I predicted that there was at least a couple days ago. And he says, you're misinformed. You don't know what you're talking about. And my response was, hey, look, the winning side doesn't fire 34 generals in a space of 3 months. These are people who are fall guys, or people who have the ethical and moral clarity that Joe Kent, who has recently resigned and or fired by Trump in his intelligence position. So it's completely unpredictable at this point. I don't take seriously the fact that Trump can prosecute a war against Iran, even as effectively, to the extent that he was effective over the past 40 days or 50 days, whatever it's been. So I don't take that threat seriously. I still think he's looking for a way out. I think the holdup is Israel, because they're not really committed in a good faith way to a ceasefire with Lebanon, much less coming to an agreement that would have some legs, that would carry with it the support of the international community, of the UN, and any other international organization at this point, and there really aren't any, that can serve to help guarantee that Israel and Lebanon, just to be fair, will hold to their commitments in whatever peace there is. So I think it was Mr. Aguilera who said, when I came on toward the end, that the goal of Israel is to continue the war in Lebanon as America continues the war against Iran. I just don't see that we can or are going to continue, meaning America, continue the war against Iran. I think we have these taco moments, and they're coming with more and more frequency. And I'll just define the term because I was very curious about it when it was first started to be used in the room. What it meant, taco is Trump always chickens out. So he's big on threats and not so big on commitment. And the one sort of caveat to consider when you're probably using that term, as I am now, is, well, this is a guy, according to some credible reports, who tried to get the nuclear codes. Um, so who knows what's going to happen? But thanks for the mic.
Appreciate that, Doc. Appreciate you as always. Yeah, great point. Um, yeah, it's just crazy.
I remember when you used to hold the NFL spaces for a short period of time, and here it is, the NFL draft is taking place.
Is it
Yeah,
NFL draft right now?
yeah. It's like pick number 11 or 12 is in right now, first round.
That's
So
crazy. I used to watch it as well. I never used to miss it, and it's like
yeah. Well,
a
put
big
it on in
deal.
the background. That's where I've got it. So happy to hear Anthony up here again. I hope he wins his election.
Yeah, well, definitely hope he wins for sure. Um, Cyrus, are you there?
I'm here, Suleiman. Great interview.
Anything you want to add to what Anthony was saying, or anything else?
I think Andrew articulated it super well. I just want to kind of speak on his character. He's just such an amazing human being that, despite knowing the backlash he's going to face by these kind of nefarious powers that are, really have unlimited resources, and for them to, are going to do everything they can to sabotage him, and they are, and I didn't realize that there were death threats involved. I totally believe it, but now that I know for a fact, I mean, it goes to show the level of sacrifice, and the character of these men that are, that are part of the fight. As you are, Suleiman, and as all of us, even the listeners, everybody. But there's levels of it, and Aguilar is not only is an American hero, he's a hero for the cause. As far as his analysis, although tactically, I can't hold a candle to him, and setting up a battle space for small team tactics and even infantry maneuvers and stuff like that, he's solid. But I like Andrew. I disagree with any type of incursion into Karg Island or Kesh Island or any of those. I mean, Trump does not want any additional American losses, and the toll is too high politically for him, and this is not what he promised. He's already way out of his comfort zone, and by him continuously extending the ceasefire, it's highly indicative that he does not want to risk anymore. Because, and rightfully so, what's there to gain? It's only going to do more damage. It's just clear as day. It doesn't take a super high level, someone who went to a military, top military academy to figure this out. It doesn't need a team of analysts. This is like really simple. Like all Trump is going to do is do more damage, both to himself, to the economy, to his reputation, to the Iranians, to the GCC. The juice is not worth the squeeze. You're not. How long are we going to appease Israel? It makes no sense. They've ran their course, and it's time to act within reason and rationally. Unfortunately, the best outcome won't happen, which is a good deal for Iran, where 8 out of those 10 demands are met, and they're all very reasonable. Iran is willing to concede a lot. They're willing to give up more than they're comfortable with, or Suleiman's comfortable with, or anyone who wants 100% justice. Iran is willing to negotiate, and and while maintaining dignity, while holding their head high. It's the U.S. that doesn't negotiate in good faith. They attacked Iran twice amidst negotiations. Who does that? I mean, that is a stain on our history as a country of repute. We're supposed to be leaders. We're supposed to be exemplary, and what we're in amid serious negotiations that's going to shape the region. And all of a sudden, oh, psych, we're going to actually bomb you and try to kill your leaders, murder your leaders. Who does that? We're behaving like Israel. We are either mirroring them or being forced to act that way. This is not us. It's not what America's about. And it's going to take years to undo this. And that's going to be done by good deeds and being a benevolent power. America's power may fade a bit, but whoever's waiting for America's demise, keep waiting. It's not going to happen. America's very powerful. We're going to maintain a lot of supremacy. It's just that we're accelerating our decline, and we're making it much easier for China to rise. But these are functions that take place over hundreds of years sometimes. So, I still see America as worthy of redemption, in the eyes of the international community. And as an American, I love our Constitution, but I'm very critical of our government. So, Nick is exemplary, what a good American should be, that fights for human dignity and for humankind, no matter where he's at. That does, like I was mentioning earlier. It doesn't have borders. It doesn't have it doesn't have race. It doesn't have religion. None of that. When you see this level of depravity and this type of abuse and this level of sadism anywhere it is, a good person will be moved. That's part of the reason I'm here. I just downloaded X not too long ago, and I got onto Spaces because I was just feeling so just I don't disenfranchised and just alone and just incapable of doing anything about the injustice, And I mean, I'm really glad I found you guys. This is very beneficial for me, and I hope, again, we know the truth, but really it's the folks that are on the fence. And when you see these polls that are taken, the favorable and unfavorable are clear. The unfavorable is shifting towards unfavorable views of the Zionists and the awakening, but there's a nice chunk in the middle, like 30%. They're like, hey, I don't know enough about it, or I don't care. I mean, that's crazy to me. How could there was a genocide that got conducted in 4K, and you're still willfully ignorant? That's not, you don't know enough about it. That means you're willfully ignorant. You're not comfortable with the truth. So that's who we're trying to win over. This is a fight over hearts and minds, and we're all involved. And this is something that takes time to execute. And it seems new and novel to us because we're good, honest people. But guess what? The Hasbarists, the folks that have been indoctrinating us and socially engineering us, the Zionist forces, whatever you want to call them, the apparatus. They've been doing this systematically. They've had an IO and PSYOPs campaign in place since the 1800s. So we're just having to use this for the force of good. And now, luckily, we don't have to distort anything. All we have to do is carry the truth while they're trying to dampen it and darken it and dim us, but we're going to shine through. And luckily, it's easy to do. It's natural for good people to fight for the truth. You don't have to twist my arm to do it. But anyway, I'll land it there. Thank you again, everybody, and it's really a privilege to be able to partake in these conversations with you all.
Yeah, thanks for that, Cyrus. I think you made some great points. Guys, just to let you know, by the way, tomorrow we've got on Hamas lawyer Stanley Cohen coming on. As you know, this guy has negotiated for Hamas. I don't know if he might have actually negotiated Hezbollah as well. So, I mean, I wish I actually should have asked him that, but it doesn't matter. But he definitely negotiated for Hamas. So it's going to be interesting, right? Hamas's lawyer, I'm going to ask him, listen, you do any negotiations? Like, how do these negotiations work in these circumstances? How does it work to negotiate with Israel? Remember, he was Hamas's lawyer. I believe he was Hezbollah's lawyer as well, but I could be wrong on that, so I don't want to say that. But definitely he was Hamas's lawyer. So that's going to be fire. That's going to happen tomorrow. So make sure you tune in for that. That's good because I just confirmed that now as soon as I came off the interview. So that's golden. Probably get a few more people in, but up to now, that's the interview we've got. We were meant to get Josephine Guilbeau, but she had a few personal issues, so we'll rearrange that one. Chicks, bro, I tell you, they're the hardest people to arrange interviews with. I'm not joking, bro. I know it sounds like I'm saying it, but honestly, I'm not exaggerating. Like with the guys, like enjoying, yeah, cool, done. With a chick, you gotta follow up like 100 times. You gotta make sure they turn up, and then they don't even turn up sometimes. Chicks for your blood. Anyway, let's stop with my personal views on that. Let's go to Wes. Wes, thanks for joining us. Give us your thought about the geopolitics.
Suleiman, what's up, man? Hey, great interview. I'm not usually in X Spaces, but I listen to you like all the time on YouTube. Love your show. Love all the contributors. And I just wanted to make a comment or just see what you guys think about on the Lebanon situation. I wanted to see if you guys thought like you could maybe Iran is looking at this as like a cauldron forming, and maybe get all of the civilians out, let the Israelis move in, and then pick them all off. That I'm trying to I know a lot of guys on the spaces have, it's a and I agree, it's a really terrible situation, but I'm just trying to find a way to make lemonade out of lemons. I'd like to hear you guys' thoughts.
Cyrus, you want to answer that?
Yeah, that's naturally what would happen in the unfortunate events that not eventuality. They're actually Israel's doing it is destroying these villages and making them empty, so they become battlegrounds. It's just there will not be inhabitable. So that is a natural course of action, as these ruins provide cover and concealment. And there is there's a reason they're inhabited, right? So that they either have some high ground or they're in an area that there are some advantages to that ground, and so that general AO will be contested. But that scorched earth policy, it's a inevitable thing. You have to pull out, and anything of use you want to make it unusable for the enemy that's there, and then you set up ambushes, and that's the general type of warfare that Hezbollah is engaged in. This is not a conventional parity fight. There's no parity here. Israel has overwhelming firepower, and so this is not an easy fight for Hezbollah, and they're conducting a fair military on military tactics. They're not using terror tactics. That's why I really detest anybody who calls them terrorists. You know what I mean? I'm like, these guys are, it's the David versus Goliath fight. Hezbollah is very brave for going toe to toe with Israel. They never back down. It's for folks who understand it, they know exactly what that takes. If you're not truly loving your people and determined, it's a very scary thing to ask somebody to do. And hats off to them for protecting their people, wherever they're at. Anytime someone stands up, protects their own, clan and tribe, and that's worthy of respect to me.
I guess maybe I didn't convey my question or like my viewpoint. Like, do you think like Iran would be like letting that set up, Hezbollah kind of pulling back a little bit just so they can like light them up with some ballistic missiles?
No, that would even the ballistic missiles aren't in play, and even if they were, they wouldn't do it that way. Where they're like, "Hey, we're going to give up land and let them come in and hit them." That's not a, you would see something like that in a Ukraine versus Russia type of engagement, where there's actually mechanized forces and there's actually proper forces to move around and fake a retreat and then flank them again, because you need mechanized forces to move quickly, right? So in this type of warfare, this is guerrilla warfare. This is not mechanized warfare. So to answer your question, no.
Yeah, Cyrus, to answer that, I agree with you. And Wes, we have, though, watched and observed Hezbollah letting them come in to a point and then take them out, hit them. But to really let them come in full force like that, the problem is they don't. Is the IDF has continually destroyed innocent, killed, maimed, and destroyed innocent men, women, children. There, non-combatants. But they have let them in come in to a certain extent before hitting them. Ryan Dawson did a thing on that, but I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I just figured that there might be an opportunity since there are no civilians. Like, it's just like a free for all. You know what you got. You got a huge military presence, only military, enemy military, and just light them up. Yeah, I understand that most of the people that live there would lose most of their, their homes and businesses, and so it's not a great situation. But, I just try to, I don't know, I just try to think of a way to like, like, hey man, there's got to be there's got to be a bright spot for this yellow line bullshit. Oh, sorry, this yellow line stuff that's going on, because, it pisses me off, and but I look at it on the map and I'm like, man, like that's just Israeli military. Like, just light them up. Send in 100 missiles, drones, whatever. But yeah, I mean, to support Hezbollah, of course. So that's what I just try to think of it in just more like, hey, how could this be a victory? Even though obviously, like I said, the Lebanese that live there would ultimately probably have a lot of their property destroyed.
Well, Iran can't engage for the fact that they're involved in a hot conventional war, which is on a very fragile ceasefire. It's on thin ice. And the implications will be so dire for both the United States and Iran and the region, right? So it is the stakes are so high. If you imagine you're sitting at a 1-2 poker table versus a 100-200, like they are gambling with major money on the Iran, Israeli, and U.S. side. So they can't risk just trying to take out a few squads of Israelis, kill 20 50 Israelis. It's not going to tip the scale of the battle. You know what I mean? So they can't risk re-engulfing the region in flames, where they've historically been the rational ones and the not the belligerents, right? Iran hasn't been the belligerent in this entire saga, right? So why change it now? Why all of a sudden be aggressive? They're not going to do that.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I know. I know they're usually going to do a more of a responsive, and so I think that if the ceasefire is ended by the U.S. or Israel, most likely Israel, um, if the ceasefire kind of comes to a conclusion and there's a hot war again, like that could be an option. Obviously, they're not going to just proactively do that tomorrow, but as
Yeah, in that scenario, in that specific scenario, if the hot war starts, and they're exchanging salvos, and there's a target of opportunity, let's say their satellites see a large formation of Israelis, absolutely. So in that case, 100%. If it's gloves off again, you are spot on. If that opportunity arises and there's an opening, boom, and guess what? They're probably more effective because that multi-layered cover, it won't probably cover Lebanon as well as it does Tel Aviv and Haifa, right? So those
100%. I agree. Yeah. Yeah.
So guys,
Cool.
just
Thanks.
appreciate it, guys. So quick one. I did put Anthony Aguilar. Okay, let me put it in. Actually, you can follow him. Let me just get the thing up so you can follow him. So there's a tweet in the nest. It'll be coming up in a few seconds. It has got Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar's handle on there. So make sure you are following him. He's great. Great guy, great person to follow. Make sure you're following him, giving him some love and appreciation. Also, the tweet in the nest is the interview with Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. Many of you guys obviously have already seen it. That's fine. If you haven't seen it or you want to let your friends and family know about it, that is the link to it. It is going to go live straight after the space. Well, right now. Also, it's pinned on the YouTube comments and it's pinned in the nest above. We are going to be wrapping up here. We will be back tomorrow. As long as there's no escalation, as in they don't start the war immediately, we'll be back at 2 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. UK. So be ready for that. If we start earlier, it's because the wars started earlier and we started earlier. So make sure you got notifications on YouTube and on X. Everyone, get your friends and family to follow the second channel. I think it's really important. We're really trying to put effort in to get that out there. Much love to each and every single one of you. Really appreciate. I think we had a really good quality, high quality space with really good content and real good knowledge base. So much love to each and every single one of you, every single person.